Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was a Valorant agent and went back to MHA verse? Part 1. This story is Izuku, the Radiant Hero by Turtlleee. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and use the hype feature as it helps to reach more MHA fans. Now let's get to the story. Mission log. Mission name. Operation Preservation. Time 1749, September 18, 2054. Does everybody know what the plan is? Killjoy asks. Have Brimstone explain it. He'll probably say it in actual English this time, Phoenix says. We all know what the plan is. Phoenix is just incredibly stupid, Jet says. I'll be opening a rift to Venice, Italy in about 5 minutes, Yuru says. Everybody gear up. Things are gonna get messy the moment we appear. As I had suspected, we won't make it there fast enough to stop them from planting the spike. But if we move fast enough and if this plan goes smoothly, we'll be able to defuse it before it explodes, Killjoy says. So, again, other than Phoenix of course, does everybody know what to do? Izuku, your job specifically is very important if we don't want to be shot upon entering the rift. Do you know what to do? Izuku brushes his green jacket of any dust before taking his ghost out of its holster on the brown belt wrapped around his waist and stuffing a bullet in the chamber of it before putting it back into its holster and unstrapping the vandal from his back. Imagine Izuku in SS Chara's look it up jacket but zipped up and with long black pants, black boots, and a brown belt. Yes, I know what to do, Izuku says, subconsciously pulling the safety pin out. I won't disappoint. Good, Killjoy says, turning to Yuru. Prepare to open the rift. Mid-marketplace is smoked off. Jet shouts. Enemy spotted in boathouse behind the site. Alright, here we go. Izuku shouts. Prepare to rush. Izuku aims his pointer finger at a wall, his finger sparking with light green electricity. Firing flash. Izuku shouts, flicking at the wall. A light green arrow shoots out of his finger, bouncing twice against 2 walls and bursting in a bright flash of light green light. 34 seconds until detonation. Killjoy shouts. Let's move people. Jet dashes into sight from the right side, summons her knives with a bit of wind. She fires them at another jet with an operator, but she misses and dashes behind some boxes for cover before the other jet could fire a shot. Izuku pulls out his vandal and shoots her in the head. Jet down, Izuku says, backing up into a wall. Yuru, where are you? There's a loud warping sound followed by gunfire. Commander down, he says. Enemy spotted right behind the wall you're against, Izuku. Initiating lockdown, Killjoy shouts, slamming a small white cylinder-looking device into the ground. The shout is immediately followed by an operator shot going off. Killjoy falls to the ground, dead and with a hole in the side of her head. Our Killjoy is down, Izuku shouts. Yuru, can you deal with the breach? I've got 2 of them on me. Yuru shouts back. I can't aim properly without being shot down. Welp, here goes nothing, Izuku says, pointing his vandal to the wall behind him and holding the trigger. After firing a few shots, Izuku hears a grunt of pain and then the sound of a body falling to the ground. You got the breach, Yuru shouts. I'm going to push the spike for a defuse, but you're going to have to cover me. Got it, Izuku shouts. He peeks out from his cover, but retracts when bullets whiz past his face. I'm under suppressive fire, Izuku shouts. I can't cover you for the defuse. Go for it, Phoenix suddenly shouts, appearing behind the agent and shooting him in the head at point-blank range with a frenzy. Fire walls coming up. Yuru peeks out from behind his wall in boathouse before rushing out to the spike and pulling out the defuse device. He turns it on and hovers it right over the spike. There are a few whirring sounds and then a semi-loud bang. Yuru drops his defuse device and stretches an arm to a dark blue orb beside Izuku. He teleports to it, appearing beside Izuku with distorted whiz right before a colorful rocket appears from behind some boxes and explodes in a vibrant explosion of paint. Enemy rays spotted in market. Phoenix shouts. The F% hash. In. Zoomer fired her bazooka and boosted herself all the way back to the marketplace. Go for the defuse, quickly. I don't have enough time for the defuse. Yuru shouts, black energy starting to gather around the spike as it spins, beeping faster and faster. Get over here, let's bail. Phoenix snaps his fingers, a small fiery orb appearing in his hand. He waves it towards Market before he and Jet make a mad dash into sight and into a dark blue portal Yuru had opened up. Spark, come on, Yuru shouts, stepping 1 foot into the portal. Izuku hops onto sight and dashes towards the portal. Suddenly, he feels an invisible force block his path and pull him backward. Yuru shouts a curse before taking his pistol and shooting the tripwire. A large bang rings out. Izuku lets out a gasp of pain before falling onto one knee, a clear bullet hole in his left leg. Spark, grab my hand. Yuru shouts, outstretching a hand towards Izuku. No, go on without me. Izuku shouts, you won't have enough time to drag me in with you before the spike explodes. Just go. Like hell I will, Spark. Yuru shouts, stepping back onto the site, grabbing Izuku by the arm, and facing a palm towards the portal on site and teleporting into the portal. Izuku sees the spike explode right before the portal closes as he falls into an unconscious state. Mission log. Mission name, Operation Preservation. Time 1759, September 18, 2054. Post-mission status. Agents Jet, Phoenix, Yuru, Killjoy, and Spark have failed to defuse the spike in time, resulting in a large drain from our radionite storages. Killjoy was found dead, but the other 4 agents have disappeared without a trace. Agents Sova, Brimstone, Viper, Omen, Raze, Breach, Sky, Sage, Reyna, and Cypher have decided to postpone all offensive operations until the other 4 agents have been found. Meanwhile, in another place, Ochako, did you wash the dishes? Ochako's mother calls out from the laundry room in their small apartment. Yes, Mum, she replies with, putting on a pair of track shorts. May I go to do my afternoon jog? Is there anything else you need me to do? We'll take care of the laundry, Ochako's father says. Are you sure? Ochako asks. 'Cause I can do it real quick before going off to run. Don't worry about us, dear. Ochako's mother says. We understand how important this entrance exam is for you, go ahead and train your hardest. Ochako smiled as she felt her heart warm. Her parents were the best she could ever hope for. All right, Ma, I'm off. The girl shouts, opening the door to their apartment and closing it behind her. Ochako's mother stuffs a dirty pile of clothes into their washing machine and turns it on. She's been working so hard lately for this entrance examination, Ochako's father says. She's so determined to get into UA so that she could be a superhero and provide for us. Oh, how did we end up with such a good little girl? Ochako's mother asks her husband, wiping a tear of happiness away from her right eye. My only regret is that we can't provide more for her, Ochako's father says, sorrowfully. She deserves so much more. Well, now that she's not in the house anymore, wanna, snuggle a bit and watch some TV. I understand that your work is important, but you've also been working so hard lately. Would it hurt just to rest a little? I guess not, came the reply. Yeah, I haven't been spending enough time with you, have I? I'm sorry, I just have so much on my plate between my job and parenting. Enough with that, forget your burdens for at least an hour, okay. Let's watch some TV. All right, Ochako's father chuckles, walking into the living room and flopping onto the couch. He reaches for the TV remote and presses the power button. Suddenly, there's a bright flash of dark blue light. Mr. Uraraka jumps backward suddenly with a surprised yelp. Having stared directly into the light, all he could see for a few seconds was dark blue. He closes his eyes and rubs at them with his hands before reopening his eyes, his vision returning to him. On the ground in front of him, all of a sudden, was an unconscious teenage boy with green hair in a light green jacket. His left leg was bloodied and there was a small hole that opened up on one side and opened up again on the other, as if something had passed right through his leg. Beside his limp hand was a rifle, its safety pin right beside the barrel of it. What was that? Mrs. Uraraka exclaims, rushing out of the laundry room before looking down at the unconscious teenager on her floor. Oh my God, careful, Mr. Uraraka shouts. That's a gun. Dear, go call the police, quickly. Kenji Surugame sits in his office, waiting anxiously for Detective Tsukauchi's report. This boy the Urarakas had brought in, he was a complete enigma. Nobody in the force could put a name to his face or his DNA. The boy was found with a rifle that nobody, not even ballistics experts, could identify. There was a speculation that the boy had crafted it himself, but its inner workings were extraordinarily complicated. There was no possible way, according to professional psychiatrists, that a boy of his age could make something this complicated. Only when the detective found the boy's license for carrying firearms could they finally connect his face with a name, Izuku Midoriya. However, Izuku Midoriya didn't make a name pop up on the government database. The data of acquisition on it was extraordinary, June 29, 2054. It was thought to be fake at first, but extraordinarily enough, the license had all the signs of a legitimate, government-issued lieutenant colonel. Whether it was fake or not was still a major debate. As for the rifle itself, it was, as an expert put it, something from a future era. It was stronger than military-issued weaponry, capable of shooting 7.62 mm rounds through steel plates half a foot thick. However, it was determined that the weapon wasn't designed to fire 7.62 mm rounds. The type of ammunition meant for firing such a weapon was something that was still being tested for. After numerous tests, it was determined that this Izuku Midoriya was quirkless. He showed no biological signs of owning a quirk or being born with one. However, under heavy surveillance, light green lightning was seen buzzing from his body from time to time. A knock snaps the chief out of his thoughts. "Come in," he says. Detective Tsukauchi opens the door, poking his head in. "Hello, Chief," the detective says. "I would just like to remind you that the boy is conscious and responsive." "When did he wake up?" the chief asks, raising a furry eyebrow. "About an hour ago," the detective replies with. "He is responsive and capable of answering questions. Do you wish to talk to him?" "Bring me to him immediately," the chief says, getting up from his seat. "Where am I?" Izuku asks the canine chief of police, who's sitting in a chair beside the boy's hospital bed. "Is this a hospital?" "Yes, this is a hospital," the chief asks. "Would you like to tell me who you are?" "Well, since you have my license, you should know that," Izuku says. "Yes, we have your license, as well as weaponry which shouldn't be on a 15-year-old boy such as yourself," the chief says. "Plus, the acquisition date on your license is extraordinary and, frankly, your license seems fake." "Fake?" Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow. "And what about the date on that license is extraordinary? I got that license exactly 2 months after the first light." "First light?" the chief asks. "How do you not know what the first light is?" Izuku asks. "Everybody knows what the first light is, and I mean, everybody." "Okay, first of all, do you know what the date of today is?" the chief asks. "January 2, 2014. "What the hell, 2014? "Yes, a date set in 2054 isn't exactly a credible date," the chief says. "So, as a result, you're illegally holding weapons and we have the right to keep you in custody. Now, I know our doctors have identified you as quirkless, but I would like to ask you myself, what is your quirk? If you tell us the truth, then we'll make your life a bit easier." "Quirk," Izuku mutters loudly to himself. "I don't have a quirk. Quirks have disappeared off the face of the earth after the first light. Whatever this first light event is, it's obviously not real, because quirks are still held in high regard all over the earth." "Then how about radianite?" Izuku asks. "Radiant. Do any of those words ring a bell?" "No, not at all." Izuku looks around the hospital room before looking down at his restraints. "Well, I'm not really one for being held under restraints," Izuku says. "Mind if I at least have them loosened?" "I'm afraid that wouldn't be possible," the chief says. "Well then, you might want to cover your eyes." "And why exactly would I do that?" "Because you're about to be blinded." Izuku's whole body starts to glow light green. This intrigued the chief of police. Biological tests run on this boy have shown that he was supposed to be quirkless, but here he was, about to activate a quirk. Also, the cuffs that shackled him to his hospital bed supposedly should have hindered his ability to use his quirk. Then, the boy's body exploded with a blindingly bright glow. The chief covered his eyes instinctively to protect himself from the flash. Having looked directly into it for a second, when he opens them again, sparks of light green danced in his vision. He then felt a hand stray to his hip and unholster his pistol. "Quirks, superpowers that humans are genetically born with," he hears Izuku say before feeling a gun barrel being pressed to the side of his head. "Quirks are primitive, completely pathetic compared to the power of even the weakest of us. Us? The chief asks, sounding unshaken despite the situation he was in. This place I'm in, it's still far into the past, Izuku says, pulling the safety pin and tossing it carelessly behind his back. The future is radiant. I'm glad we could strike up a deal, Izuku says, folding his arms while tossing Chief Tsurugume's pistol back to him when in the chief's office. And you trust me with this despite the leverage you have, the Chief Tsurugume says. You're too arrogant. He then points the pistol at Izuku's head. Izuku stays in his relaxed position in front of the chief's desk, having the audacity to even smirk a little. I have so many things I can bring you into custody for, the chief says. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't. Go ahead and call in officers to bring me in then, Izuku says, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture. But then it'll no longer be me who's behind the barrel of that gun. The chief just laughs before stuffing the pistol back into its holster. You'd make a nasty interrogator, he says. Assuming you're willing to join the police force. No, I'm not, Izuku says. I don't plan to stick around here either. I'll find a way back to my world without getting in your way if you don't get into mine. Well then, on the way out, I'll have someone give you all of your belongings and then, hopefully, I won't have to see your face ever again except in my head. Same to you, Izuku says, standing up from his seat and grabbing his jacket which was hung on a coat hanger nearby. So, what are you going to do when you leave here? Is it your business? Not at all, the chief replies with, smoothly. However, I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna sell lodging to a lone 14-year-old. I'll think of something, Izuku says. How about I make your job easier? The canine chief takes out a small packet of paper. Izuku takes the packet from his paw and flips through some of the papers. Adoption papers, he asks. What family is willing to accept me? The one that found you unconscious in their apartment, Chief Tsurugume says. The one that found me unconscious? Wait, didn't you just say not too long ago that I was found with a rifle and a pistol? Izuku asks. Who would want to adopt a kid found with guns? Some really nice people, the chief says. Well, other than being homeless, I don't really see you having another choice other than accepting their adoption. And I'm sure you don't want to be homeless. But still, what will they think of me? Izuku asks. They're actually worried about what might be in your past. They're afraid you might be mentally unstable from being conscripted as a soldier or something at such a young age. Personally, I think you're fine, but hey, as I've said before, it beats being homeless. I guess you're right, Izuku says. Guess I will sign them. But first things first, my license. The chief hands Izuku a small plastic card. Izuku takes it from him and inspects it. It looked exactly like his original license card, but the date of acquisition had been changed to December 2, 2014. Where's my original? Izuku asks. Along with the rest of your things, the chief says. The door opens from behind Izuku. He turns around to see the detective, Detective Tsukauchi, poke his head into the chief's office. Excuse me, sir, the Urarakas are here, he says. The Urarakas? Izuku asks. Those would be your new parents, the chief says. Why don't we go out to meet them? Hello, Mr. Uraraka exclaims upon seeing the green-haired boy enter the reception room of the police building, his long rectangular gun case strapped to his back. You must be Izuku. Nice to meet you, Izuku greets politely, bowing. When he straightens back up, he takes a few seconds to examine the couple in front of him. They looked like a completely normal pair of husband and wife to him at first glance. That was good. A normal family was something he could live with, at least for a while. Why don't you get into the car and get to know our daughter while the chief and us wrap some things up? Mrs. Uraraka asks. Izuku casually shoves his hands into the pockets of his slacks, subconsciously feeling for his ghost. The last time he had heard the words, "Get into the car," he had to fend off bandits for days before he was found and brought back to Valorant headquarters. But these two weren't bandits, they were a completely normal pair of husband and wife. Mrs. Uraraka caught Izuku staring at her and gave him a smile. For a second, just for a second, the world around him peeled away. He no longer saw himself standing on the steps of the police station, gun case slung across his shoulders. He found himself in tattered rags, his small, dirtied hands wrapped eagerly around a piece of bread. Agent Brimstone was standing over him in his casual worker pants and orange-collared shirt. Killjoy was kneeled down to his level, offering the small boy another piece of bread. Their smiles and the look in their eyes were so warm and comforting. Fortunate treasures to find in a chaos-ridden world. Izuku. The call of his name snaps him out of his thoughts. He looks up to see Mrs. and Mr. Uraraka giving him concerned looks. "Are you all right?" Mrs. Uraraka asks. "Yeah, just thinking about something," Izuku says, walking down the steps and towards the Uraraka's car. "All right, if you say so," Mrs. Uraraka says. "Hang tight, hun, we won't be too long." Izuku simply responds with a nod as he opens the door on the car's passenger right side. "Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka," greets the Uraraka's daughter as Izuku climbs into the car and closes the door. "Nice to meet you." When seeing her, the first word that came to Izuku's mind was, cute. She had short, straight chocolate brown hair and chocolate brown eyes. She had a cheeky smile, the one that he'd only see on the kids' shows Killjoy had showed him when he was younger. "Izuku Midoriya," Izuku greets, smiling, holding his hand out for a handshake. Ochako takes it and shakes his hand. Despite her casual appearance, her hand was teeny bit rough and her grip pretty firm. "What's in that case?" Ochako asks him, pointing to the pack slung across Izuku's back. "Not really allowed to take it out in a public place such as out here," Izuku says. "I can show you when I get settled at your place. I hope that we'll get along well." "So do I," Ochako says. Izuku and Ochako make small talk for a few minutes before Ochako's parents finish talking with the chief and get into the car. "Welcome to your new home," Mr. Uraraka says, letting Izuku into the Uraraka's apartment. It was a fairly small apartment. There was a bathroom, a small kitchen, a small living room, and a small bedroom. In fact, everything about the apartment's interior was small. Neat, but small. "Well, it's not exactly the fanciest of places," Mr. Uraraka says, chuckling nervously and scratching the back of his head. "Better than what I used to sleep in," Izuku says. It wasn't really a lie. The dorms within Valorant headquarters were cramped little rooms, just big enough to fit bunks for 2 agents and a small desk. Plus, Izuku was unlucky enough to bunk with Breach. He'd take sleeping to the sound of chainsaw to sleeping to the sound of him snoring. But when he slept, he could sleep comfortably knowing that his fellow agents would immediately wake to his call of distress when the need called for it. He had a feeling these first few nights weren't going to be too restful. "Well, where would you like to sleep?" Mrs. Uraraka asks. "We can go to purchase a spare mattress and put it in our daughter's room real quickly." "No need to trouble yourself with me, Mrs. Uraraka," Izuku says, giving her a reassuring smile. "I can sleep on the couch if that's fine with you." "Well, if that's what you want," Mrs. Uraraka says. "If you need a pillow or a blanket or anything, don't be afraid to request for one." "Thank you, Mrs. Uraraka." "Oh please, you're a part of the family now," Mrs. Uraraka exclaims. "Plus, Mrs. Uraraka makes me feel old. Just call me mom or mother." "All right, mother." Now that that's out of the way, Mr. Uraraka says. "Let's talk house rules. Lemme guess, no guns in the house?" Izuku asks. "Guns?" Ochako asks, staring wide-eyed at Izuku. "Yes, no guns in the house," Mr. Uraraka says sternly. "Don't even think about opening that case in here unless the need calls for it. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Second, no using quirks in the house," Mr. Uraraka says. "Yes, sir." "Third, stop calling me sir. I'm your father." "Yes, father." "Just follow these simple rules and you'll fit in just fine," Mr. Uraraka says. "Now, why don't you get settled and then we can discuss education?" "Yes, father." "You sound like a soldier," Mr. Uraraka says. "I'm your father. No need to be so tight." "I am a soldier, father." "Yes, father. We managed to get our daughter into UA this year," Mr. Uraraka says proudly. "The most prominent hero high school in all of Japan. I talked things over with a couple of people and it seems I can fit you into it as well." "Well, that is if you want to, of course." "Hero high school?" Izuku asks. "Why not a normal high school? Why would you not want to go to a hero high school?" much less the #1 hero high school in all of Japan? Mr. Uraraka asks, looking at Izuku as if he came from a different planet. From where I come from, heroes aren't exactly heroic, Izuku says, feeling a bit of venom creep into his tone. After the first light, the only heroes in his world were the ones that would do anything for Radianite. Their heroic actions would only be for show. Their true selves were usually a lot darker. To make things worse, the actual heroes were all flushed off of the face of the earth. Well, you're free to pick out what school you wish to go to, Mr. Uraraka says. Just don't pick one that's too far from here. I am a busy man and bringing you to some faraway place isn't exactly a luxury I have. Izuku turns the screen of his father's laptop to his direction and examines the map on its screen. All of the schools nearby are hero high schools, Izuku says. Well, I can't really do much about that, can I? I guess not, Izuku says, sighing. How about this, Mr. Uraraka says, putting his hands on his adoptive son's shoulders. Why don't you just go to UA with our daughter? You could go there just for the education. But all of my teachers would be heroes, right? Izuku asks. Well, fine, I guess I'll enroll, Izuku says, sighing again. But just for the education. Just for the education, Mr. Uraraka repeats. Well, now that that's done with, what do you want to do? So you decided to enroll into UA? Ochako asks. Yep, Izuku replies, easily keeping with Ochako's brisk pace as the two of them jog around the park. Well, our parents kind of pressed it onto me, so it wasn't like I really had a choice. I think this is our 5th lap. Ochako asks. You barely look winded. You must be pretty fit. Thanks, Izuku says. So, how is your sparring? Ochako asks. Sparring? Izuku asks. Well, you wanna try it out? Sure, after this last lap. Where'd you learn how to fight like that? Ochako asks, breathing hard as she clutches her gut. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to punch you so hard. Izuku exclaims, a bit panicked. It's fine, Ochako says, chuckling slightly. A bit of pain won't hurt me too badly. I didn't hit you too hard, did I? Izuku asks, sheepishly. Nah, I can handle it, Ochako says. Where'd you learn to fight like that? You were insane. Thanks, Izuku says. You could say I learned from the best. Agent Jet, a pretty strict but excellent mentor in hand-to-hand combat. Wanna go again? Ochako asks. Are you sure? Izuku asks. You look like that hit really got to you. I'll be fine, Ochako exclaims, taking a deep breath before getting back into a fighting stance. Let's go again. As you wish. So, what did my parents mean by no using guns in the house? Ochako asks, gratefully taking a cool water bottle Izuku had offered her. I'm a licensed firearms user, Izuku says, rinsing his hair of a little bit of sweat. I'm allowed to use weaponry as long as it doesn't disrupt any public activity. May I see your gun? Ochako asks. Izuku gives his stepsister a weird look. Ochako quickly shifts her glance and her face flushes red with embarrassment. Oh, I'm sorry if it's a personal question, Ochako says. No, it's not, Izuku says, laughing and unslinging his gun case as to pop it open. Being asked to see my gun isn't exactly something I'm asked on a usual basis. Here, I'll show you. He pulls out his Vandal, double-checking to make sure that the safety pin was in. He waves Ochako over and holds out the handle for her to grab. His stepsister gives him a questioning look. Are you sure you trust me with a gun? Ochako asks. I don't know anything about guns, what if I accidentally fire it and hurt someone? Well, if you don't know anything about guns, that means you don't know how to pull out the safety pin, Izuku says, reassuringly. Go ahead, feel it. Tentatively, Ochako takes the gun from Izuku's outstretched hand and examines it. Wow, this feels nice to hold, Ochako says, fingers straying to a small pull-back switch. What's this thingy? What happens when I pull out? You might not wanna do that, Izuku says quickly. That's the safety. Oh, Ochako says. Sorry, I didn't know. It's no problem, Izuku says, holding out his hand. Now, may I have it back? Why'd you bring me all the way back here? Ochako asks. It's completely secluded. Nobody ever comes this deep into the park. Well, I can't let my aim get rusty, Izuku says, unslinging his gun case and popping it open. Wait, you mean, yes, well, I'll be firing this bad boy. Izuku says, taking his Vandal out and pulling on the safety. And since nobody ever comes back here, it'll be a perfect place for a bit of shooting practice. Oh oop, I forgot the silencer. Do you see a small, thin black cylinder in my case? Yeah, here it is, Ochako says, locating the silencer in Izuku's case. Ooh, you have a pistol, too. I must say, I haven't seen a lot of guns in my life, but this looks slick. Don't touch that, don't via safety, Izuku says quickly. Just hand me the silencer, please. Right, sorry, Ochako says, tossing the silencer to Izuku, who catches it deftly with one hand and screws it onto the barrel of his Vandal. Why doesn't your pistol have a safety? It's an emergency weapon, Izuku says. For when I need a weapon but don't have enough time to pull out the safety. Now, let's get to shooting something. Try to shoot these out of the air, Ochako says, activating her quirk and tossing several pebbles into the air. Is that your quirk? Izuku asks, aiming down the projected holographic sight on the top of his barrel. Yeah, zero gravity, Ochako says. It allows me to reduce the levels of gravity on anything I touch. That's a cool quirk, Izuku says. Very flexible. Well, what's yours? Ochako asks. Doesn't really have a name, but I can fire waves of energy out of any part of my body for a variety of uses, Izuku says. Like firing off light photons to supposedly blind anyone close to me, or slamming physical particles of energy into my enemies to daze them or even knock them unconscious. That sounds amazing, Ochako exclaims. Well, you should see what some of my other friends can do, Izuku says. He pulls the trigger on his Vandal. There's a small pop from the barrel of it and a pebble disappears from the air. Whoa, you're crazy accurate, Ochako exclaims. These pebbles are small ones, too. Thanks, Izuku says, aiming down on another one of the small pebbles in the air and pulling the trigger. The bullet whizzes right past the pebble, missing it by a millimeter. Did you miss? Ochako asks. I couldn't see the bullet. Yeah, I missed, Izuku says. Won't miss this one though. After a bit more sparring and shooting small things out of the air, with Ochako fussing over a small bird Izuku had accidentally shot, the two decided to head back home as to not frighten their parents. Don't get too close to your new family. That's what Izuku promised himself. So that, eventually, when he had to leave, it would be less painful for himself and his adoptive family. But it was so hard to do that when his new parents reminded himself so much of Brimstone and Killjoy. How caring they were and how understanding they were of his situation. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka were a completely normal pair of husband and wife, that was obvious, but they extraordinarily insightful. It took them a whole month, but they made him feel okay with pouring out his worries to them. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, Izuku would wake up in a cold sweat, breathing hard. Sometimes, he'd even scream, awakening from whatever traumatic event he was reliving, whether it be the first light or watching his parents being killed as a small child or one of numerous other things. Every time, as if on cue, either Mrs. Uraraka or Mr. Uraraka would come out of their bedroom to comfort him when he'd awake. They'd give him a shoulder to cry on without a word and let him cry himself to sleep again in their arms. He had heard horror stories from children who had escaped their adoptive parents. That they were abusive and that they pretty much took them in for two reasons, money or radianite. The Urarakas were the exact opposite of that. They cared for Izuku as if he were their own flesh and blood, and he appreciated them for that. Which made it harder and harder to not let them get to him. Every day, he was conflicted between wishing for his squadmates to find him and wishing to staying longer. And then there was the case of the Uraraka's daughter. Izuku was starting to notice that, as time went on, he was becoming more and more flustered around her. He was starting to blush around her. He couldn't possibly falling in love with her, right? All his life, Izuku had been around people who were a lot older than him. The youngest of his squadmates, Reize, was 23 years old. Ochako was actually the first female that he had interacted with that was the same age as he was. Despite his awkwardness when conversating with her, Izuku got along well with Ochako. Despite her normal teen girl appearance, She was a very determined figure as well as very insightful. She always seemed to know when something was on Izuku's mind. She was the person Izuku was the most comfortable being around. Between studying and training for the exam, Izuku started trying to get more about the superheroes in this world. Whether it be Ryaku, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Kamui Woods, Izuku made sure to get to know them all. They all just had quirks though. Quirk powers were a lot more diverse than radiant powers, but, as Izuku had expected, they were a lot weaker than them as well. The one that caught his interest the most, though, was All Might, the #1 hero in this world. His amazing power was what caught Izuku's interest. News videos and displays of his power were all over the internet. No matter how big or strong his opponents were, he'd always seem to easily overpower them, usually leaving a few or more small craters behind in the process. There was a lot of speculation over what All Might's quirk might be all over the internet. Some people think it was just simply superhuman strength. Others thought it was something more complicated than that. Some even thought that he wasn't a human, but a robot with a super advanced AI and a sense of justice coded into his programming. Izuku had another theory. For weeks on end, Izuku scrutinized over every little bit of footage of All Might in action that he could find. Mr. Uraraka, confused by his sudden All Might addiction after hearing his hate towards superheroes, questioned Izuku if his beliefs had changed. His father bought his fake excitement with a chuckle and told him to carry on. Maybe All Might was just a normal superhero blessed with a very, very powerful quirk. Doesn't mean he'll stop investigating, though. Aside from that, he also spent some time digging up clues on where his other squadmates might be. So far, he had come up with nothing. They may not be in Japan. They may not even be in the same world that he's in. One day, about a week before the entrance examination, he received a strange email from an undisclosed email address. Normally, Izuku would have ignored emails from strangers, especially emails from undisclosed email addresses. It was the first thing Killjoy taught him in Internet Security 101. But it was just a small, single-sentence message. There wasn't any harm in opening it, right? Plus, he didn't have to click the link. Izuku's curiosity gets the better of him. He opens the email. Inside of it was a message and a link to a Skype call. The message read, "Yo, G, let me know when you get this. Firebird." Firebird. Phoenix's undercover name during covert operations. Mom. Izuku calls. "Yes, dear." Mrs. Uraraka responds with, "Cooking something in the kitchen. You don't mind if I lock myself in your room for a few minutes?" Izuku asks. "Just a few minutes." Of course. Izuku takes the laptop and walks into his foster parents' room, shutting the locking the door behind him. He takes a deep breath and clicks the link. Spark. A voice says from the receiving end of the call as soon as the call goes through. "You're alive." "Of course I'm alive," Izuku says. "Where are you? How do you know my email address?" "I've been cyberstalking ya for a while now," Phoenix says. "Wow, that's not creepy at all," Izuku says. "How about you? How are you doing?" "Well, Jet and I have been laying low for a while," Phoenix says. "We're fine otherwise. Haven't gotten into any major trouble. We've tried to establish contact with Brim, but none of our feed is getting through. We can't find Yuru either." "Wait, Jet's with you?" Izuku asks. "Yeah," Phoenix says. "We both got spit out of the same portal. I swear, when I find Yuru, I'll beat his ass." "Well, we were being rushed," Izuku says. "Can't really blame him. Where are you guys now?" "We're on a plane to Japan from Europe," Phoenix says. "Europe?" Izuku asks. "I ended up in Japan. Our birthplaces, weird right?" Phoenix asks. "Anyway, we don't know where you are specifically, but we should find you in a couple of weeks." "How you holding up?" "Well, I got adopted into a pretty nice family," Izuku says. "About a week from now, I'm going to take an examination to enter the most prestigious high school in Japan. You could say I'm doing pretty well." "You lucky bastard," he hears Jet say from somewhere behind Phoenix. "Why don't you guys turn on your camera?" Izuku asks. "I'll turn on mine if you do." "Sorry bruv, but just because we didn't get into trouble, doesn't mean we aren't being searched for by the authorities," Phoenix says. "Oh my god, what did y'all do?" Izuku asks. I thought y'all said y'all didn't get into any trouble. I said we didn't get into any major trouble, Phoenix says. Might have nearly burnt down a city block or two, but that's it. Phoenix, Izuku says, sighing. You know what, never mind. It's almost time for dinner for me and I don't want my parents knowing I'm in a Skype call with wanted vigilantes. I'll see you both later. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message when we find Yuru or if Brimstone gets in contact with us. Later, G. With that, the Skype call ends. Izuku deletes Phoenix's email and closes his laptop and opens the door to exit his parents' room, nearly hitting Ochako in the face with the door. Whoa, she yelps, hopping back from the door and blushing red with embarrassment. Hi, Izuku-kun. I just came to, tell you that dinner's almost ready. You weren't snooping in on my voice call, were you? Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, Ochako says, pausing for a second. Okay, maybe I was, but I didn't really hear anything. I just take you for an interesting person and it sounded like you were in a call with friends, so. She found him interesting. Normally, a compliment like that wouldn't have affected him much, but he felt heat rise to his cheeks. God, why was he blushing so much around her nowadays? And what's with that warm feeling in his guts? What about this girl affected him so much? Well, I'm just glad they're still keeping touch with me, Izuku says. Quote, I didn't know there was a beach here, Izuku says, looking around at all the junk strewn everywhere. Well, I'm assuming it's a beach. Seems like a public trash can. Takoba Municipal Beach Park was a beach that used to be popular for how naturally beautiful it was. Izuku could see why. The water was a beautiful, glittering light blue. The sand was fine and white as baking soda. It was positioned so where the beautiful afternoon sunset was visible to everyone, no matter where they may be on the beach. It would have been a beautiful place if it weren't for all the junk everywhere. There were broken refrigerators, discarded tires, old TV sets with cracks in the screen, even the husk of an empty Jeep. The beach has been like this for years, Ochako says. There have been many attempts to start organizations for cleaning the beach, but they need the help of heroes to do that. Heroes are all about flashy stuff and they don't want to be seen collecting trash. So, the attempts were all futile. Now, it's just the two of us and, even with large groups of people, cleaning up all of this trash might take a couple of months. But why don't we do the public a favor? Plus, it'll really help with bodybuilding. Sure, Izuku says. I'm not using my quirk though because that would take the point out of bodybuilding, Ochako says. You use it whenever you wish I guess. Maybe I won't use my quirk either, Izuku says, cracking his knuckles. Alright, let's get started. How are we going to move the bigger ones, like this fridge? Ochako asks, after unburying a refrigerator lying on its side of all the scrap metal on top of it. There is a rope nearby. Do you think we should tie it around the fridge and pull? Well, I know the point of bodybuilding is to make us physically stronger, but it can't hurt to be lazy every now and then, Izuku says. Plus, it's been months since I used my powers. You've never seen them before, have you? Help me stand this fridge up. Ochako and Izuku both push the fridge so that it's standing upright. Ochako then backs up a bit at Izuku, warning her that she should back up. He closes his eyes. His right arm starts glowing light green. He puts the palm of his right hand up to the side of the fridge before pushing it lightly. Suddenly, the fridge goes flying, blown upwards by an invisible force. He smirks, cracking his knuckles. Nice to know that my powers haven't weakened despite all this time, Izuku says. Whoa, what was that? Ochako asks. My, quirk, Izuku says. Do you remember what I said about it before? I can fire different kinds of particles of energy from different parts of my body. I can push things by firing particles of physical energy at them, as you had just seen. Wow, that's an amazing quirk, Ochako exclaims. Izuku found himself blushing at her praise. Why was he blushing? She was just simply praising his quirk. After living in a world of peace for so long, his battle-hardened self had crumbled away, leaving nothing but his skill in combat. He did notice that he was less judgmental of others and not as on guard all the time. Maybe that was allowing his own personal emotions to emerge. Thanks, Izuku says. Now, we've got about an hour left. Let's make the most out of it and clean up some more trash. So much for bodybuilding, Ochako says, sitting on the sand and laughing as Izuku sends another pile of junk flying off the beach. It's been months since I used my quirk, Izuku says. It feels so good to use it again. You've been using it for like an hour now, do you not feel exhausted at all? Ochako asks. Or anything at all. Nope. I feel fine, Izuku says, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Usually, when someone uses a quirk for too long, they feel some kind of drawback, Ochako says. Like if I use my quirk for too long or use it on objects that are too heavy, I end up feeling really nauseous. So quirks did come with their own drawbacks. Izuku, as the youngest and weakest of his squadmates, could use his powers for hours on end without consequence. Guess mine are different, I guess, Izuku says, shrugging. Also, why do you describe your quirk as powers? Ochako asks. That's the context I grew up knowing, Izuku says. Maybe I should start getting used to using the word quirk, but I grew up around the word powers for 14 years. Sorry if I use the wrong context. It's fine, Ochako says. Why don't you go first? Maybe I'll stick around for 10 minutes or so. Nah, Mom and Dad will chew me out if I walk home without you, Izuku says. Also, we should really go or Mom and Dad will chew you out as well. There's still a week till the exam. We have plenty of time to do beachside cleaning. Yeah, I guess you're right, Ochako says, sighing. All right, let's go home. Izuku waits for Ochako to stand up from the sandy ground, brush the sand off of her pants, and jog up to him before turning from her and focusing on the path ahead towards the Uraraka's apartment. After just a few steps though, he feels Ochako pull on his arm. He could feel his face heat up a little from the contact. Wait, hold on, Izuku-kun. Ochako wasn't exactly a mystery girl. After living with her for just a couple of months, it wasn't hard for Izuku to guess what her next action or words might be. She tended to be very expressive, whether intentionally or not, with her facial expressions and body language. This time, she seemed nervous about something. Ochako was rarely ever nervous, which made Izuku curious. Yeah, what's up? Izuku asks, turning to Ochako. At that moment, Ochako does something Izuku would never expect her to do. The moment he turns around, she leans up to him and presses her lips to his. Izuku's eyes widened as he feels Ochako loop an arm around his neck and press her lips up to his. His first instinct is to stop the kiss. Lean his head back or push her away gently. Anything to stop the kiss. But he can't move his body. After a few seconds, Ochako pulls away. Izuku finds himself staring deep into her sparkling, chocolate-brown eyes. She had a small half-smile on her face, but it slowly disappears when Izuku's facial expression doesn't change. She slowly unloops her arm from around his neck and puts some distance between herself and him. Izuku just watches her as she walks backward a small distance and looks down to the ground. I'm sorry, she eventually says after a few seconds of awkward silence. I shouldn't have. She looks as if she wants to say something else, but she shakes her head before turning from him and walking down the path towards her family's apartment. Meanwhile, Izuku is still frozen in shock. His eyes focus on her as she takes a deep breath and continues walking down towards Takoba's exit gate. He shouldn't have let her kiss him like that. He should have pushed her away when she leaned in towards him. At first, Izuku didn't plan on stopping her. It was apparent that she was feeling very sad at this point. They'd probably avoid each other for a week or so, but knowing her, she'd probably want to make amends. But, was it really right? Making her feel that kind of sadness? The thought triggers something within him. Before he realizes it, he feels himself jogging up to Ochako. Uraraka-san, he calls out, jogging up to her. She turns to him, the tears glistening in her eyes. It takes him a second to realize what he's about to do. Oh crap, no, I should stop myself. Should I? He catches up to her and grips onto both of her arms, forcing her to look at him. She looks surprised at this action. For a few seconds, the two of them just stand there, staring into each other's eyes. After a few seconds, Ochako turns her head away from him and closes her eyes, but Izuku moves his hands to cup her face, forcing her to look back up at him. Her eyes widen at gesture and she seems as if she's about to ask something, but Izuku leans down and presses his lips to hers in a kiss. What am I doing? This is the exact opposite of what I should be doing. After a few seconds, he pulls back and pulls her in for a hug. The two of them just stand there, relishing in each other's warmth. It's apparent that Ochako's sadness had melted away and her facial expression was that of gentle contentment. Izuku, meanwhile, couldn't enjoy the moment without feeling a little bit of regret. He had fallen in love with the daughter of his adoptive family. He realizes that he was in love with her for a long time. He just didn't know it until now because of the side of him he had to shut off when it came to living in a world where being even a little merciful or accepting towards strangers meant possible death. He had fallen too far into a hole he should have never fallen into. Midoriya-kun, look at this. Kei-Kachan, is that what I think it is? A shard of radianite, it's about the size of my fist, too. We can sell this and split the cash we get from it between the two of us and feed our families for months. A-, are you sure, Kachan? My family is already pretty well off. You look like you need it more than I do. Don't be stupid, Midoriya. You can't even afford plumbing for everyday use. Or a source of fresh water. With this, you can have all of that if just for a month. Your dad will finally have the opportunity to find a job and provide for you and your mother. But still, we're happy enough as it is. Just take the whole shard, Kachan. You're the one who found it anyway. Finders keepers, right? You're such an idiot, Midoriya. Looks like this is the only way I can get you to accept a gift from good ol' me. Kei-Kachan, what are you doing? That's radianite. How can you? Now you'll have to take the other half. But Kachan. Fine, if you won't take it, then I'll toss this other half back into the river so that it'll be found by some other squatter lucky enough to come across it. Wait, Kachan. Fine, I'll take it. Just don't do that. Knew you still had a brain in that hollow skull of yours. The next time we see each other, it won't be with the two of us having barely anything in our stomachs. Run, Midoriya, go. Kei-Kachan. No, I'm not leaving without you. Idiot. Go now or he'll get you, too. Kachan. Look, Midoriya, I made a promise to your parents. I promised them that I'd always keep you safe, even at the expense of my own life. This is the only way I can be sure that they'll rest peacefully in the afterlife. No, Kachan. He's here. Run, Kachan. No. Bang, bang, bang. One little piggy. Izuku awakes, breathing hard and sweating profusely. He takes a moment to catch his breath and use the rag nearby to wipe the cold sweat off of his forehead. According to the digital clock nearby, it's 1:03 in the morning. 2 months since he entered this world and not a single night without nightmares. At least he didn't scream this time. He felt a bit guilty with dragging Mr. or Mrs. Uraraka out of their sleep schedules just to comfort him of something as insignificant as a nightmare. Maybe he could get back to sleep before they came out. He lies back on the couch, pulling the blanket back up onto himself. For a few seconds, he stares up at the ceiling, attempting to purge his mind of the nightmare. This particular memory, it hit harder than the others did. Katsuki Bakugo, a boy with promise for a beautiful future. One that was forcibly ripped away from him. Izuku sighs before closing his eyes again, attempting to drift back to sleep and praying that he wouldn't be haunted by another nightmare. Good morning, Mrs. Uraraka greets, a warm smile on her lips. How did you sleep? Did you have another nightmare? Just like every other night, Izuku says, yawning. At least they don't bother me as much anymore. A lie, but he didn't want his adoptive parents worrying about him over something insignificant as dreams. They weren't even really dreams, just memories. Memories that he had already experienced. They couldn't bother him anymore, those events were over. Well, why don't you serve yourself some pancakes? Mrs. Uraraka asks. Fresh off the pan. Thanks, Mom, Izuku says, smiling. Ah, Izuku-kun. Ochako calls out, waving her right arm in the air and carrying a bag of groceries with her left. Oh, good morning, Uraraka-san, Izuku says, slowing to a stop from his brisk jogging pace. Groceries. Yeah, Mother wanted me to purchase some food on the way back, Ochako says. I'd jog back, but I don't want to drop these groceries. Walk with me. Sure thing, Izuku says, smiling at her. I can continue my jog later. Thanks, Ochako says, beaming up at him. Heat rises to Izuku's cheeks. He turns away from her and mutters a quiet, no problem. For a few minutes, Izuku and Ochako walk side by side, hand in hand. Ochako seemed happier than usual, which Izuku didn't know was possible. What do you wanna do today? Izuku asks. Mother isn't giving me any work today. I have the whole day off. So do I, Ochako says. Wanna head to Takoba and continue our cleanup? Sure thing. A second after uttering those words, an explosion goes off. What the? Izuku says to himself, watching smoke billow from behind some buildings a block away. Villain attack, Ochako asks. I'll check it out, Izuku says. Why don't you get home? Check it out. Are you crazy? Ochako asks. That's an explosion. It may be a villain with a dangerous quirk. Let the pro heroes deal with it. Do you see any heroes en route? Izuku asks. Plus, I might be able to deal with the problem. Ochako looks like she's about to protest, but Izuku unslings his gun case from his back, pops it open, pulls out his ghost, and runs down the block. Ochako shakes her head in frustration and, with her groceries in hand, runs after Izuku. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. He rubs at them and pinches himself just to be sure that he wasn't dreaming. The source of the explosion was from a pool of dark green sludge with eyes and a mouth wrapped around the body of a boy around Izuku's age. It wasn't the sludge that made Izuku stop. It was the boy, the spiky, blonde hair, the ruby red eyes, the determined look of anger on his face. Kachan, Izuku mutters to himself. Impossible, he should be dead. Another explosion goes off, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. There were some pro heroes on the scene. Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft were standing in front of the sludge monster, watching hopelessly as the boy in its grasp attempted to struggle free. It didn't take long for Izuku to guess that none of them had the necessary quirk for dealing with a threat like this. Izuku just stares at the boy, Kachan, as he struggles against the sludge monster. His mouth and nose were covered by sludge. He couldn't breathe. Other pro heroes weren't going to make it before Kachan dies of suffocation. Even if a hero did make it, that probably wouldn't help with solving the problem. Whoever this kid was, he looked way too much like Kachan, his Kachan. He couldn't watch Kachan die again. He dashes past the crowd and breaks through the line of pro heroes standing in front of the sludge. He could faintly hear Death Arms shouting something. He activates his powers, aiming a flick at one of the sludge's large eyes. It starts glowing a bright light green. Flash, he shouts, firing a light green arrow of pure light from his finger. The arrow hits the monster's left eye, exploding in a blindingly flash of light green light, flashing everyone around except Izuku, who protected his eyes from the light using an arm. The sludge momentarily loses its grip on Kachan, giving Izuku enough time to rip him away from the monster's grip. Who are you? Kachan says, facing Izuku. Then, his eyes widen. He hops back and away from Izuku. Deku, Kachan shouts. I am possible. You're supposed to be dead. I buried your damn body with my own hands. Izuku doesn't reply and just stares into Kachan's eyes. Kachan looks like he had just seen a ghost. Maybe he just did. Kid, Izuku hears Death Arms shout. You little brat. The sludge garbles. Izuku faces away from Kachan and turns to look at the sludge monster. It had raised itself, liquid tentacles of sludge outstretched and pointed at Izuku. My perfect puppet, it garbles. You made me lose it. Tisk. Well then, I'll just have to use you as a replacement. The sludge monster then closes in on Izuku, blocking out the light from the sun and the fires with its large body. Izuku, not the least disturbed by display, slowly raises his right hand. He gathers energy into his right arm, making his whole arm glow light green. The sludge covers its eyes, probably expecting another flash of light, but when Izuku shifts his left foot back, he fires pure force from his hand. The blast was so powerful that, aside from splattering the sludge monster everywhere, it had also punched a large hole through the back of one of the buildings behind where the monster was. It was as if time had stopped. All the chatter, all the shouting, it all stopped as Izuku turned around, pushing past the pro heroes who were still staring at him in shock. You might wanna pick up those puddles of him before it regroups, Izuku calls out from behind. That snaps them out of their trance. Death Arms shouts an order at the nearby policeman. Oh, and, sorry for the collateral damage, Izuku says. No problem, kid, Death Arms says. That was a heroic move you did there. Paired with your strong quirk, I can tell that you'll become a great hero one day. Just, for the time being, don't rush into danger like that. I can cover the damage costs for you, but if something like this happens again in the future, I can't guarantee anything. Izuku feels a shiver creep up his spine at the mention of one day becoming a great hero. No, I won't be a hero. I won't be like those monsters. Thanks a lot, sir, Izuku says, bowing and turning on his heel to walk back into the crowd. Deku. Izuku turns around almost instinctively at the word. Why did he any heed to the word at all? Kachan had never called him that before. Why did he feel compelled to respond to the word? Kachan is running towards him. Upon reaching Izuku, he stops and, for a second, just stares at him. Izuku does the same and just looks at Kachan. He looks exactly like him. Judging from the look in his eyes, he can't be much different from him either. You're not. Deku, are you? Kachan asks. Deku. Deku is in a hole in my backyard with water in his lungs. And you're not Kachan, Izuku says. Kachan is, somewhere with a bullet hole on the side of his head. Kachan flinches slightly at that. Izuku-kun. Izuku hears Ochako call out from somewhere in the crowd. Well, since we obviously don't know each other, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku says, holding his hand out for a handshake. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo replies, gripping Izuku's hand. Izuku-kun, there you are. Ochako exclaims, pushing past a couple of people and eyeing Bakugo. Who's this? A new friend of mine, Izuku says, taking Ochako's hand. We should get home before Mom and Dad worry. Ochako nods with a smile. Bakugo eyes Izuku's and Ochako's linked hands and smirks a little. See you around, Izuku, Bakugo says, turning on his feet and leaving with a wave. You too, Bakugo, Izuku says. I saw that blast, Ochako exclaims. Was that you? Perhaps, Izuku says, smirking slightly. Let's go home. Izuku-kun, wake up. Izuku swiftly gets up and onto his feet, crouching slightly so that his hand was within grabbing range of the knife hidden in his right slipper. Uraraka-san, Izuku shouts. What's going on? It's the day of the entrance examination. Ochako says, peeking her head out of her room. Why are you standing like that? You didn't sleep with your knife in your slipper again, did you? Izuku sighs, standing up properly and folding the blanket on the couch he had slept on. Uraraka-san, you don't need to shout like that just to wake me up, Izuku groans, yawning. It's almost 9, Ochako exclaims. The entrance exam is in 2 hours. Get some breakfast then let's go on our morning jog. Izuku wasn't one to wake up late. On a normal morning, despite waking up in the middle of the night, he never slept past 7. Last night, however, he didn't wake up at 1 or 2 in the morning from a nightmare. In fact, last night, he didn't dream anything at all. He had, for once, slept well. All right, Izuku says, I'll meet you outside in 10 minutes. Aside from jogging more than usual, Ochako also wanted to spar a little bit. Of course, Izuku took her down in every one of their 7 rounds of sparring, but she seemed satisfied enough and practically skipped back home. The prospect of the entrance exam being so close, for some reason, expanded her already seemingly infinite source of energy. Upon getting home, Izuku got all of his gear, triple-checking to make sure that he had everything. He zips up his light green jacket, straps his tool belt around his waist, and slings his gun case onto his back before checking one last time to see if his knife was properly hidden in his right boot but still easily accessible. He had decided to wear his agent outfit to the exam upon deciding that it seemed casual enough. Izuku-kun, are you ready? Ochako asks, stepping out of her room. She was dressed in casual track pants as well as a casual white and dark blue jacket with an undershirt underneath. Upon seeing her, Izuku suddenly felt overdressed. We're taking an exam, Izuku-kun, not doing a covert ops mission, Ochako says, suppressing a giggle. I feel comfortable in this, Izuku says, shrugging. Well, okay, that's up to you, Ochako says, turning on her heels and walking towards the apartment door. Mom and Dad are in the car. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Wait up a second, Uraraka-san, Izuku says. What's up? Ochako asks. Izuku walks up to Ochako and leans down to plant a kiss on her right cheek. Her face instantly reddens in a deep blush. Good luck, Uraraka-san, he says, smiling. She covers her face with her hands, mutters a quiet, "You too," and dashes out of the apartment. Izuku chuckles to himself. Then he remembers Jet and Phoenix. They were coming to find him. What would they think if they could see him now, perfectly content with a perfect family and a possibly significant other? His smile disappears. Izuku-kun, Ochako shouts. Coming. He shouts back, closing the apartment door behind him as he exits. He'll deal with that problem later. Whoa, this place is big, Izuku says, looking up at the huge double doors in front of him. Well, this is Ua, Ochako says. I wouldn't be surprised if they had multiple duplicates of these mini-cities plus more. Perhaps, but, wow, Izuku says. He takes a bit of time to admire just how massively big his testing grounds were. This place was practically a whole town. And there were probably multiple duplicates of these. Just how rich was this school? Oh, by the way, am I authorized to use my weaponry? Izuku asks, turning to Ochako. Yeah, Mom said that you can use your guns during the exam, Ochako says. As long as you keep a silencer on. Great, Izuku says, unstrapping his gun case from around his back. He pops open the case. First, he takes out his ghost and shoves it into its holster on his tool belt before stuffing mags of 7.62mm ammo into his tool belt. Then, he takes out his Vandal and screws on a silencer before closing his case. Great. Now everybody's staring at us, Ochako says, looking around. Let them look, Izuku says. It's not like they can do anything about this except stare. I guess not, Ochako says. It still feels a bit uncomfortable though. Don't mind it, Izuku says, fidgeting with the safety. Oh hey, some guy's approaching the podium. What's his name again? Mike. Present Mike, right. Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, Present Mike. Ochako squeaks, hopping up and down excitedly like a kid on Christmas morning. I can't believe I actually get to see him with my own two eyes. Hush, he's about to explain the rules of the test, Izuku says. So it's kinda like a video game, Izuku mutters. Yeah, but what's the point of this zero-pointer? Ochako asks. There must be some kind of second meaning behind this. Astute observation, Uraraka-san, Izuku says, pulling out the safety. Oh, shut up, you, Ochako says, slapping his shoulder. On go. Present Mike shouts all of a sudden. Everybody around just freezes and stares up at Present Mike as the massive doors into the testing grounds open up. What's wrong? Present Mike shouts. There are no countdowns in a real fight. Go go go. Good luck, Izuku says, affectionately tapping her arm with a finger causing her to blush slightly. Why you too, she mutters. Izuku and Ochako then take off, dashing along with everybody else into the mock city. It doesn't take Izuku very long to take the top spot. The faux enemies Izuku had to defeat were dark green metal robots that were vaguely shaped like animals. Izuku found that just simply firing at the robots didn't bring any effect. His bullets couldn't penetrate through their thick metal plates. At first, he was afraid that he'd fail just because of this, but then he realized that there was a part of the robots that weren't as solid. Their sensors. Their sensors were protected with nothing but red glass. Sure, they were small, but they were still bigger than the pebbles he'd use for target practice every day. It took him little time to catch up to everyone else. Soon, he had taken the top spot. There were a couple of problems that were starting to arise. The first, and less significant of them, was his ammo consumption. He was already halfway through his third mag. He had only 37 shots left in his Vandal. After that, he still had the 60 shots in his Ghost, but those were going to disappear faster than his Vandal shots. The more significant one was the Radianite starting to awaken from within his body. Radianite was a violent substance. It had the unusual property of awakening in the presence of violence. What this meant was that as radiants fought over time, they'd become faster, more powerful, and, in most cases, more ruthless. This also meant that only by fighting prolonged battles can Radiants unlock their full potential in combat and acquire the ability to use their ultimate. The problem was that if a Radiant let the Radiantite in his or her body get out of control, he or she will lose their ability to determine ally from enemy and start attacking everyone in sight regardless of who they are. He did not need that happening in a place with other kids his age running around. That meant that he'd have to stop every now and then so as to not lose control of himself. It decreased his point flow significantly, but he already had an enormous lead. Eventually, he had stopped running into robots altogether. All the robots within the foe city have been destroyed. The test must be coming to an end, Izuku mutters to himself. I should probably be getting to the city entrance. He had exactly 1 mag of ammo left. Even if there were some robots left, he didn't plan on using up any more ammo on them. He straps his Vandal to his back and takes out his knife, using the mental map he had created to navigate back towards the city entrance. A group of the other students were also on their way towards entrance of the city. The test must have ended without him knowing it. There are no more robots to defeat, Izuku mutters to himself. Why aren't we being let out yet? Is the test not over? Just as the thought passes through his mind, the ground starts rumbling violently. Izuku turns to see buildings in the center of the city starting to topple over. We have a lot of promising young students this year, Ectoplasm says, watching the test from a large monitor from afar. Indeed, Principal Nezu says, pointing at the screen displaying Izuku shooting at a couple of the foe villains. Especially this one. Hey, isn't he that kid from last week? Snipe asks. The one who defeated the sludge villain. It is indeed. His skills with a gun, it's way more than that should be of a child like him, Snipe says. In fact, his skills with a gun are more than I could ever imagine. He's almost as accurate as me when I'm using my quirk. He may be even more so when on the move, as I need to focus on my target before firing. Also, he's hitting those tiny red dots on the foe enemies from such a distance while running. This one is an extraordinary one. We haven't seen his quirk in action yet, though, Smintos says, taking out a sheet of paper. His adoptive parents wrote it down as particle manipulation, but it's quite hard to imagine what that could be. What do you think, Eraserhead? Principal Nezu asks, turning to the shadowy pro-hero. Eraserhead doesn't reply, staring at Izuku's screen with an unreadable expression. Are you okay, Eraserhead? Ectoplasm asks, turning to the pro-hero. You've been awfully quiet this time. Eraserhead doesn't respond. Hey, he kind of looks like that kid you used to counsel, Eraserhead, Smintos says, thoughtfully. Eraserhead's finger twitches slightly. Otherwise, he gives no other reaction. Kid, Snipe asks. Deku Hasashi, Principal Nezu says. The poor kid was born in worse circumstances than any of us can imagine. He was born quirkless and bullied very often for it. His parents both committed suicide and he nearly did the same. Eraserhead here caught him falling from the top of an apartment building. Eraserhead's left hand curls into a tight fist. Eraserhead took the kid in, the principal continues. In the end, though, he couldn't stop him from drowning himself in a river. The other pro-heroes around turn to look at Eraserhead. He still doesn't give a response. I think we're touching a sensitive topic here, Ectoplasm says. Why don't we switch over to someone else? This girl here, Ochako Uraraka, her martial arts skills are something to notice. Bakugo Katsuki is quite the fighter himself, Smintos says. He seems like the overly aggressive type, but with the right modeling, he'll be a great superhero one day. These newcomers are quite flashy this year, aren't they? Principal Nezu asks. I believe it's time that we begin the true test. He leans over to the control panel in front of him, flips open a little glass panel, and presses his paw down on a big red button. Let's see if anything interesting will happen this year, he says, leaning back into his chair and folding his paws over his lap as the zero-pointer rises out of the ground with a loud rumble. The gates leaving the testing grounds open. The other test takers start running towards it without hesitation. Izuku couldn't blame them. He couldn't think of anyone who wanted to deal with something so massive and intimidating. Including himself. He tears his eyes away from the metal behemoth and runs off towards the gates along with all the other students. The robot swings a large fist towards Izuku, who rolls smoothly under the fist and continues running. The fist collides with a building, toppling the poor thing in its path. Just as Izuku is about to make it to the gates, he hears a distressed shout behind him. Help! Izuku stops and turns around to see Ochako reaching out with an arm. Her leg was stuck under a piece of rubble. She had a panicked look on her face as she looked back to glance at the zero-pointer making its way towards her. Cursing, he charges energy into his arms and blasts particles at the rubble over Ochako's leg. He quickly pulls her up from the ground and pushes her off to the side right before pushing his arms upwards and pushing a large robotic foot that was crashing down towards him up and away from him. Izuku steps backward and looks up at the zero-pointer towering above him. Every instinct in his body was telling him to turn around and run. But there was a small, nagging voice in the back of. He would have to fight it off. Maybe even destroy it. There was only one way to do both. Izuku unzips his jacket and tosses it aside. The jacket wasn't really just a jacket. It was also a limiter that prevented the radionite levels within his body from getting too high. Every agent with radionite powers had a limiter with the exception of Reina, who was repulsed by the idea of having to limit herself. Phoenix's was a ring on his left hand. Omen's was a little trinket that he hung on the sleeve of his cloak. Sky's was an earring. Whenever an agent wanted to use his or her ultimate, he or she would need to take off that limiter, allowing their radionite levels to reach the amount necessary for performing an ultimate. So, as Izuku's jacket leaves his hand, black and white lightning erupts from his body and glowing, light green particles appear out of his hands as he activates his ultimate. So, after much analysis, I've determined what your ultimate is. Killjoy exclaims as if she had just solved an immensely complicated math equation. 11-year-old Izuku claps his hands. The light green particles around his hands give off a flash of light. When the light disappears, an orange, cylindrical grenade appears in his hands. A paint grenade. Ray's attempts to wrestle it out of Izuku's hands before he could pull the pin out. Those particles that appear around your hands are linked to the very atoms that make up everything in existence, Killjoy says, a light blue screen with words on them projecting from the bracelet on her left arm. With your powers, essentially, you can create anything you want as long as it is physical and you can fix an image of that something into your mind. The grenade dissolves back into glowing, light green particles. The particles slip past Ray's fingers and gather back around Izuku's hands. So far, this is the most versatile out of all of our ultimates, Killjoy says. If you can master it, the possibilities of what could become of it are endless. Let's get started with forming something, anything that isn't explosive. The particles around Izuku's hands form into another paint grenade. Ray's makes sure to quickly swipe it away from his hands. I said, not explosive, Killjoy says, sighing. Anyway, we should get started with expanding your horizons. Now, look closely, Izuku. This is a nano-swarm grenade. He felt a surge of power rush into his body as he allows his radionite levels to peak. He probably looked like one of those characters in those animes Sage used to watch. Charged with power and ready to protect whoever he needed to protect from someone or something at least 1,000 times bigger than him. Actually, that wasn't too far-fetched from the situation he was currently in. He tried to quickly think out his options. There weren't a whole lot of tools at his disposal capable of taking out giant supermechs. His mind wandered off first to Brimstone's intergalactic arsenal. Brimstone did give him a password for access to it, but then it occurred to him that Brimstone's arsenal probably didn't exist in this world. That possibility went out the window. His mind then went to Sova's bow. It packed quite the punch and could be fired multiple times. Ray's showstopper was more powerful, but it only had one shot and he wasn't sure if even that would be enough for something as big as this. Izuku lifts his hands as if holding a bow sideways. He fixes the image of Sova holding his bow in his mind. The glowing light green particles gather into his left hand and, in a flash of light, form into a black and blue cybernetic bow about his size. He pulls back the drawstring, the bow buzzing with energy as it glows light blue. A bolt purely made of light green energy appears in the drawstring as he pulls it back and aims the bow at the zero-pointer's head. He would attempt shouting, "I am the hunter," in typical Sova fashion, but whenever he did it, he always ended sounding incredibly stupid. Maybe it was because, unlike Sova, he wasn't over the age of 40. Or Russian. He stuck with not saying anything at all as he releases the drawstring, firing a huge beam of energy at the zero-pointer's head. The light green beam pierces right through the robot's head, leaving a giant hole in its wake. That was probably enough to destroy it. Izuku still had 2 more shots though, so he fired the bow a second time, leaving a giant hole in the robot's chest. At that, it fell over onto its back and promptly stopped moving. After confirming that the robot had been successfully detained, Izuku deactivated his ultimate. The black and white lightning around his body disappeared and the particles of creation popped out of existence. He turns to Ochako, who's staring up at him in amazement from the ground. He's just now aware of all the eyes on him. He scoops his jacket from the ground and zips it back onto him before leaning down to help Ochako up from the ground. "Excuse me, children," he hears an elderly womanly voice say. The other test takers step to the side, leaving a path open for a small elderly lady in a doctor's coat. She was very short, the tip of her bun barely reaching Izuku's chin. "Recovery girl," Izuku hears Ochako whisper in slight awe. "Hello, dear," Recovery girl says. "May you be so kind as to set her down." Izuku slowly set Ochako onto the ground. Recovery girl walked around her, inspecting for any injuries. Upon seeing her leg, she tapped it with her cane and, after a few seconds, extended her lips and kissed her calf. Well, it wasn't like he didn't see weird things in his life. Those weird things were usually war-related though. Seeing someone's lips extend from her face was tilting to the side of creepy from weird. The moment her lips touched Ochako's leg, Recovery girl's lips retract back into place. "Try standing up now, dear," Recovery girl says. Ochako moves her leg slightly before pushing herself off the ground and onto her feet. "My leg feels completely fine," Ochako says before turning to Recovery girl and bowing. "Thank you. It's no problem, dear," Recovery girl says, turning to Izuku. "Are you okay? Didn't suffer any injuries, did you?" "None, thank you for asking," Izuku says, not wanting to be touched by extending lips but being too respectful to really word it out. "I've just come to remind you all that the test is over," Recovery girl says, facing the rest of the test takers. "You may all go home." The other test takers turn to each other and break out into quiet chatter. Izuku detaches his gun case from his back and puts his Vandal and Ghost inside as well as the leftover ammunition. He then closes the case and straps it to his back. "Izuku-kun, what was that?" Ochako squeaks excitedly. "That thing you did, where did that bow come from? What kind of bow was that?" "Well, I just gathered particles into my hand in the form of something I knew," Izuku says. "Something you knew?" Ochako asks. "There's no way something like that could exist in this day and age." "Maybe it doesn't exist," Izuku says, leaving the testing grounds and leaving Ochako more confused than before. "Izuku-kun," Ochako calls out, clutching 2 sheets of white printer paper in her hands. "Check this out." Izuku takes the sheets of paper from Ochako as the two begin walking back towards their apartment. She hops up and down in excitement. "We both got accepted," Izuku says, handing the papers back to Ochako. "Congrats, Uraraka-san." "Hee. Congrats to you too, Izuku-kun," Ochako squeaks, leaning up to plant a kiss on Izuku's kiss. That causes him to mildly blush. Ochako fumbles the papers back into their envelopes and practically skips all the way back to the apartment, forcing Izuku to jog to keep up with her. When Izuku and Ochako enter the apartment, all the lights are off and there's nobody in sight despite it being around 4 in the afternoon. His parents were almost always home before then and they would have left him a message if they weren't. "Mom, Dad," Ochako calls out. Izuku's hand strays to the ghost hidden in his shirt, all senses on high alert in the case of someone hiding in the dark. Slowly, his hand inches towards the light switch beside him and he flicks it on with the twitch of his finger. Suddenly, Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka jump out from behind the couch in the living room not far from the door into the apartment. In a flash and a panic, Izuku draws his ghost and shoots the cake on a tray in Mrs. Uraraka's hands, who yelps and drops the tray. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Izuku says upon realizing that he almost shot his adoptive mother. It's all right, dear," Mrs. Uraraka says, laying a hand on her heart. "I'm sorry, we shouldn't have scared you like that. Hey, what did I say about guns in the house?" "Oh, sorry," Izuku says a bit sheepishly, putting the pistol back under his shirt. Anyway, we got emails from UA saying that both of you got accepted. Mr. Uraraka says, "Congratulations. We wanted to celebrate with cake, but our overreactive son here shot it. Sorry again." "Well, we can still have the cake," Mrs. Uraraka says, picking up the tray. "Luckily, none of it got onto the floor. And it looks like you only got a tiny chunk of it. We can still have cake. Congratulations you too." "Ah, thank you Mom and Dad," Ochako says, hopping up and down. Izuku chuckles to himself, walks over to his room, pops open his gun case, puts his ghost inside, and walks back out to join the Urarakas in their own celebration. Mr. Aizawa brightens the lamp on his desk as he pulls out another student profile to look at. It wasn't really a necessary step, but he felt it was his job as a teacher to get to know a bit more about his students. This year, it seemed, he had an interesting roster. Especially the three names at the top of his list. Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Katsuki Bakugo, the only living connection to Deku Hisashi. Izuku Midoriya, the first placer in the entrance exam. Izuku and Deku were complete look-alikes. They both had the same shade of green hair, same shade of green eyes, even the exact same number of freckles on their faces. The two of them were complete mirror images. The similarities stopped at their appearances though. There was almost no information about Izuku Midoriya. Just his age, his quirk, which was registered as particle manipulation, and who his current adoptive parents. There was no place of birth or date of birth. No names in the birth parents category. There were no past school logs or past grade reports or anything at all. There was zero information about him. He was registered to using firearms, but he served no time in the military, hasn't registered any time into gun ranges, had nothing to explain his efficiency with guns. There was something else off about him. As a pro hero, hostage rescue missions were something Mr. Aizawa was used to doing often out on the field. There was this one specific hostage though, a 40-year-old man, that he had rescued from a gang of angry dudes who were very fond of their baseball bats. A week after that mission, Mr. Aizawa went to visit that man and, in the process, nearly gets blasted by the man's double-barreled shotgun multiple times. The look in that man's eyes was something similar to the look in Izuku's eyes. But he had the feeling Izuku had went through way more than just being held hostage. Maybe, somewhere, Izuku may have been a soldier. Maybe even an off-the-books mercenary. He decided to forget the idea. He had no evidence to uphold the idea of a 15-year-old mercenary. Plus, the idea itself sounded ridiculous. Mr. Aizawa closes Izuku's file and pushes it off to the side, deciding that he wasn't going to think so hard over a single student. He opens another folder, one labeled, Kaminari Denki, before he hears a small whoosh of air behind him. He was in an enclosed office space with none of the windows open. Air can't enter naturally with a whoosh into the office. Mr. Aizawa stands up and turns around. His back was facing to the door, which was slightly ajar. He clearly remembered shutting the door completely before sitting at his desk. He slowly inches his way towards the door and pushes it open, looking down the empty hallway. There was nobody around. Sighing, he walks back into the office and shuts the door behind him. As he sits down in front of his desk, he notices the corner of a small yellow sticky note under one of the folders, Izuku Midoriya's file. He lifts the folder to reveal a bright yellow sticky note with a hastily written message. "Hurt Spark and you're dead." Taking the sticky note, Mr. Aizawa crumples it into a tiny ball and flicks it into the wastebasket nearby. He grabs Kaminari's folder, but decides not to open it and sets it back onto the table before walking around the office. It seemed to him that he was alone in it again. Maybe he should go home. He could read the rest of the students' files in the morning before class started. As he left UA, the mysterious message floated around in his head. First of all, who was stealthy enough as to sneak into the office and out despite him staying in the office the whole time? It could have been an invisibility quirk, but then how would they get out? Even if it were some kind of telekinesis or teleportation quirk, it wouldn't have been placed so precisely under one of the folders. Second of all, who was this Spark the note mentioned? And why was the note written to him specifically? Could Spark be one of Mr. Aizawa's new students? Looks like he was in for a lot more trouble than he had thought. It was the first day of school. Izuku wasn't quite sure whether to feel excited or not. He really couldn't remember the last time he went to a school, so he didn't really know what school was like. Walking into the bathroom, he brushed his teeth and splashed his face with cold water. He had another nightmare that night. Was this how he was going to live out the rest of his nights? Waking up at 1 or 2 in the morning from reliving any one of the many traumatic experiences he had gone through. It wasn't like he could do much about it anyway. He puts on the school uniform issued to him and walks out of the bathroom and to the kitchen to serve himself to a healthy serving of pancakes before packing his guns into his gun case and strapping it around his shoulders. Upon seeing it, Mrs. Uraraka stops Izuku. "Oh, you're absolutely not bringing guns to school," Mrs. Uraraka says. "First appearances are everything. We need you looking like a student, not a school shooter." "Fine, I'll just bring the pistol then," Izuku says. "I don't need to bring the case." "No pistol either," Mrs. Uraraka says. "And leave your knife here where I can see it. You're not bringing any weapons at all on the first day of school." "But, Mum." "No buts," Mrs. Uraraka says, cutting him off. "Gun case and knife." Izuku sighs, unstrapping his gun case from around his shoulders and withdrawing his knife from its hiding place in his shoe. "Just 1 week, okay," Mrs. Uraraka says, softly. "Then I'll allow you to bring your things to school." "Yes, Mum," Izuku says. He could handle a week. Plus, it wasn't like he was completely defenseless without his guns. "Is Ochako ready yet?" Izuku asks, looking to her bedroom door, which was still shut. "She'll be done soon," Mrs. Uraraka says. "We'll be on time for school, don't worry, dear." That wasn't what he was worried about particularly, but Izuku nods and gives no further response. Ochako and Izuku arrive at UA earlier than almost everyone else. By the time their parents drop them off at the front, there's barely anybody else at the school. "There's at least 4 different entrance points into this building," Ochako says, squinting at the map in her hands. "And we have no way of knowing which one we're going through." "I know where to go," Izuku says. "Why don't you follow me?" Having an accurate layout of his battlefield was an important skill that Izuku needed to learn. When it came to defending a spike plant or finding an opening for a spike defuse, he needed to know where he had to defend or where he could attack from for maximum efficiency. When any one of his fellow agents get into a firefight, Izuku needed to know exactly where the enemy was and from where he could assist from. Over the past few months of living in this new world, Izuku made a mental map of the apartment building he lived in, a mental map of the park he and Ochako jogged in every morning, and a mental map of Takoba Municipal Beach Park. He had even made a mental map of the grocery store his parents liked shopping at. Izuku and Ochako enter the school building. A few minutes after going up a flight of stairs, Izuku and Ochako stop at a large wooden door with 1A in large red characters painted onto it. "I think this is where our class is," Ochako says, looking up at the door from the map in her hands. "Well, just in case you couldn't tell by the large 1A written on the door." "This is a huge door," Izuku mutters to himself. "Looks like a sliding door, so it'll be hard to close at a moment's notice." The only window looking into the classroom is exactly at head height of a normal kid my age, which is not a good thing, but that window can be blocked off. The door's also only made out of wood, so, "Izuku-kun," Ochako calls, snapping Izuku out of his mindless state. "Aren't we going to enter the classroom? What are you muttering about?" "Oh, sorry Uraraka-san," Izuku says, grabbing hold of the handle on the door and pulling it open. 2 students were already inside the classroom. One of them, Izuku recognized as Katsuki Bakugo. Before turning to him and Ochako, Izuku caught him scowling at the wall, as if he had the urge to destroy it. The angry look in his eyes disappears for just a second, leaving behind something more sorrowful. However, his scowl reappears and he goes back to sending death glares at the wall in front of him. The second one is a tall boy with sophisticated glasses and neatly cut bluish-black hair. He stands up from his seat and bows at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Greetings," he exclaims in a loud voice. "I am Tenya Iida, Izuku Midoriya," Izuku says, taking Iida's outstretched hand and giving him a firm handshake. Ochako does the same, saying her name and shaking Iida's hand. "I hope that we can get along as the year passes," Iida says. "So do I," Izuku says, flinching slightly at the energetic student's loud volume. "Oh, am I speaking too loud?" Iida asks, a bit more quietly. "I am sorry if I scared you." No, you didn't," Izuku says. "You were quite the energetic one, aren't you?" "That was the look I was going for," Iida exclaims suddenly, making Izuku and Ochako flinch. As Izuku and Ochako talk with Iida, students start filing into the classroom. Soon, the classroom is filled with students. Izuku takes a minute to observe everyone within the classroom. They were all mostly ignoring him, Ochako, and Iida, and were all mainly talking amongst themselves. They all looked like completely normal kids his age, and he was sure that none of them could be his match in one-on-one fights just by the appearance of their physical constitutions, even if he didn't use his powers. As the conversation takes on a subject about guns, Izuku feels something bump into his leg. He jumps back suddenly, eyes darting to the ground and all of his muscles tensing. On the ground was a long yellow, inching like a worm into the classroom. At the front of it was a man's head. The man had pale skin, long, black unruly hair, and bags under his eyes. It takes Izuku a second to realize that it's just a man in a sleeping bag. Probably his teacher. Ochako and Iida look down in mild shock at their new teacher. "Good morning," he drawls. "Why don't you guys do me a favor and tell everyone to go get changed into their issued athletics clothes and meet at the PE grounds?" "Teacher's orders. So early?" Ochako asks. "But what about the orientation? Aren't we going to miss it?" "If you were in a normal school, then yes, you'd have to worry about attending the orientation," Mr. Aizawa says. "But this is UA. We aren't a normal school. Now pass the message and get going. See y'all at the PE grounds." Izuku, Ochako, and Iida then proceed to watch as their new teacher inches out of the classroom. "It's been a while since I've been to a school. Is this normal?" Izuku whispers to Ochako. "I don't even know at this point," Ochako whispers back. "Well, you heard him," Iida exclaims. "Hey everyone, y'all might not be aware of it, but our teacher just came by." "So, it looks like everyone is here," Izuku's new teacher says, folding his arms. "Now, as for introductions, I'm sure you all know who I am," he says. "Please don't call me Eraserhead in class, call me Mr. Aizawa." Izuku's other classmates start chattering excitedly. Izuku meanwhile attempts to unearth as much information about the name Eraserhead as he can. He was an underground hero, meaning he didn't commit to public acts of heroism. Instead, he worked behind the scenes, setting up the field for other more public heroes and worked missions that usually weren't public knowledge. Doing so, he didn't enjoy much publicity, but Eraserhead had worked the job for a pretty long time, so that probably didn't bother him. But that also meant that there was no footage of him out in the field. Izuku had no info on how he fought or how strong he was. "So, what we're doing today is going to be a series of 8 fitness tests," Mr. Aizawa says. "You all will be graded according to how well you do in each test based on a points system. Just a normal athletics test, but here's the kicker, whoever places last will be expelled." On the first day of school, Izuku mutters to himself. The other students don't respond. Izuku doesn't need to turn around to see what was up with them, he could smell their confidence in the air. "Now, we start with the ball throw," Mr. Aizawa says. "Who wants to go first?" Mr. Aizawa observed carefully as each of the students went through the physical trials. Each of the students did show that they knew how to resourcefully use their quirks. It seemed that Mr. Aizawa had ended up with a good class this year. Izuku Midoriya was the only one not to use his quirk. Something about his quirk not being able to help him in any of the trials. However, his physical constitution was amazingly high. Higher than that should be of a 15-year-old kid. His ball throw distance had been over 150 meters. He landed in 3rd place for his 30-meter dash time and was capable of lifting double his own body weight over his head. He scored remarkably well in all of his other tests. While observing them, Mr. Aizawa attempted to identify this mysterious, spark, figure from the sticky note. The one who caught his eye was the orange-haired kid, Denki Kaminari, who had an electricity quirk. However, something told Mr. Aizawa that it wasn't him. Soon, all the tests were over. All of the students looked worn out and exhausted, save for Izuku, who was stretching as if he had just finished with his warm-up. "So, These are your results, Mr. Aizawa says, projecting the results from the tests onto a screen. A student named Minoru Mineta had gotten last. Upon seeing his name at the bottom, he groaned and covered his eyes with his small hands. Now, you know when I said that whoever placed last would be expelled. Mr. Aizawa says. Well, I lied. Mineta uncovers his eyes and whoops. Well, obviously, a female student, Yaoyorozu, says. It was so obvious. Come on guys, you didn't honestly think you'd be expelled on the first day of school, right? Alright, that's a wrap-up for this, Mr. Aizawa says. Everyone get changed back into your school uniforms and head back to the classroom. Wait for your next teacher to come in from then. As the other students file out of the PE grounds, the pro-hero teacher attempted one last time to determine who this, Spark, was. Yuru was a rift master. His powers allowed him to rip open and dive through tears in the fabric of space and time. He made good use of his powers, using them to attack his enemies from their blind spots. Why need to attack from where his enemies could see him if he could just as easily attack them from where they can't see him? So it was embarrassing to say that he couldn't find a way out of this strange new world. He really needed to find a way back into his world, or at least he needed to establish a stable line of comms with Brimstone. Speaking of this new world, he hated it. Everything here was so bright and peppy. He hated all of its inhabitants. Why did they get to live in comfort and happiness while the people in his world had to suffer because of the first light? Actually, he hated a lot of things, in both this world and his. If he spent time dwelling on all the things he hated, he'd die from old age before making it halfway down the list. So he decided not to. After many failed attempts of trying to open a portal back into his world, Yuru decided that he should probably try finding his fellow agents who went through his faulty rift. That wasn't as hard. Thankfully, he had landed in Japan when being shot out of the rift. He knew the customs and language of this place, so making his way around wasn't too hard. After a couple months of digging around, he had managed to find the start of a trail of breadcrumbs that lead him to Spark. One day, on his little hack he had run through Skype, a trick Killjoy had taught him, he had picked up on someone named Firebird, sending a call to one of the residents in an apartment in the town he was in. Firebird was Phoenix's code name. It was a long shot, but it was one worth taking if it had potential of taking him to Spark and Jet. It had been months since Yuru had gotten into any type of conflict save for beating up some fool who thought he was an easy prey for being robbed, so ducking in with his ult wasn't really an option. Plus, spiking his Radianite levels would probably force him to get into a situation that will make getting to Spark harder, so he'd have to deal with infiltration the normal way. It took a bit of time, but the apartment building was just a normal apartment building. Though he nearly got caught by a couple of janitors, it was a piece of cake for him to break in, nab the residential list, and get out without otherwise being seen. Sitting on one of the benches in the park nearby, Yuru skimmed through the list, attempting to pick up on any familiar names. At the bottom of the second to last page was a very familiar sounding name, Izuku Midoriya. Where had he heard that name before? After looking through the list a couple more times, he went back to that name, Izuku Midoriya, and tried to remember where he had heard that name from. That's when he realized that Izuku Midoriya was Agent Spark's real name. He had forgotten it because he was so used to just calling him Spark. He had found Spark. A bit of cyberstalking later, Yuru found that Spark had actually talked with Phoenix and Jet once through the name, Cabbage_Head, Jet's nickname for him because of his hair color. Satisfied with his work that day, he rented a room in a nearby apartment where he could monitor the entrance of Izuku's apartment building as well as the window into Izuku's room so that he could keep an eye on him. Yuru set a mental alarm for at 3 in the morning and went to sleep. At exactly 3 in the morning, Yuru woke up, stretched his arms, and proceeded to plant himself in front of his window, carefully watching Izuku's apartment window and the entrance of the apartment building. At around 7, he finally got some activity. He saw Izuku leaving the apartment building, his gun case strapped to his back. He was dressed in a casual orange t-shirt and athletic shorts. Though he looked relaxed enough, Izuku's muscles were tense and his eyes were darting side to side as if an attacker could jump out from any of the potted plants around. Next to him was a girl about his height and age. She had slightly curled, short chocolate brown hair and pink rosy cheeks. Even from his apartment window, Yuru could see that she really cute. The girl tugged at Izuku's arm and asked him a question which Yuru couldn't hear. Izuku looked to her and answered, giving her a smile. A real smile of genuine happiness. Yuru had only ever seen that smile once, and that was when Brimstone gave Izuku his classic, a sign of recruitment as a Valorant agent. Izuku had been very excited for that, excited to see that his years of hard training had gotten him somewhere. Izuku was like a little brother to Yuru. Actually, not just to him, but to everyone else as well. Having a kid his age was nice to have in a group of adults. But Izuku couldn't have possibly. Yuru watched as Izuku responds to something the girl says, making her laugh as the two of them walk toward. God, Spark, I hope you weren't stupid enough to do what I think you just did, Yuru mutters to himself. Izuku was still a young kid, only 15 years in age. It was entirely possible that he let himself succumb to his feelings after softening up in this world of peace. A small part of Yuru felt proud that Izuku had finally found someone he could be truly happy with, but the other larger part of him almost cursed Izuku's stupidity. He must have known that he wouldn't be here forever. If he had to leave, Izuku would not only be emotionally scarring this girl, but he would also be emotionally scarring himself. Knowing Izuku, Yuru knew that Izuku wouldn't let this plushy world melt his brain. He saw it in Izuku's instinctive defensiveness. But still, Yuru sighs. A bit more not so legal cyberstalking later, Yuru had found out that Izuku was going to a high school that his parents made him enroll into. Uwa High School, the most prestigious high school in all of Japan. Lucky him. It was a high school run by superheroes. It didn't take Yuru long to find out that the superheroes in this world were actually genuinely heroic. As a result, the crime rate in Japan was eye-poppingly low. Even luckier for him, it was a piece of cake to find out who Izuku's teacher was, a pro-hero by the name of Eraserhead, an underground hero. In his world, Eraserhead had held his parents captive and tortured them for months on end. One morning, 11-year-old Yuru found his parents dangling from ropes by their necks in his living room. The name Eraserhead sent shivers down his spine, even after all this time. Something inside of him knew that this hero wasn't going to be like the Eraserhead from his world, just like every other hero in this world. Still, Yuru had traumatic memories from his experience with the so-called hero back in his world. He was more than happy to put a bullet into this Eraserhead's brain if he even dared to hurt Spark in any way. It couldn't hurt to just leave a friendly warning in the pro-hero's office the night before the first day of school. Just in case. For the time being, all Yuru could do now was let things play out and hope Izuku doesn't lose himself into this new world. Izuku's first impression of the world's most powerful superhero were interesting to say the least. For one, he was loud. Very loud. He made Iida seem like a timid schoolboy about to confront his crush. He also looked exactly like those cartoonish superheroes from those animes Izuku liked to watch along with Sage. He had the weird hairdo, the weird-looking superhero costume, the overinflated muscles. Upon him walking into the classroom, all of Izuku's classmates started chattering excitedly as All Might did an exaggerated walk up to the front of the classroom. "Hello, Class 1A. He booms. Cripes, he was loud. I'm sure you all know WHOIAM, but just because I have to, I am All Might, your foundational hero studies teacher this year." All Might shouts. So apparently, completely avoiding hero courses in a hero high school was impossible. Foundational hero studies was a course all UA students were required to take. He just hoped that, if he stayed through, till the end of this school year, he didn't have to take hero course next year. Now, I understand that this is our first day, but let's do something interesting. All Might shouts. Everybody, please get into your hero outfits and meet up at Grounds B. Hero costume? Izuku asks, leaning closer to Ochako who was sat beside him. Yeah, the UA application forms came with hero costume forms, Ochako says. Didn't father sit with you through that? Oh right, I forgot about that, Izuku says. Izuku was not hyped to see what his hero costume was going to be. Maybe he could get away with just wearing his agent garbs. Upon going to the locker room and opening up his locker to inspect the contents inside the small plastic bag, he nearly blasted the costume to pieces. It was a light green suit that looked awfully like a ninja costume with a tool belt around the waistband. The helmet had two things sticking out of that would make him look like a bunny if he dared to put it on. All in all, it wasn't an ugly costume, but it looked downright ridiculous. Izuku would rather give up his classic than put that thing on. Actually, scratch that, Izuku wouldn't give up his classic over anything. He wouldn't fight Brimstone to the death over it, but if it were anyone else, he would. Brimstone was the only one with authority to take his classic anyways. Izuku instead took out his agent garbs and put them on. A couple of the students would recognize them, but he could just lie himself out of that one if the need called for it. It looks like everyone is here. All Might shouts. My, you are all looking great. Who's excited to get started? Cheers arise from all of Izuku's classmates. Izuku looked ridiculously normal compared to everyone else around him. His agent garbs of a normal light green jacket and pants looked very out of place within the group of colorfully dressed teenagers around him. At least their hero costumes didn't look completely ridiculous. Some of their hero costumes actually looked pretty cool. Iida's costume made him look pretty epic and intimidating in a medieval knight kind of way. Ochako's costume was a tight-fitting bodysuit that made Izuku blush a little. Now, though most public superhero stunts are pulled off outside, more than a majority of villain fights happen indoors. All Might shouts. It's also more dangerous to fight indoors, Izuku says. Tricks your enemies could pull on you are harder to avoid inside of a building than outside of it since there is less space to move around in. Not just that, it's less likely to find a stable line of communications inside of a building and, even if you do call for help, it will take more time for allies or reinforcements to find you. Well, you're awfully on the dot, young Midoriya. All Might shouts. Indoor combat training is important, which is why it's important to lay a foundation for fighting in an enclosed building such as this one behind me. Grounds B was a large skyscraper-like building with walls of metal. Judging from what he saw through the few windows, it was really dark in there and there probably weren't a lot of lights. That was good. Darkness both made his flashes more effective and made sneaking around easier. That was in a building with a layout that he knew though. He'd have to spend some time to case this whole place. You all will be split into teams of 2. All Might shouts. 2 teams will enter the building at a time, one team being the heroes and one being the villains. Inside this building, there is faux bomb that the villains must protect. The heroes win if they can touch the faux bomb or if they manage to capture the villains with handcuffs before time runs out. The villains win if they can protect the bomb from the heroes until the time runs out or if they capture the heroes. Now, it's time to pick out the teams. All Might pulls out a box from seemingly nowhere. He reaches into the box and pulls out 4 small strips of paper. On the villains team is young Iida and Bakugo. All Might announces. On the heroes team is young Midoriya and Uraraka. Ochako nudges Izuku's shoulder and gives him a smile and a thumbs up. Izuku also gives her a thumbs up. All Might first sends Iida and Katsuki the building. Upon walking into the building, Iida decides to strike up a conversation fight with Katsuki. Can we really defeat Izuku-kun? Iida asks. Leave Izuku to me, Katsuki growls. You just protect the bomb. Are you sure you can take him on your own? Iida asks. Maybe we should. Just go find the bomb and stay there, Katsuki says. Okay, Iida says, walking off to find the bomb. Oh, one more thing, do you know Izuku? I've seen the way you greeted him before the entrance exam. It looks as if you have a shaky relationship with him. Just go, Katsuki says, feeling his frustration rise. You're starting to get onto my nerves. As Iida walked away from Katsuki, Katsuki thought of how he was going to fight Izuku. He hated Izuku. He looked so much like Deku, but unlike Deku, he was blessed with so much, a powerful quirk, over-the-top combat capabilities. He knew that it wasn't Izuku's fault that Deku was cursed to such a miserable life, but for some reason, he couldn't quell his hatred for this Deku look-alike. How do you know your way around this building so well? Ochako whispers. All of these twists and turns are giving me a headache. What makes you think I know my way around this place? Izuku whispers. He stops at a turn, making sure to mark it on his mental map of the place. If he did this correctly, then they should be near the center of the building. As Izuku is about to continue on, he hears a small tap. He holds up a hand. Ochako gives him a questioning look. Izuku aims a finger gun at the wall in front of him. He tilts it side to side, as if calculating an angle, then fires a bright, light green bolt from his finger. It bounces off the wall and explodes in a flash of light green light. Izuku turns the corner to see Katsuki covering his eyes with his right arm. He stomps off the ground, launching himself at Katsuki with the capture tape in his hand, but Katsuki puts his left hand to the ground, releasing an explosion downwards. Izuku activates his powers and creates a field of particles around him. After all, an explosion was just energy being released at an extreme speed and intensity. However, that also gave Katsuki time to recover a little bit of his sight. That was enough to block Izuku's punch. Izuku grabs Katsuki's wrist and sweeps Katsuki, making him lose his balance and throwing him to the ground. Uraraka-san, go find the bomb. Izuku shouts. Ochako just nods and runs off. Katsuki grabs onto Izuku's ankle and pulls. Izuku falls to the ground as Katsuki gets up and swings a fist downward at Izuku's face. Izuku tilts his head to the side and kicks upward with his leg, hitting Katsuki in the side of the head and sending him flying into the wall. Izuku gets up and rushes over to Katsuki with his capturing tape in hand, but he fails to catch Katsuki's right swing and gets hit in the face. Izuku goes flying into the opposite wall and bounces off of it and onto the ground. He gets back up, forcing himself to ignore the twinge of pain and wipes the blood from his nose. When the pain fades, he clears his head and does a quick damage assessment. Katsuki also gets off of the wall, though it doesn't look like he's handling his injuries as well as Izuku is. Why would he? Katsuki is just an average teenage kid. Izuku is a trained Valorant agent. Izuku flexes his shoulder muscles. He needed to deal with Katsuki as soon as possible as he could help Ochako retrieve the bomb. He just hoped by now that Ochako had at least found it. He had spent enough time recovering. It was time to attack. Izuku lunged forward at Katsuki and sent a punch at him. Katsuki brought up his arms, blocking the punch with the large grenades on his wrists, but the movement was sluggish. He was still dazed from the pain. He kicks Katsuki in the leg, forcing him down onto a knee before punching him in the stomach, making him bend over. Izuku whips out his capture rope and ties it around Katsuki's wrists. Izuku gets up and prepares to run off to find Ochako, but stops when Katsuki starts speaking. "You're so lucky," he says. "What makes you think that?" Izuku asks. "You have everything that Deku could have ever wanted," Katsuki says. Izuku turns back to Katsuki and kneels on the ground in front of him. Deku used to go on and on about how he was going to have an amazing quirk and how he was going to be like All Might, Katsuki says, tears starting to form in his eyes. "I know we're strangers to each other, but I can't help but hate you. Why? Why did you have to look so much like him? Why were you, his mere look-alike, given everything he wanted? Do you think my life is perfect just because I'm powerful, Bakugo-kun?" Izuku asks. Katsuki doesn't reply and just turns his head away from Izuku. "Meet me in Takoba Municipal Beach Park after school," Izuku says, getting up from his place in front of Katsuki. "We'll talk there." At that, Izuku runs off to find Ochako and, hopefully, the bomb. Meanwhile, while Izuku is running around trying to find where the faux bomb is located, Ochako had already found the faux bomb. She hides behind one of the wide pillars around the room, looking for anything she could use her quirk on. There was nothing on the floor around and she definitely wasn't strong enough to just rip one of the pillars out of the ground. She vaguely wondered if Izuku was strong enough to do. Standing beside the faux bomb was Iida, arms folded and foot tapping the ground. It was hard to tell with his glasses on, but Iida looked bored. Ochako, meanwhile, is trying to think up a way of getting to the bomb without running into him. Katsuki has a very villainous side, Iida mutters audibly. "That will help us win. As for me, I must embrace the darkness in order to become hero. Behold," he spreads his arms open dramatically. "I am the personification of villainy." Ochako nearly doubles over laughing. Oh my god, he's actually monologuing. Ochako thinks to herself, nearly saying it out loud. He's taking this so seriously. "Uraraka-san, is that you?" Iida asks. "Oh crap, did I actually say that out loud? I'll have you know that I've prepared for your encounter," Iida says, spreading his arms. Behold, I've hidden everything lying on the floor, rendering your quirk useless. Now you have nothing to use against me. Oh boy, he really is taking this too seriously, Ochako says as Iida imitates an evil laugh, walking out from behind her pillar and turning on the communication device in her right ear. Hey, Izuku-kun, I found the bomb. Where is it? Izuku asks back, his voice buzzing in through Ochako's earpiece. It's on the 5th floor, Ochako says. How are things on your end? I've already captured Katsuki, Izuku says. Making my way up to you now. You think you can deal with this on your own? I'll try, Ochako says, turning off her earpiece. Well, here goes nothing. Ochako dashes forward, a move that catches Iida off guard. He brings up a block in anticipation of an attack, but Ochako touches a hand to her shoes and leaps over Iida, floating right over him. Iida looks up in surprise and brings down his block. A valiant effort, Iida says, dashing to the bomb and picking it up before running to the other side of the room with it. But you are still too slow. Well, since you didn't want to do things the simple way, Ochako says, cracking her knuckles. She dashes again. Iida holds up a block, but this time, he's prepared for if she tries to circumvent him again. However, she does something he doesn't expect. She swings a leg around and kicks Iida in the side of his ribs. He gasps, lowering his guard slightly. Ochako uses the opportunity to grab his wrist and forearm, sweep his right leg, and throw him to the ground. She then casually walks over to the bomb and puts her right hand on it. As always, the heroes win, Ochako says, sticking her tongue out. You need help getting up. You look like you're in a lot of pain. Yeah, this is very solid concrete, Iida groans, lifting an arm. Oh, Ochako hears Izuku say at the doorway into the room. Looks like you took care of it. Nice. Thanks, Izuku-kun, Ochako chirps. I've already touched the bomb, so I think that means we win, right? Yeah, I think it does, Izuku says. Let's get out of here. So, based on what you all just saw, WHO can guess WHO the MVP in this trial is. All Might shouts, gathering all of Class 1A together to discuss the battle trial. Obviously, it is Iida, Yaoyorozu, the observant girl from before, says. That's a lie. A pink-skinned girl, Ashido, says. Iida and Katsuki got stomped. It's obviously either Izuku or Ochako. No, she's right, Izuku says, cupping his chin thoughtfully. Ochako and I won just because of our combat prowess. Iida had predicted and prepared for a lone encounter with Ochako, an accurate prediction as it was obvious that I'd be busy with Katsuki. If we did this trial as equals, then I probably would have detained Katsuki, but Iida would have defended the bomb, till the timer ran out. Yaoyorozu just folds her arms and nods. A splendid explanation, young Midoriya. All Might shouts. Alright, let us get started with the next trial. As the battle trials went on, Izuku made sure to observe each of his classmates' quirks carefully, listing off their weaknesses and possible counters. Information like that could be useful if he had to fight any of his classmates, either for sport or for some other more serious reason. The more he watched though, the more he saw just how much more powerful his own radiant powers were compared to quirks. Shoto Todoroki, a quiet kid with bleach white hair and a nasty scar covering the top left half of his head, caught Izuku's eye by effortlessly freezing the whole building with just a touch. However, Izuku was confident that his own blasts of force were still more powerful. His other classmates didn't have such noticeable or powerful quirks. If it came to combat, Izuku was confident that he could probably take the whole class. It was probably best that he not make that assumption though. Arrogance was a poison that killed many. After all, no hero he ever took down took a 15-year-old seriously. The other battle trials went by quickly. Izuku thought that it'd be boring seeing inexperienced kids go off against each other, but it was actually pretty interesting. Not just because he had much to scrutinize, but also because it was kind of funny to see how stupid some of their decisions were at times. Good job, everyone, All Might shouts after the last battle trial. Now, get to the locker rooms and change back into your school uniforms for the rest of your classes. As Izuku prepares to set off to the locker room, he hears Katsuki jog up to him from behind. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, right? Katsuki says to Izuku. I'll be holding you to that meeting. For the rest of the school day, Izuku wonders how. Izuku, what are we doing out here again? Ochako asks, shielding her eyes from the afternoon sun shining down on the Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Waiting for someone, Izuku says, sitting on the sandy ground and fiddling with his vandal's safety. Oh, is that Bakugo-kun? Ochako squeaks. Izuku looks up to see Bakugo walking towards him across the sand. Izuku sets his vandal down and stands up, bending down to withdraw the knife hidden away in his right boot. Katsuki stops right in front of Izuku, shoving his hands into his pockets. He was wearing a black t-shirt and black slacks. So, why'd you tell me to come here? Katsuki asks. Ochako gives Izuku a questioning look, nonverbally asking the same question. Izuku holds his knife up to the sun, admiring how the sunlight reflects from the blade. Well, get on with it. Katsuki grunts after a few minutes of silence. I've got things to do. Don't rush him, Ochako scolds. I know Izuku-kun, let him take his time. Well, if we're just going to be standing around and doing nothing, I might as well leave. Katsuki says, turning on his heel. See you, Tomo. Izuku sets the blade of his knife against his palm and slices it sideways, making a clean horizontal cut across his palm. Ochako and Katsuki watch with widened eyes as Izuku lets some of his blood drip into his other palm. Izuku-kun, why did you do that? Ochako yelps. Izuku lets a small puddle of his blood form in his hand before closing the hand with the cut and holding up his other hand. At first, it looked like normal blood, but as Izuku held it up to the sunlight, Ochako and Katsuki could both see the small, glowing white particles rising from the blood and into the air. That's not what blood is supposed to do, Ochako says. This thing I was born with in my blood, it's the reason why I'm so powerful, and the reason behind all my misery, Izuku says. Since I was a child, I was hunted for relentlessly just because of this thing in my blood, hunted by people who wanted to drain all my blood just to extract this precious substance and sell it to the highest bidder for unimaginably high prices. These people, they killed everyone standing their way, including my parents and my only best friend. Izuku inhales deeply, forcibly pushing back the tears forming in his eyes. For nearly a year, I lived on the streets and in the shadows, struggling with just living through, till the next day, Izuku says. I considered killing myself many times, but my family and friend got themselves killed so that I would live. I couldn't let their deaths be in vain. Izuku faces upwards to the sky. He could almost see the faces of his parents and Kachan in the clouds, smiling down on him. I was forced to do things no kid my age should be forced to do, Izuku says, after another shaky breath. I've done some terrible things that no kid should have to do, including ending lives. But, Mr. Brimstone, I can't. Mommy said that killing is bad. Kid, do you remember the first thing I taught you about survival? That it's a bitch. It will force you to do the worst things to stay alive. But, he's already unconscious. Can't we just let the police arrest him or something? You could, but remember the last time you tried going to the police? Yes, but, kid, this guy's pals will find him eventually. And, if he wakes up and decides to go hunting again, you might run into him again and I don't know if I'll be there to save you next time. Just put him out of his misery. You need to learn that people are willing to do anything to get what you want, so you must be willing to do anything to survive. But sometimes, you don't have a choice. There are some things that can't be resolved peacefully. Trust me when I say that the worst thing anyone can experience is knowing that hurting, or even, killing someone is the only way out of a conflict. Izuku turns to Katsuki. That's why you pissed me off so much, Izuku says. My whole childhood was basically a living hell for me and you have the nerve to tell me that I'm lucky. It was safe to say that I was a bit angry. Katsuki shifts his eyes away from Izuku and to the ocean to his side before returning his gaze to Izuku, anger determination in his eyes as he scowls. Yeah, like I'm supposed to believe that crap. Bakugo exclaims. There are heroes almost everywhere in this world. A place such as the one you describe cannot possibly exist. Izuku sighs, as if expecting Bakugo's reaction. That's fine, I came here to tell you my story, Izuku says. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. However, Izuku puts a hand on Katsuki's shoulder and looks him directly in the eyes. If you tell anything about what I told you to anyone, well. Izuku chuckles. You're really not gonna like what happens to you next. Katsuki feels a shiver run down his spine. There was something in the way Izuku gripped his shoulder, something in his glare that scared Katsuki. Izuku's story may have sounded a bit too fantastical to believe, but his threat sounded very, very real. Fine, Katsuki says, trying his best to sound unaffected. But why would you tell me all this? We're basically strangers to each other. During our battle trial, you said that I was just Deku's mere look-alike, Izuku says. I don't know who Deku is, but he's probably a friend of yours, right? Or should I say, was a friend of yours. The one with water in his lungs. Katsuki squints his eyes at Izuku. Izuku can see small sparks alight from Katsuki's hands from within his pockets. I did mention that a friend of mine has a bullet in his brain, Izuku says. Kachan. Kachan was a good and loyal friend, the best I could ever ask for. And, you look exactly like him. It's not just in how the two of you look like, you two act exactly the same as well. I didn't care if you were really Kachan. It just felt nice to talk to my best friend again, even if he wasn't really the same person. Katsuki turns away from Izuku. So, you're my Deku's look-alike and I'm your Kachan's look-alike, Katsuki says. Aren't we an interesting pair? Izuku just nods. For a few seconds, Izuku and Katsuki just stare at each other. The tension breaks when Ochako clears her throat. Well, Izuku-kun, we should really get going or mom and dad will start to worry, Ochako says. Alright, Izuku says, turning away from Katsuki. See you tomorrow. Bakugo just mutters a bye, and turns around, walking in the opposite direction Izuku and Ochako were. Your past seems so dark, Ochako says, sitting on one of the benches in the park near her apartment. Izuku just nods, sitting beside her, but not close enough to be in contact with her. It had been a while since he had told someone about his past like that. After receiving his classic and becoming a Valorant agent, Izuku promised himself that he'd never let his past resurface again. Who knew that all it took to crumble his resolve was seeing his best friends look alike? He was definitely having nightmares tonight. So that's why you're having nightmares basically every night, Ochako says. You're reliving traumatic memories from your past. Izuku just nods again. Did you really kill people before? Not exactly a question you ask someone, Izuku says. Izuku-kun. Nobody likes to be reminded of people they hurt, Izuku says. More so for people like me. Ochako looks like she wants to push the subject, but she chooses not to. I understand why you wanted to Bakugo-kun your story, but why did you bring me along? She asks. Uraraka-san, how long has it been since we started living under the same roof? Izuku asks. 2 or 3 months. Yeah, I think so. Why? I've lived with you long enough to know for sure that I trust you completely, Izuku says, smiling at her. You trust me? Ochako asks. I do, Izuku says. I wouldn't just tell someone my life story for no apparent reason, trust me. Ochako just nods her head. We should get home, Izuku says, standing up from the bench he was sitting on. Yeah, Ochako says. Hey, Izuku-kun, what's up? Thank you. For what? Trusting me. Izuku smiles. Ochako returns his smile. Of course, Izuku says. Now, let's get home. It's been a couple of weeks. As promised, Mrs. Uraraka allowed Izuku to start bringing his guns to school as long as they stayed in his case unless he had full consent to pull them out. For the first few days, Izuku's classmates freaked out upon seeing that Izuku started bringing his guns to school, but after those first few days, it kind of became a normal for him. Plus, he never actually took them out. As for UA itself, it definitely lived up to its reputation as the most prestigious hero high school in Japan. Keeping up with the courses was moderately difficult, but Izuku actually felt that he was learning. He found a couple of things incredibly interesting about school. Like why there was a class for learning Japanese in Japan. It should have been obvious that anyone natively living in Japan would know how to speak Japanese. In high school no less. As for the material itself, having never been to an actual school, Izuku found the material interesting. He didn't really dig this homework thing though. He felt that home time should be spent doing home things, not school things. The hero courses themselves were interesting. Izuku actually found them quite fun. They came in a bunch of different varieties: rescue missions, combat missions, retrievals, etc. They may be small-scale versions of what he usually did as a Valorant agent, but at least he was doing something. It was funny. Before going to UA, Izuku wanted to go to a normal high school to avoid hero courses. Now, he was looking forward to them every day. Today, they were doing something big. "Alright everyone, get into your hero costumes and meet at the USJ Dome," Mr. Aizawa drawls, writing something on a clipboard. "Meet me there. Don't keep me waiting." With that, Izuku's classmates get up from their seats, chattering excitedly. "USJ Dome?" Izuku asks Ochako, who stands up from her seat beside him. "You never noticed the large dome building behind the school?" Ochako asks. "That's the USJ Dome." Izuku asks. "Yeah, now come on," Ochako says, tugging on Izuku's sleeve. "Don't wanna keep everyone waiting, do we?" Coming, Izuku says, bending down to pick up his gun case before following Ochako outside the classroom and into the locker room to change into his agent outfit. "So, welcome to the USJ Dome," Mr. Aizawa says in a monotonous voice. The first 5 minutes upon Class 1A entering the large dome was of the students looking around in awe and admiration. Even Izuku couldn't help but be captivated by what he saw in the dome. For one, it was huge. Standing in the center of it, Izuku felt like an ant in a man's world. The dome was split off from the center and into several different sections. One section was what looked like a ruins section. Another had what looked like a ship in a large body of water. Another had what looked like a bunch of collapsed buildings. "Today, we're going to be doing hostage rescue training," Mr. Aizawa says. "I'm sure you all know who this is already, but this is 13, a pro hero who specializes in hostage rescue training." Mr. Aizawa gestures to what looks like a short person wearing an astronaut suit. "Greetings, Class 1A. 13 exclaims. "Are you all ready to get started with your hostage rescue training?" Cheers arise amongst all of Izuku's classmates. "Izuku," Mr. Aizawa calls. "Yes, you're coming with me," Mr. Aizawa says. "I'll be your partner for this activity." Izuku casts a questioning look to Ochako. She just shrugs. "Why?" Izuku asks. "Because everyone has consent to use whatever they have at their disposal," Mr. Aizawa says. "That means you can use your guns. I'm going to be keeping an eye on you." "But, Sensei, I'm not." "You'll be running around with guns," Mr. Aizawa, folding his arms. "And I'll have hella lots of paperwork to do if you accidentally shoot one of your fellow classmates. So you're coming with me." "Alright, if that's what you say," Izuku says, sighing. He walks over to Mr. Aizawa after waving to Ochako. "Now, we can get started," Mr. Aizawa says, turning to 13. The moment those words leave his mouth, a loud whooshing sound goes off behind Mr. Aizawa. Izuku and Mr. Aizawa both turn around to see what looks like a large dark purple wormhole open up behind them. "Children, huddle together," Mr. Aizawa says. "This isn't on our itinerary." The students of Class 1A all huddle together. Mr. Aizawa unfurls his scarf and brings up the goggles around his neck to his eyes. 13. Protect the students," he shouts, jumping into the group of villains right in front of him. "Wait, Eraserhead, evacuate the students," Mr. Aizawa shouts, jumping into the fray of villains in front of him. Is he seriously thinking of taking all of us down himself? One of them drawls. Sashes shoot out from around Mr. Aizawa's neck, grabbing 2 villains and smashing them together before throwing them into a small bunch of other villains. "Let's go, children," 13 says, waving them behind her. A shadow with glowing yellow eyes shoots out towards the class. "Nice to meet you, children. We are the League of Villains," a loud voice, seemingly from the shadow, booms. "And today, you all will be part of our large operation to kill All Might. You should all be proud. Get behind me," 13 shouts. "Black hole." 13 points one of her fingers at the shadow. The capsule at the tip of it opens up, opening up a tiny, but powerful vacuum out of her finger, which makes Izuku wonder if 13 had a physical body. Parts of the shadow gets sucked into 13's finger, but the shadow itself seems unaffected. A valiant attempt, the shadow booms before swiftly wrapping itself around the whole class. The shadow had completely covered the USJ dome from sight. Izuku looks around, attempting to find a crack in the dome of darkness around him. Suddenly, he feels a strong force sucking him into the sides of the dome, which had become portals. Activating his powers, he wraps his body with particles, which resist against the suction force. Impressive, you're powerful enough to resist my quirk, the loud voice booms from all around Izuku. Well then, guess I'll just leave you to the villains then. Don't die too fast, Izuku, they're hungry for blood. The shadowy dome disappears, revealing the USJ dome, and the small group of villains surrounding him. Hello, little piggy, one of them drawls. What a creep, Izuku mutters, taking out his vandal and pulling out its safety. Izuku-kun, Ochako shouts, closing her eyes and shielding herself from the strong wind blowing her backwards with her arms. When the wind stops blowing, Ochako opens her eyes and brings her arms down. She was in the USJ dome, but far from the center. Uraraka-san, Iida shouts from right beside her. Iida-kun, Ochako shouts. What should we do? Everyone's surrounded by villains. Iida shouts. Fortunately, the doors are right over there. We may be able to leave and call for help. Ochako nods and turns around to the doors. Iida takes off after her, easily catching up to her and dashing right past her. Are those naughty children I hear? A loud booming voice says as the shadow with the glowing eyes from before looms over Iida and Ochako. Iida-kun, Ochako shouts, quickening her pace. Iida looks up to see the shadow right above him. He attempts to run faster, but the shadow is still much faster than him. Ochako stops and attempts to swiftly formulate a plan. Though the shadow seemed incorporeal, it must have a physical body somewhere, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to exist. Ochako scrambled to find anything physical about the shadow. Right under where she presumed its head was, there was a metal brace. Ochako bends down, using her quirk on her shoes before leaping forward and towards the metal brace around the shadow. She then activates her quirk and touches the brace, sending it floating higher into the air and not towards Iida. The shadow suddenly stops and starts floating along with the brace. A long shadowy appendage shoots out from it and towards Iida, but Ochako's stunt had given Iida enough time to reach the doors, swing them open, then run out after giving a backwards glance. Please come back soon, Iida-kun, Ochako mutters. Mr. Aizawa slams one last villain into the ground with one of his sashes before walking around and checking to make that all of the villains around him were unconscious. After doing so, he shifts his gaze sideways, where he sees Izuku punch a guy in the face, slamming him into the ground, and shooting him in the head with a pistol. All around his feet were bloodied bodies who seemed a bit too still. Izuku, you didn't actually kill them all, did you? Mr. Aizawa practically shouts. Of course not, Izuku says, unclipping the mag of his pistol and dumping out its content. What do you think I am, a psychopath? A bunch of tiny, dark purple balls fall out, bouncing as they hit the ground. They're duds, Izuku says. Just strong enough to puncture the skin but bounce off the skull, which is a recipe for an instant major concussion. And maybe some very, very minor brain damage. Okay, good, Mr. Aizawa says, giving off a sigh of relief. At least I think a concussion is all they got, Izuku says. Izuku, kidding, Izuku says. Geez, you're so uptight. Izuku, watch out. Izuku tilts his head to the side just as a hand shoots out from behind him, narrowly missing his head by just an inch. Izuku grabs his attacker's wrist and effortlessly tosses him over his head and into the air. Mr. Aizawa lashes out with one of his sashes and ties it around the villain's arms, lifting him up into the air. It was the light blue-haired villain with the hand on his face. All of the villains we took down so far were just low-class villains, Mr. Aizawa says. From what I've observed, this guy is probably their ringleader. Good, Izuku says. That means we can make him stop. Izuku aims his ghost at the villain's head, touching the barrel to his forehead. You know what to tell your minions, Izuku says. Unlike my teacher here, I'm not afraid to put a bullet in your head. Ha, you wouldn't dare shoot me. The villain says. Plus, those aren't even real bullets. I know how to tell the difference between duds and real bullets. Oh darn, I got found out, Izuku says, unclipping the mag in his ghost and putting in a new one. Alright, I've put in a different type of bullet now. Wanna see if those are real or not? So, you think you've won just because you've captured me? The villain says, chuckling. I'm sorry to say, heroes, but I'm not the final boss. What do you mean you're not? Izuku starts before being slammed in the side by a large fist. To be found by the squad idiots, I must be getting rusty, Yuru says. How the hell did y'all find me? It ain't wise to sell us short, Phoenix says. We just did a couple of tricks, that's all. How'd you dismantle the lock I put? Yuru asks. There's no way you could unlock it without knowing a very specific password. I didn't need to know a password, Jet says. Nor did I need to dismantle it. Jet, how many times have I told you to not destroy my locks? Do you know how long those take me to make? Oh boo-hoo, I destroyed your arts and crafts project. You can tell that I totally care from my oh so horrified expression. Now, break it up, Phoenix says, getting in between Jet and Yuru. This is a nice apartment room and it'd be a real shame to mess it up. Yuru and Jet relent, scowling at each other. So, did you find Spark yet? Phoenix asks. Yeah, he lives in the apartment right over there, Yuru says, pointing to the apartment right next to the one the three agents were in. That window over there looks into the room he's currently in. How'd a 15-year-old rent an apartment room? He didn't, Yuru says. He was adopted. Oh, that sucks for him, Jet says. Maybe not, Yuru says. He seems pretty content with the way things are now. I've been watching him for a while now. Why didn't you try finding us? Phoenix asks. I did, Yuru says. But it's hard to track someone, or in this case, someone's down with basically nothing to start off of. I Skype called Spark sometime before, Phoenix says. With a computer that I presume you destroyed a couple minutes later. Yeah, where's Spark now? Jet asks. He's at school, Yuru says. We can't really do much else than wait for him to come back. Yeah, I'm checking our comms system now and it says that he's somewhere called a high school. Yeah, that's the place, Yuru says. School there doesn't end until sometime at noon, so we're gonna be waiting for quite a while. Well, if that's the case, how about a drink? Phoenix asks, taking a small bottle of whiskey out of his pocket. Phoenix, how did I never notice something like that in your pocket for the last few months? Jet asks. A little trick I taught myself. Phoenix says. Now, about that drink. He's cut off by a small, quiet beep. Phoenix knew what that beep was. But that's impossible, there's no way any of them could have gotten into any conflict, not in a pansy-assed world such as this one. That beep only resounded when any of his squadmates' vitalities drops past 75%. Judging from the way Yuru and Jet stopped, he guessed that they heard it, too. Spark's life points have dropped to 64, Jet says. His shields are also completely destroyed. Crap, I swear if it's that eraser head. Yuru growls. Eraser head. Never mind, Yuru says, pulling out his mask. Grab your stuff, then let's set off. Do you know where he is specifically? Phoenix asks. According to our comms system, he's in somewhere called USJ Dome, Yuru says. We'll be going right up to him. First priority is getting him to safety before confronting the threat. Jet and Phoenix nod, Jet pulling out the safety on her judge and Phoenix out the safety on his phantom. Also, when we get there, do not address Spark by his agent name, Yuru says, pointedly. Act as if he's just another kid you're trying to protect. Yeah, now hurry up and open the damn portal already. Jet says. Yuru's hand glows dark blue as he rips open a rift. Jet and Phoenix follow close behind him as he walks through the rift, pulling out his sheriff. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa shouts as Izuku goes flying to the side. The large muscular bird man that had punched Izuku then barrels into Mr. Aizawa, swinging at the pro hero. Mr. Aizawa hops to the side, but the bird man, with surprising speed, punches Aizawa in the face, sending him flying to the side as well. The villain Mr. Aizawa had tied up is free from his bonds. Allow me to introduce you to Nomu, the villain says, gesturing to the large, muscular bird man beside him. The anti-symbol of peace and the one who will kill All Might. Nomu is bored of doing nothing for so long though. Why don't you entertain him, Eraserhead? On the ground, Mr. Aizawa sits up and turns to face the Nomu looming over him. Suddenly, loud bangs ring out. Blood splatters out from the Nomu's head. Izuku, somehow having recovered so quickly from the Nomu's attack, fires his Vandal at the Nomu's head, making more blood splatter from its exposed brain. After a few seconds of continuous fire, Izuku eventually stops to unclip his Vandal's empty mag and put in a new one. The Nomu slumps over for a few seconds. Then, it straightens back up and slowly turns its head to Izuku. Izuku watches as the bullet holes he put into the Nomu's head start slowly disappearing, leaving smooth brain matter. It suddenly starts barreling towards Izuku, who fires at it a couple more times with his Vandal before jumping out of the way of the Nomu's charge. The Nomu then suddenly turns around and swings a punch at Izuku, who brings up a shield of particles. Izuku strains to fight against the force of the Nomu's punch, but the Nomu was stronger than him. The Nomu breaks through Izuku's particle shield, forcing him to duck under the punch. Izuku then fires a power blast of force towards the Nomu, launching it into the air. Izuku considered his options. Firing at the Nomu brought no effect, as he couldn't do enough damage to keep up with the Nomu's regeneration. Just using his powers wouldn't do much more, as they weren't made for directly offensive purposes. An option he did have was activating his ultimate. His Radianite levels were spiked from all the combat he did with the villain grunts. Plus, with his ult activated, he had a lot of options available when it came to dealing large amounts of damage. However, he might also potentially hurt his teacher. All of those options he had were big and explosive. He'd just have to aim carefully then. It wasn't like he had other options. Izuku rips off his jacket and tosses it to the side as the Nomu hits the ground a good distance away from him, starts barreling toward him again, black and white lightning erupting from his body as he activates his ultimate. The Nomu charges towards Izuku as black and white lightning erupts from his body and glowing, light green particles dance at his fingertips. As it approaches Izuku, the Nomu raises a fist and slams it downward and towards Izuku, who backflips into the air just as the Nomu's fist smashes the ground where he was standing just a second earlier. While in the air, touch the ground, the particles around his hands gathered to cover his right arm. In a flash of light, the particles disappear, leaving Izuku's right arm wrapped in a tight-fitting black and light green gauntlet. The moment Izuku's feet touch the ground, he could hear the Nomu barreling towards him again from behind. Izuku then turns around, leaps to the side just as the Nomu's fist misses him by a couple of inches, and fires a light green triangular prism at the side of the Nomu's head. The triangular prism breaks into light green liquid that splashes all over the side of the Nomu's head just as it makes contact. The Nomu lets out an ear-piercing shriek. Mr. Aizawa watches as the liquid starts bubbling and releasing gas. The Nomu screeches again as the acid visibly eats its way through the Nomu's skin. Was that acid? And how was it so strong that it could overwhelm regeneration that effortlessly healed something as serious as consecutive gunshots? Izuku holds out his left hand. Light green particles gather into the palm of it, forming another light green triangular prism. He inserts it into a little barrel attached to the gauntlet on his right arm and aims it at the Nomu again. A blur of movement diverts Mr. Aizawa's attention to the light blue-haired villain dashing towards Izuku. The pro-hero lashes out with a sash, tying it around the villain's foot. He then lifts the villain over his head and slams him into the ground. Mr. Aizawa lashes out with more sashes, but the villain rolls to the side and hops back onto his feet just as more sashes attempt to grab at his feet. Heroes, he grumbles. Mr. Aizawa doesn't respond. He lashes out with more sashes and manages to grab the villain's arm with one of them. He pulls on the sash, dragging the villain closer to himself and swinging an elbow at the villain's head. With unbelievably fast reflexes, the villain grabs at Mr. Aizawa's elbow, using his quirk to crumble the skin of it. Mr. Aizawa grunts in pain, ripping his arm away from the villain's grip and punching him in the face before sweeping his leg and throwing him to the ground. After confirming that the villain was in a tight armlock, Mr. Aizawa turns back to Izuku's fight with the Nomu. Izuku holds out his right hand as light green particles gather into the palm of it, forming a glowing, turquoise orb. The Nomu swings at Izuku, who ducks under the large fist, aiming his gauntlet at the Nomu's side, firing more acid at it. Izuku was playing a mouse's game. Despite the unaffected appearance he put up, He could very distinctly feel the wound on his head from the Nomu's punch. It was only his training that allowed him to pull through the pain and keep on fighting. He won't be coming back up if he took another punch like that. It seemed that he was making progress. After much observation, Izuku discovered that the Nomu's brain regenerated much slower than any other part of its body, including its eyes. It was also the softest and most easily damaged. A portion of the top of the Nomu's brain was completely gone, the portion that couldn't regenerate fast enough to cope with the strength of the acid splashed on it. Izuku hops to the side just as the Nomu slams another fist into the ground where he just was. Just as the fist drives itself into the ground, Izuku tossed the orb he had created at the ground right beside it. The orb bounces off of the ground, releases a small spark of light, and covers the ground in what looked like cracked, sparkling ice. The ice quickly crawled up the Nomu's fist and feet, pinning it to the ground. It tried to pull out its fist to no avail. Izuku raises his hands and pulls particles of creation into them. A large orange and light blue bazooka appears in his hand with a flash of light. He hoists it onto his shoulder. "I'll be diddly darned if you survive this," Izuku says, aiming at the Nomu with the small orange screen that pops out of the side of it. "But I really don't believe that's too likely." Izuku fires his bazooka at the Nomu. The missile soars right toward the Nomu's chest and explodes, releasing a great amount of colorful paint. The explosion crumbles all the ice on the ground as well as sending the Nomu flying backward into a large boulder far from where it was stuck in. Reise's ultimate was always a favorite for Izuku. Despite how big it was, her showstopper was quite light, lighter than his Vandal for some strange reason, easy to run around with and even easier to aim. Plus, even if he missed by a few inches, it wasn't like his target was going to escape the missile's blast zone in time. There was a visible crater in the Nomu's chest where the showstopper's missile hit. The Nomu itself was slumped over, its large eyes open, but practically empty. Izuku counted to 15 before disassembling the showstopper and deactivating his ultimate. "Target eliminated," Izuku says. "No," the light blue-haired villain under Mr. Aizawa practically screams. "Nomu, that kid wasn't supposed to kill it. That's against the rules of the game." "Oh, shut up, will you?" Mr. Aizawa says. "You sound like a kid." Suddenly, he feels sharp pain in his chest. The pain of it makes him clutch at his heart and bend over. "Izuku," Mr. Aizawa shouts. "You all right?" Yeah, Izuku says as the pain slowly fades. "I'm fine." He knew what that pain was. He had his ultimate activated for too long, allowing little amounts of radianite to flow into his heart. It was a good thing that being a radianite came with a biological heart that naturally repelled the stuff, thus preventing him from being poisoned by it. How long had he had his ult activated for? 5 minutes. Before, he could keep it active for 10 minutes without a problem. Now, just 5 minutes was a bit much for him. A couple months of inactivity was taking its toll on him. It was a good thing that he managed to kill the Nomu so quickly. Another 30 seconds and he probably would have been knocked unconscious. "It's over, villain," Izuku says, picking up his Vandal and aiming his ghost at the villain's head. "Call of the villains. You think I won't, but honestly, protocol may matter to my teacher here, but it definitely doesn't matter to me. You've got 10 seconds before I pump your head with lead." The villain suddenly starts laughing. Both Mr. Aizawa and Izuku give him confused looks. "Did I stutter?" Izuku asks. No, your threat sounds very real," the villain says. "It's just that Nomu was made to kill All Might, the greatest superhero in the world. Did you honestly think it could be so easily killed by just a kid?" Izuku just stares confusedly at the villain for a few seconds before the realization hits him. He turns around quickly to see a large black fist right in front of his face. Thinking quickly, Izuku brings up a wall of particles to block the punch, but he was drained from using his ultimate so much. The Nomu's punch easily breaks through the wall, slamming into Izuku, who goes flying to the side, spouting blood everywhere. "Izuku," Mr. Aizawa shouts. Izuku hits the ground with a grunt of pain. He's barely conscious enough to acknowledge the pain that flares on his side. "Izuku-kun," he faintly hears a girl shout. He was starting to feel his eyelids grow heavy. He tried to fight off unconsciousness, but that wasn't exactly a fight he was winning. The last thing he feels before his vision goes dark is something holding him up into the air by his legs. Izuku! Mr. Aizawa shouts. The Nomu goes over to Izuku, bends down, and picks him up by his legs. Then, it raises him high into the air as if to slam him into the ground. Mr. Aizawa wants to lash out at the Izuku's arm with one of his sashes, but that will require him to release the villain trapped right under him. That would be a huge mistake. Plus, if he let him go now, he might never catch him again. However, as a hero and his teacher, the safety of his students should be his priority. Not the custody of a villain. Making up his mind, Mr. Aizawa releases the villain and swiftly uses a sash to grab Izuku's arm and pull him from the Nomu's grasp right before it could slam the boy into the ground. The villain attempts to grab onto the hero's ankles, but Mr. Aizawa jumps over his hand and stomps on the villain's wrist, pinning it to the ground. A split second later, Izuku's body lands in his arms. The villain reaches out with his other arm, but Mr. Aizawa hops backward, allowing the villain to roll away from the pro-hero and hop back onto his feet. "Kill the boy, Nomu!" he shouts. "We can't allow someone as powerful as him going against him in the future." The Nomu starts charging toward Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa knew all he could do was dodge. He might as well have been a fly to the Nomu with how easily he could get crushed by it. Plus, he had no means of really damaging the Nomu anyway. Just as the Nomu was about to come within punching distance of the hero, ice suddenly erupts out of the ground, trapping it in place. Mr. Aizawa turns to see Todoroki behind him, the left half of his body wrapped in ice and his right hand raised with his palm facing the Nomu. A blur of orange whizzes right past him. Mr. Aizawa turns to see Katsuki dashing past him and right up to the Nomu. "Die!" he shouts, releasing a huge explosion. The explosion destroys Todoroki's ice and makes the Nomu stagger back a little, but it seems unaffected otherwise. Todoroki summons more ice, but this time, the Nomu punches the ground, making the earth shake and destroying all the ice. Once the earth stops shaking, Todoroki and Katsuki prepare to attack again, but Mr. Aizawa holds up a hand. "Don't waste your energy," he says. "No matter how hard you attack, none of us are powerful enough to damage the Nomu. All we can do right now is hope reinforcements come in time." Mr. Aizawa reverts his gaze for just a second to look around. Tsuyu Asui and Minoru Mineta, the frog girl and the pervert with the sticky dark purple balls on his head were on a ship surrounded by a bunch of villains in the shipwreck zone. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari seemed to be struggling against the horde of villains surrounding them in the mountain zone, but none of them were visibly injured. There were ice sculptures of villains in the landslide zone, the result of Todoroki's wrath. Katsuki and Kirishima were circling the Nomu and the light blue-haired villain, having left unconscious bodies behind them in the ruins zone. Tokiyami and Koji, mostly Tokiyami, were still fighting off villains in the windstorm zone, but they were holding their own and none had any visible injuries. Todoroki summons more ice around the Nomu, but it easily breaks through. It charges towards Mr. Aizawa, or more precisely, the boy in his arms. "Bakugo!" Mr. Aizawa shouts, looping a sash around Izuku's waist. "It's after Izuku. Don't let it get to him." Mr. Aizawa then whips the sash outward and towards Katsuki, who catches Izuku and hoists him onto his back. "Useless duplicate," Katsuki hisses. "Out of all of us, you're the only one who got knocked out. You'd better wake up and stop being such a useless burden." As expected, the Nomu turned from Mr. Aizawa and towards Katsuki. It lets out a loud screech before barreling towards Katsuki. Suddenly, ice rises from the ground right underneath it, trapping its feet. Kicking, it easily breaks through the ice, but that gives Mr. Aizawa enough time to lash out at the Nomu with his sashes and pull back on its arms. The Nomu screeches as it attempts to wrestle against the pro-hero pulling back on its arms. Mr. Aizawa grunts in effort, barely able to hold the Nomu back. "Run, Bakugo!" Mr. Aizawa manages to shout. Bakugo turns on his heel and starts running away from the Nomu and towards Kirishima. Meanwhile, the Nomu breaks free from Mr. Aizawa. After swatting the pro-hero into the air like a fly, it barrels towards Katsuki. Kirishima moves to stand in front of Katsuki, activating his quirk and hardening his body. When the Nomu throws a punch at him, he brings his hardened arms up, but that does little to nullify the strength of the punch. He manages to hold his ground for a second, but then gets blown backward. The Nomu continues charging towards Katsuki, who drops Izuku onto the ground and brings a hand into so as to release an explosion. Right before he could trigger it though, something drops from the sky and slams the Nomu into the ground right in front of Katsuki, who jumps back in surprise. "Do not worry, children," All Might shouts, wrestling the Nomu into the ground. "Everything is fine now, for I am here." "Goddammit, Yuru, this is the 8th time." Jet shouts. "Will you shut up?" Yuru shoots back. "This place is way too big and I don't have Spark's specific location." They had come out of a portal right in front of the entrance exam grounds, which was completely silent. Jet's, Yuru's, and Phoenix's comms all confirmed that Spark was nowhere near the area they had landed in. "Way too big," Yuru repeats, closing his comms menu and looking around. "This makes HQ look like a playground." "Stop making up excuses," Jet shouts. Spark's life points dropped to 20. "Hurry up and find him. It'd be nice if you stopped being a little bee and actually helped." Yuru shouts back. "Guys," Phoenix practically growls. The next time the two of you start arguing, I'll be playing eeny meeny miny mo for who gets shot." 2. Look over there. Jet and Yuru look to the direction Phoenix was pointing at. In that direction, a large dome had a hole on it with air visibly pouring out of that hole. "What about it?" Yuru says. "Take a closer look, Yuru," Jet says. "Does the shape of the roof ring any bells?" Yuru squints his eyes at it, but then shakes his head. "You've never seen a dome before?" Jet asks in disbelief. "That's a dome," Yuru asks. "Kill me already," she mutters to himself. "Yuru, it would have been nice to point out that you've never seen a dome before we went on this goose chase." Okay, I'll be taking y'all right over to there immediately," Yuru says, ripping open a dark blue portal. "Hop in and prepare for combat." All Might punches the Nomu, their fists colliding. The earth around the two of them rumbles and cracks as massive shockwaves knock the students watching around backward and away from Central Plaza. Though the two of them seem to be of equal strength, the Nomu's fist jerks forward, sending All Might flying backwards. All Might flips in the air and lands on his feet, preparing to defend himself from the Nomu's next attack. It was apparent how much weaker he was compared to before his fight with the greatest villain in the world. By now, if he had his original power, he might have already taken down the Nomu. Now, though, it seemed that the Nomu was more powerful than him. Not by much, but by just enough to defeat All Might. The light blue-haired villain standing behind the Nomu laughs. "Master was right," he says. "All Might really did get weaker after all. Nomu, finish him off." The Nomu then stomps a foot on the ground, launching itself high into the air, directing a fist towards All Might and leaving a small crater in the ground beneath it. Mr. Aizawa watched in fear as it was apparent the Nomu was overpowering even All Might. As he watched it launch itself into the air, he wondered how it suddenly got so powerful. Before, when it was fighting Izuku, when it dashed towards him or when it attempted to stomp the ground near or on him, it wasn't as powerful. Could it have been holding back? Maybe playing around with him? No, Mr. Aizawa observed that the Nomu fought like an animal. Though it had supernatural strength and speed, it still had bestial instincts, defending itself against every attack, no matter how inconsequential, or taking every visible opportunity to attack. It didn't fight logically, like a human would. That left one other possibility. A berserker-like quirk, Mr. Aizawa says, making Todoroki and Katsuki beside him turn to their teacher. On the dot, a loud voice booms as the shadow with glowing yellow eyes from before floats back to behind Mr. Aizawa. Despite its appearance, Nomu is the body of a deceased human, brought back to life and biologically modified to hold multiple quirks. I'm sure you've already observed regeneration and super strength. One of them, indeed, makes the Nomu stronger physically when taking more damage, a quirk that syncs perfectly with regeneration. So, fighting Izuku earlier. Izuku's fight earlier strengthened the Nomu massively, it booms. Actually, it may even be the reason why it can overpower All Might. Mr. Aizawa watches as the Nomu slams a fist downward onto All Might's crossed arms, pushing the hero's feet into the rocky ground. All Might, in a burst of power, manages to push the Nomu off of him and cocks his fist back to his ribs. With a mighty roar, he uppercuts the Nomu's jaw, a burst of wind backing his fist from the sheer power of the uppercut. There's a loud crack and the Nomu goes flying into the air and straight through the top of the USJ dome. A minute later, the Nomu comes crashing right down, hitting the ground right in front of All Might and eventually rolling to a stop. A few seconds later, All Might slumps over breathing heavily. He raises his fist into the air in victory. The students of Class 1A around All Might start cheering and raising their own fists. Mr. Aizawa walks over to Izuku's unconscious body and picks it up, checking the boy's breathing. He was breathing steadily, which was good. With some aid, he'd wake up in a few hours. The light blue-haired villain starts chuckling, making everyone turn to him. "What's so funny?" Katsuki shouts. "You didn't think that defeating the Nomu would be that easy, did you?" He sneers, pointing behind All Might. All Might, Mr. Aizawa, and the students of Class 1A turn to the Nomu in disbelief to see the Nomu getting back onto its feet, standing back up as if it hadn't taken any damage at all. "You oughta be ashamed, All Might," the villain says, chuckling. "A high school kid did more damage to it than you, the strongest superhero in the world, did. Ironic, isn't it? Finish him off, Nomu. Then kill the boy." Just as the Nomu is about to attack All Might again, a bright dark blue portal appears right in front of the Nomu, making it stop in curiosity. "Kurogiri," the light blue-haired villain shouts. "That's not me, the shadow, Kurogiri," booms. "Plus, my portals don't look like that." Out of the portal, 3 figures walk out, all of them with guns in their hands. In the middle is a tall man with a dark blue mohawk and black on the sides. His eyes were glowing dark blue and he had a mask covering his mouth. He was wearing a dark blue vest and black cargo pants. To his left was an African American man somewhere in his early 30s. He had black hair with light orange at the tips and was wearing an unzipped white designer coat with a black t-shirt underneath. To his right was a woman, also in her early 30s. She was wearing a sleeveless light blue vest and a pair of black jeans with throwing knives strapped to a tool belt around her waist. The woman nudges the blue-haired man with her elbow and nods her to Izuku's direction. He just nods his head and points at one of the students and traces an air circle with his finger without breaking his gaze from the woman's. "Yo, teacher man, tell your students to give us some space," she says. "Who are you?" Mr. Aizawa asks. "And how do you know I'm a teacher?" To both questions, does it matter? She says. "Now do it." Mr. Aizawa tells his students to back away from the central plaza. They all silently comply, warily keeping an eye on the 3 newcomers. "More heroes?" the light blue-haired villain asks. "No, none of them look like they're from around here. Probably just a bunch of nobodies. Kill them all, Nomu, then finish off All Might. Yoji, don't expect us to be weak just 'cause we're nobodies," the African American man says, aiming his gun at the Nomu. "Light its ass up," the white-haired woman shouts. "Raise, I swear to everything beyond this earth, you are never entering my lab ever again." Killjoy basically screams, "Ah, come on KJ, we were just having some fun." Raise says, "Will you miscreants keep it down?" Omen growls, his voice low and dangerous. Killjoy and Raise both ignore him as they usually do when Omen tells them to be quiet. "Normally, I wouldn't care, but you just blew up a whole batch of my prototype alarm bots." Killjoy shouts, her voice bouncing off of the stainless steel walls of her laboratory. "I can't even count how many times I told you those were off limits." "I must have forgot," Raise says, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "My bad. Won't happen again." "Course it won't happen again. The next time I see you in my lab, I'm literally going to activate all my sentry bots on you." Killjoy growls, "Ugh, those took me 4 months to make. Now I'll have to redo the manufacturing process all over again." "Killjoy, seems your revival went well," Brimstone says, walking into the laboratory. "Oh, hello Commander," Killjoy greets as Raise politely says, "Commander," and salutes. "Yes, my revival went absolutely splendid. I can see that," Brimstone says. "I can practically hear you shouting from the end of the hallway." "I apologize for that, Commander," Killjoy says, shooting a glare at Raise, who reverts her gaze, whistles and twiddles her thumbs. "Anyway, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" "Come with me," Brimstone says. "Not you Raise, just Killjoy." "Yes, Commander," Killjoy says, turning to Raze. Out. Ah. But KJ, No buts, Killjoy says pointedly. Get out. Raze pouts and turns to leave the laboratory. For you information, that swarm grenade in your pocket is still linked to my detonator, Killjoy says. You have 10 seconds to hand it over or you'll have nanobots chewing through your skin. Raze pouts again, digging into her pocket and tossing a swarm grenade to Killjoy, who deftly catches it with one hand. Okay Commander, lead the way, Killjoy says. So, I've been testing recent frequencies on the Void Machine Omen, Yuru, and I have built a while back, Sova says. And, you mean the one that nearly got the whole squad killed and all of headquarters destroyed? Killjoy cuts in, turning to Brimstone. I thought you ordered that machine to be destroyed. I did, Brimstone says. But I never destroyed it, Sova says. Shoot me later. Anyways, I was testing different frequencies on the Void Machine and, when I tuned into this specific wavelength. Sova presses a few buttons and rotates the large metal dial on the center of the console to the left slightly. Killjoy suddenly hears a small ping in her right ear. She's quick to reach up to it and hold the small red button on her comms device, projecting a small orange screen right in front of her eyes. On it were 5 small squares underneath Operation Preservation in big orange letters, one for Phoenix, Jet, Spark, Yuru, and Killjoy. No vitality intel was provided and communications line was disabled, but it is indicated that Phoenix, Jet, and Yuru had their ultimates active. Spark's box was blank. This is progress, Sova says. However, I've tried every wavelength and couldn't find a frequency that did more display than alt usage. In order to do so, we'd need to upgrade the machine. Perhaps, in time, we'll be able to locate our fellow agents. I vote to find another way, Killjoy says. The last time we tried to use this janky thing, our headquarters almost got swallowed into a black hole. Plus, back then, it was thanks to Yuru that we managed to avoid overall annihilation. Yuru isn't here with us. This project is much too dangerous to proceed. You got a better idea? Sova asks. Killjoy doesn't answer. Instead, she scowls and turns her head away. Fine, I'll help you with the project, Killjoy says. But if something happens to headquarters or any of the other squadmates. I've got it, Sova says, holding out a packet of paper to Killjoy. These are the blueprints of the machine as well as a basic overview of how rifts work. Killjoy takes the papers from Sova's hand and skims through the first few pages. Oh, how are we holding up against Kingdom? Killjoy asks. They've been pressing harder than usual on our radionite storages, Brimstone says. So far, only Omen, Sova, and now, you, are working on this project. We've prioritized defense now, but I'm not sure how long this system will work. Eventually, we'll have go on the offense again. However, without Yuru to case out our targets or Jet, undoubtedly our most aggressive attacker, our success rate will drop. I don't think Kingdom knows that we're missing 4 of our most offensive agents, but I reckon it won't be long before they find out if we keep going on the defensive. Why'd you put me on this then? Killjoy asks. Y'all need a strategist. You're the smartest mind we have, Sova says. Plus, the 2 of us can't complete this on our own. Fine then, Killjoy says. But I'll be multitasking. Half of my efforts will be poured into this and the other half will be poured into defensive and offensive approaches. Is that okay with you, Commander? That's fine, Brimstone says, crossing his arms. A small ping rings out. Brimstone holds up his arm and presses a button on his bracer. A small orange screen is projected from it. Reyna, Cypher, and Breach have sent an alert that one of our reserves in Morocco is being attacked, Brimstone says. I gotta get over there and assist them. You guys just focus on this project. At that, Brimstone leaves. So are you going to start reading the papers or not? Sova asks. Yeah, I'll get to it, Killjoy says. It's nice to go out and get a good workout every now and then, Phoenix says, dusting his pants. His whole body was still wreathed in flames. Though the battle was done, the familiar warmth of his fire was something he found comfort in feeling after so much time of inactivity. He was a tough one, Jet says, slowly descending and landing on the ground. Wind was still circling around her feet. That's good though. The tough ones are always more fun to kill. You guys took it on too high of a scale, Yuru says, walking over to the two. Y'all almost burned the children. It's their fault they chose to stand so close, Jet says nonchalantly. It's on them if they get burned. Chill Jet, they're children, Yuru says. All Might was still watching the three of them in amazement. He had known Endeavor for a pretty long time. His second highest hero ranking place was not an undeserved spot. His bright, white-hot flames were known to heavily overwhelm anybody standing in his way. All Might had yet to even see Endeavor at his full power, as there was nobody to who could push him that far. He didn't know who these two were, but he had never seen flames so massive, not even from Endeavor. Aided with wind, it was as if a firebomb had gone off, a very, very powerful firebomb. This was something news reporters would be buzzing about. A pair of nobodies who could produce flames more powerful than Endeavor's. Just as intriguing was the man who brought Fire Boy and Wind Girl into the dome. He was silently standing off to the side, his eyes glowing dark blue. Both he and the Wind Girl looked to be Japanese, but All Might couldn't discern the nationality of the fire user. Could they be new heroes? You think it'll regenerate from this? Phoenix asks. Jet turns to the burning, melted pile that was once Nomu. The fire was so hot that the Nomu, which could so easily regenerate off of gunshot wounds to its brain, melted under the intense heat of it. Who were these people? Even if it could regenerate from this, it'll just be a pile of slop, Jet says. Then we'll burn it again. Nomu, the light blue-haired villain shouts. No, All Might is so weak at this moment. If we attack now, we might be able to kill him, Kurogiri says. I doubt he could crush a rock at his current strength. The villain and Kurogiri both launch themselves towards All Might. Suddenly, gunfire peppers the ground right in front of the villain, making him stop. He looks to the entrance of the dome to see a cluster of pro-heroes led by Iida. Looks like we've really lost this time, Kurogiri says. The light blue-haired villain just growls in frustration. Not only had he failed what he came here to do, they'd lost a very valuable weapon. Warp us out of here, Kurogiri, he says. Kurogiri reforms into an oval portal. Before walking through it, the villain points at All Might. We might have failed now, but heed my words, he says. The next time we attack, it won't be a failure. Eraserhead lashes out to the portal with one of his sashes, but the portal disappears before latch onto anything. How's the kid? He hears someone ask from behind. He turns around to see the blue-haired guy approach him from behind. Unconscious and seriously injured, but his breathing steady, Mr. Aizawa says, the tension in the air spiking as the two of them stared each other in the eyes. The stranger just nods before turning to the two other strangers he had brought in. We're bailing, he shouts. Let's go. Fireboy and Wind Girl both nod, walking over to him. Hold on, Mr. Aizawa says, activating his quirk on the blue-haired man. I'm gonna need your names. The paperwork I'll have to do after I get back to the classroom calls for it, so I hope you can do me a favor and relieve me of a bit of work. I'm sure a bit more paperwork won't hurt then, the blue-haired man says, his hands glowing blue as he literally rips a hole into existence. Mr. Aizawa made a mental picture of his face along with his two other companions. The portal closes up after the three of them walk through it. The identity of those three would be something that would haunt him for days to come. For now, he's just glad that none of his students, other than Izuku, got seriously hurt. Izuku flinches his head back as bullets chip away at the corner of the wall he was standing behind. Come out, little piggy. Izuku was quivering and tears were pouring out of his eyes. It was understandable that he was so scared though. After all, what child wouldn't be afraid of the killer of his parents and best friend? I know you're there. Why don't you be a good boy and come to me? The click of a revolver being reloaded. It was such a small click, but at the moment, it was louder than the crackling of thunder. Don't you want to see your mommy and daddy? I can help bring you to them. Izuku holds back a sob as he wipes furiously at the tears in his eyes. He wasn't wanting nor ready for death. He had to leave. He had to escape somehow. There you are. Say hi to mommy and daddy for me. Izuku wakes with a gasp and a cold sweat. His hand instinctively reaches over to his side, where he was expecting to feel his gun case on the top of the coffee table beside the couch he slept on. Instead, his hand came in contact with a cold, steel bar. Izuku retracts his hand. The room he was in was fairly dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of a lamp on a bed table beside him. The light provided was just enough for him to observe his surroundings. He was on what seemed like a stretcher with a pillow and a blanket, wearing a turquoise hospital gown. To his left and right were more stretchers, but they were all empty. He must be in an infirmary of some kind. On the bed table beside him and under the lamp was his light green jacket and black pants as well as his tool belt. Underneath his stretcher was his gun case. What was he doing in an infirmary? Oh right, he got into a fight with a large, muscular bird man and probably had all of the bones in his body either fractured or broken. The Nomu had done something Izuku had never seen before, survived the party stopper. He had destroyed opponents tougher than the Nomu using the party stopper, so why hadn't a direct hit from it killed the Nomu? Oh, he probably forgot to turn the safety dial down. He probably wouldn't be in an infirmary if he had just checked to be sure that the party stopper wasn't at only 2.5% of its power. Izuku stretches his arms and legs. They all felt completely normal. What didn't feel normal, however, was the burning sensation in his rib cage area. He prodded his side gently and hissed as a bolt of pain shot through him. Probably still broken. Izuku reaches up to his ear and presses a small button on his comms device. He realized that it had been months since he had last pressed it. A small orange screen projects in the corner of his eye. On that screen were 4 boxes, one with Jet's face on it, one with Phoenix's face on it, one with Yuru's face on it, and one with Izuku's face on it. All of them had full vitality points at 100, save for Izuku who had 85 points. Underneath Jet's and Phoenix's boxes were the words Apartment B. Underneath Yuru's box was the word unknown and it was indicated that Yuru was in his ultimate. At first, he was a bit skeptical as to why Yuru would have his ultimate activated. Then, he realized that this was Yuru. There were dozens of reasons why he would have his ultimate active. The real good thing though was that Izuku now had Jet's and Phoenix's location. Maybe he'd find the time to track them down later. He closes the menu and turns to right to see Ochako, sleeping on an armchair beside his stretcher. She was dressed in a simple yellow t-shirt and normal jeans. Such casual attire, but she managed to look really cute in it. Her head was leaning against one of the handle on Izuku's stretcher and her hands were slack by her sides. For once, excitement wasn't etched into her features and Izuku found himself admiring how cute she looked with such a tranquil expression on her face. He leans toward her and moves a strand of hair from her face, careful not to wake her. She seemed so calm in her sleep, probably enjoying a deep, dreamless slumber. Oh how he envied her. Dreamless slumber was something he could only dream of, which would take the point out of dreamless slumber. The digital clock on the bed table had 1:37 a.m. on it in large red digital numbers and letters. Izuku lies back onto his stretcher, laying his head on the soft, white pillow and staring up at the ceiling above. At least he could sleep well for the next 6 or so hours. He was thankful that the nightmares never struck twice. Sure, stalking a kid may count as creepy, but Yuru didn't really care much about that. Plus, it wasn't like anybody could see him. While Phoenix and Jet went back to their apartment to do whatever they're doing, Yuru chose to silently follow Spark's teacher as he brought Spark to UA's infirmary. Yuru had a strange urge to stand there and guard the boy. Sure, this world might be a peaceful world unlike his own chaotic and danger-filled one, but his big brother switch was flipped when he saw Spark in such a vulnerable condition. At least his injuries seemed to have healed up quite nicely. Though not as good as Sage's, Recovery Girl's healing powers were very efficient. Spark was pretty much unconscious for the rest of the day. At around 6 in the afternoon, his adoptive family, the Urarakas, came in to visit. After about an hour or so, they left save for the Uraraka's daughter, the girl Yuru saw Spark with. When her parents left, Ochako looked from side to side before leaning over Spark and kissing his forehead before retracting back into an armchair beside Spark's bed and reading a magazine. The motion made Yuru's fingers twitch slightly and he felt an emotion that he couldn't quite name. Whatever it was, it made Yuru want to keep a very, very close eye on this girl. It was a ridiculous feeling. The girl was just a normal girl. She barely knew how to fight and didn't seem to have a single unfair blood cell in her body. Still though, it wouldn't hurt to keep a loose watch over her. Not too long after Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka left, Spark's teacher, Eraserhead, walked into Izuku's infirmary room, followed by another boy who was around Izuku's age. He had blonde, spiky hair, red eyes, and an expression of permanent anger. He looked strangely identical to an older version of that other boy in the photo Spark always brought everywhere. Eraserhead and the girl sitting beside Spark shared a couple of words. The boy who came in with Eraserhead called Spark an idiot and berated him for putting himself in danger by fighting a beast that meant to take down the #1 superhero, using the name Izuku. Yuru would have pulled out his pistol and shot him out of impertinence if it weren't for the twinge of concern in his voice and the fact that he was supposed to be there without Spark's knowledge. After the two of them left, nobody else came in save for Recovery Girl, who came to check on him every now and then. At around 10 at night, Yuru let himself fall into a light slumber. Sure, he was supposed to be watching Spark, but he had to let himself sleep as well. At around 1:30 in the morning, Yuru snapped awake to a small gasp and heavy breathing. His head turned to Spark's infirmary bed, where the boy was sitting up and gasping. Probably a nightmare. Yuru watched as Spark's eyes roamed around the room as he checked his surroundings. After that, his eyes went to the bed table, where his agent outfit was sitting on a bed table under a lamp, and then to under his bed where his gun case was sitting. Then to the girl sitting in the armchair beside his infirmary bed. The way he looked at her. Yuru could tell that Spark really cared for her just by the way he looked at her. Which means that he really needed to keep an eye on her. He just needed to make sure that Spark's care wouldn't lead him down a road of pain. Spark laid back down onto his stretcher and, after a few minutes of staring up at the ceiling, closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Yuru, meanwhile, decided it was time that he went back to his apartment. Much to Recovery Girl's surprise, Izuku was completely healed by the next morning save for a slight pain in his ribs, which didn't really mean much according to the X-rays she took. The day after that, Izuku was discharged and allowed to start going back to school. "Welcome back, Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa drawls as Izuku enters the classroom of Class 1A and seats himself at his usual desk. Just in time for important news. At that, all the students of Class 1A turn their attentions to Mr. Aizawa. Izuku sets his gun case on the floor beside his desk and seats himself on his chair. "So, I'll get straight to the point," Mr. Aizawa says, opening a small notebook in his hand. "The UA Sports Festival will take place in exactly 2 weeks from now." The Sports Festival, everybody shouts all at once, save for Izuku, who mutters it to himself. "But, weren't we just attacked by villains not a week ago?" Kirishima, the hot-headed, red-haired male in his class, asks. "Would it really be safe to proceed with the festival?" "I understand your concerns," Mr. Aizawa says. "However, the UA Sports Festival is a very, very important event. Plus, as the #1 hero high school in all of Japan, we have a reputation we must uphold. We have to make it appear that something as inferior as a villain attack won't stop us. Sensei, we were attacked by an enemy that had overpowered all might," Yaoyorozu says, crossing her arms. "The only reason why the villains caused us so much trouble was because they managed to break past our security systems," Mr. Aizawa says. "Since then, we've heavily upgraded it. Another attack like the USJ-1 won't happen again." Everybody starts murmuring and nodding. "So don't let safety be your concern," Mr. Aizawa continues. "Let the pro heroes that'll be coming from all over be your concerns. The top heroes from all over Japan will be watching the festival, either physically or virtually, so use this opportunity to get them to notice you. It'll help you all on your paths to becoming heroes in the future." At that, everyone starts cheering and pumping their fists, except for Izuku. Luckily, everyone was too busy cheering and chattering excitedly with each other to notice. All right everyone, settle down," Mr. Aizawa says. "Class isn't over just yet. You've still got a good half an hour with me, so sit tight." Mr. Aizawa's class continued with him getting more in-depth on details about the festival. The day went on as normal after that. Izuku didn't really know what to feel about the upcoming festival. After all, he came to UA for education, not to become a hero. This festival was to help students become heroes in the future. Could he back out of this one? No. Mr. Aizawa made it a grade requirement for Class 1A students. A very, very big grade requirement. Although he'd normally not worry about failing a single grade, his adoptive parents would flip. Izuku-kun, you there? Ochako asks, waving a hand in front of Izuku's face. Izuku snaps out of his trance and turns to see Ochako staring up at him with a concerned expression. He gives her a reassuring smile. Yeah, just thinking about something, Izuku says. Right, he was walking with his best friend and possibly significant other to the cafeteria for lunch. Well, since Midoriya seemed to have not heard my question, why did you decide to become a hero? Iida asks in his usual boisterous volume. Oh, well, that's hard to explain really, Izuku says, not wanting to express to not really wanting to become a hero. It is fine, Iida says. How about you, Uraraka-san? Well, I mainly want to become a hero to support my family, Ochako says, scratching the back of her neck. Izuku-kun knows the situation my parents are in, right? Izuku nods. Despite their efforts to hide their family's economic hardship, Izuku saw that Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka's careers were falling out of their hands. Mr. Uraraka's construction business hadn't gotten a contract in a long time, and the Urarakas worried about their capability to economically sustain both Izuku and Ochako throughout their high school years. Well, I want to become a hero for money, Ochako says. A bit selfish of me, but I want to provide a better life for my parents. It is not selfish to be a hero for making a living, Uraraka. Iida says. What about you, Iida-kun? Izuku asks, giving his friend a quizzical look. Why do you want to become a hero? A simple question to answer. Iida shouts. I wish to be just like my idol and brother, Ingenium. Ochako gasps. Ingenium is your brother. Ochako squeaks. The Ingenium. Indeed. Iida exclaims. I wish to become a hero just like him and make a positive impact on the world. That's great, Iida-kun. Ochako says as Izuku, Ochako, and Iida arrive at the cafeteria. Well, I'll see you after lunch, Uraraka-san, Izuku says. See you, Ochako says, beaming him a smile and waving as Ochako breaks away from Iida and Izuku and walks over to the Class 1A girls' table. Izuku and Iida meanwhile walk over to the Class 1A boys' table. Hey, Midoriya, have you ever sat at the girls' table before? Iida asks in an uncharacteristically quiet whisper. Once. Why do you ask? Izuku says, raising an eyebrow. What do they talk about over there? Iida asks, blushing slightly. The one time he had been at the girls' table had, for some reason, been one of the most traumatic experiences in his life. And that was coming from someone who spent a good portion of his life being shot at almost every day. Hey, Midoriya-kun, have you kissed anyone yet? It would be an understatement to say that the question caught him off guard. Way off guard. Before, such a question wouldn't have fazed him, but he soon learned that sensitive topics in this world were much more numerous than those in his world. Further down the table, Ochako turns her head and blushes a very deep red, shaking his head. Well, why don't you, introduce yourselves first? Izuku asks in an attempt to change the topic of the conversation. I'm Mina Ishido, the pink girl, the one who asked the question, says. Now, if you need me to ask again. Mina, don't be so rude. Hagakuri, the invisible girl, says. He's just now introducing himself for the first time. Don't make his first visit so humiliating. I agree, Yaoyorozu says, daintily picking at a piece of meat with a pair of chopsticks. First visits are meant for introductions. Questions such as that should be asked only when we can confirm if they make the recipient comfortable or not. Hey, she sounds like Killjoy, Izuku thinks to himself. Fine, Ishido says, sighing before flashing a bright smile. I apologize, Midoriya-kun. I shouldn't have asked something so invasive. It's fine, Izuku says, letting out a breath he had just realized he was holding in. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Ochako also exhale in relief. It's a small and quiet motion, but unfortunately, it doesn't go unnoticed. Hey, Uraraka-san, Jiro, the earbuds girl, randomly shouts. Why's your face so red? What? Ochako practically screams back. I don't know why you're talking about. Wait, was she this red before? Hagakuri asks, a sleeve rising to where her chin would presumably be. Oh my god, was it just now because Ishido asked that Q? Uraraka-san, did you? Ochako's face gets even redder as she brings her hands up to her face to hide it. A resounding, ooh, sounds out from all the girls except Yaoyorozu sitting at the table. Let's just say it'll be safer for you if you don't stray near that area, Izuku says, leaving it at that. If you say so, Iida says. Let's get to the lunch line before it expands anymore. After grabbing their lunches, Iida and Izuku sit at the table surrounded with Class 1A's boys, who are all chattering very excitedly and loudly. Ah, Midoriya, Kirishima greets. You finally got here. How's your head? My head? Why do you? Oh, Izuku says, hand reaching up to the band-aids on his head where the Nomu had hit him. My head's fine if that's what you're wondering. You looked like you got hit really hard, Tokiyami, the bird-headed guy, says. After you got hit, you went flying and then there was this crack. Recovery girl said you'd be in the infirmary for at least a few weeks, Siro, the guy with the tape dispensers on his elbows, says. But it's been, what, 2 days and you're already completely fine. It is true, Midoriya, Iida exclaims as Izuku and he set their lunch trays on the table and sit in their respective seats. You came out of the infirmary much earlier than Recovery Girl predicted. And she is a very renowned doctor. I've always been a fast healer, Izuku says, shrugging. But having recovered so fast from such a devastating hit, Kirishima says, and acting as if nothing had happened at all just a couple of days later. Manly, my dude, Kirishima holds out his fist for a fist bump. Izuku bumps his knuckles against Kirishima's very hardened ones. Katsuki scoffs and continues digging into his rice. So what happened in USJ after I got knocked out? Izuku asks. Well, first, All Might dropped in and fought with the Nomu, but believe it or not, the Nomu had overpowered even All Might. Kaminari says. It was scary, man. And then, suddenly, these 3 random guys pop out from out of nowhere and melted the Nomu into a puddle of bird. Melted? Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow. Endeavor. Maybe. No, it wasn't Endeavor, Shoji, the multi-armed ninja-looking guy, says. The guy who burned the Nomu was definitely not Endeavor. Yeah, no idea who it was though, Kaminari continues. He didn't look like anybody I could recognize off the top of my head. The Wind Girl too. If they're pro-heroes, they're ones I won't mind looking into later. And the third guy was this punk dude who wore blue almost everywhere. He wore this cool-looking mask and his glowing eyes made him look insanely cool. Though he kind of just stood to the side while the 2 other guys fought the Nomu. Interesting, Izuku says, raising his eyebrow again. And they all had guns, Tokiyami says. Guns. Fire. Wind Girl. Blue punk dude. That was all Izuku needed to confirm that his fellow squadmates had found him. Hey, Midoriya, you there? Kaminari asks, snapping Izuku out of his trance. Yeah, Izuku says, just thinking about something. Then, he hears a click from under the table he was sitting at. It was a quiet click, but according to the sudden silence of the other boys sitting around the table, they heard it, too. He instinctively knew what that click was, the sound of the lock on his case popping open. Izuku suddenly hops backward from his seat and fires a spark from his finger to under the table. It bursts, blinding Iida and Kirishima, who have both looked under the table out of curiosity. What the? Midoriya, Iida shouts, covering his eyes as very bright light green sparks dance in his vision. Holy crap, that's bright, Kirishima shouts, also covering his eyes. Under the table was Mineta, who yelped upon being blinded and hit his small head against the bottom of the table. Izuku was quick to wrestle his vandal out of the small boy's hand and stuff it back into his case before closing it and slinging it across his table. Mineta, meanwhile, was rubbing the large bump on his head. My god Mineta, I almost shot you, Izuku says, sighing as he sits back onto his seat. Next time, I won't just almost shoot you, I'll actually shoot you. Right, sorry, Mineta mutters, rubbing the rest of the sparks out of his eyes as he crawls up from under the table and puts a hand to the bump on his head. The rest of the lunch period was spent making fun of Mineta and making small talk. Though Izuku didn't really contribute much to these conversations, he was fine with occasionally chuckling at how childish his classmates could be sometimes. Just like how it had been with Ochako, Izuku found that hanging around with kids his age had been a pleasurable experience. After lunch, school proceeded as normal until the end of Izuku's final period. He and the rest of Class 1A had their final period with Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa's class went on as it normally did most of the time, mind-numbingly boring. However, things got interesting after class. Ashido was usually always the first to leave Mr. Aizawa's classroom. As she did every day after final period was over, she skipped over to the door and swung it open. However, this time, she was met with very large chatter and a huge group of students camping themselves outside of Class 1A's classroom. Then something interesting happens. A particularly snotty student, one that Izuku finds out later is from Class 1B, declares war on Class 1A, claiming that Class 1B will steal Class 1A's spotlight during this year's sports festival. After hearing the student ramble on, Izuku decided that he really wanted to go home. Since he didn't have his limiter on all day, his radionite levels had been rising naturally, just at a very slow rate. At the end of the day, Izuku's levels were just high enough for, at most, 20 seconds of ultimate, which was more than enough time to form a small swarm grenade. After checking to make sure the nanites inside of the grenade were set to detain, Izuku pushed Bakugo and Kirishima out of the way before chucking it into the hallway and slamming the door shut. He gets confused looks from his classmates as a bright flash of pink and light blue flashes out the window on the door. Izuku then opens the door. The rambling student from before was still in front of the door, but there were pink and light blue geometric, 3D shapes swarming all over his body. He seemed to be straining against some invisible force. All the other students behind him seemed to be in the same state. Izuku then gently nudges the shoulder of the brown-haired student in front of him. The boy falls onto his side, stuck in the same pose. He smirks down at him before turning to his classmates who all give him shocked looks. Those nanites deactivate themselves in around 20 minutes, Izuku says, pushing more students to the ground as he walks out of the classroom and into the hallway. Just saying. Meanwhile, his classmates were still staring down at the paralyzed student he had just pushed over. Did he just stun bomb a whole hallway of students? Ashido asks, breaking the silence in the classroom. Absolutely manly, Kirishima exclaims, pumping a fist. Whatever, I'm going home, Bakugo says, pushing past Kirishima and a number of other paralyzed students on his way out the school. I'm gonna have a talk with that boy about gadget use on other students later, Mr. Aizawa says, zipping himself up into his large yellow sleeping bag. As for what you do now, go home or do whatever. I don't care as long as you keep quiet. After that whole fiasco, Ochako left the school building and walked back to her apartment along with Izuku, who had been waiting outside the school for her. The two of them then started walking back to their apartment. The next 2 weeks passed by slowly. Ochako extended hers and Izuku's exercise schedule, which Izuku didn't find a reason to decline. His teachers were pretty lenient on him and his classmates, giving them time to train up for the sports festival. Ochako wanted to get better at hand-to-hand combat, so she beckoned Izuku to go harder on her when they did their sparring sessions. Izuku complied, making sure not to go too hard on her as to not accidentally injure her. However, he did spar harder as promised. As a result, their sparring sessions were much shorter, but Ochako didn't particularly mind. Her determination to improve astounded Izuku. It wasn't just Ochako who wanted to improve though. Ever since the USJ incident, Izuku found the need to recondition his body into what it was before when he was actively working as a Valorant agent. As a result, he started using his ultimate while sparring with Ochako. Well, he didn't exactly use it. He just activated it, but didn't actually use it while he and Ochako sparred. As a result, he would usually lose control of himself in their multiple sparring sessions after several minutes of consecutive sparring. Ochako would notice this as Izuku would start attacking more like an animal and with less of the carefulness he usually sparred her with. As a result, Ochako would either snap her fingers in front of his face or, in not as many occasions, punch him in the face. Whenever that happened, she'd profusely apologize. Izuku would just laugh it off and call for a short break. Ochako didn't quite mind Izuku's episodes. She knew that he would never consciously hurt her. What she found more concerning was how he'd suddenly double over in pain after his quirk shut off, which was usually around several minutes of usage. When this happened, Izuku would just brush it off and call for a small break. Though he did recover quickly from those, Ochako was concerned for him, fearing that usage of his quirk endangered his physical health. When she confronted him about this, Izuku just smiled and told her that he was well aware of the dangers his quirk brought to his body and assured her that he wasn't putting himself in danger by using his quirk in the way he currently was. Ochako had an argument in the case of him saying that, but that warm smile of his melted her brain. She just nodded and turned her head away quickly, praying that he didn't see her blush. She didn't know whether his chuckle was a good sign or not. As the weeks passed on, Izuku found that his conditioning was producing results. By the end of 1 week, Izuku could keep his ultimate activated for around 8 minutes. 2 days before the scheduled date of the UA Sports Festival, those 8 minutes become 13. As for Ochako, she was satisfied with the improvement in her quirk usage and skill in hand-to-hand combat. She felt the strongest she had ever felt before and didn't believe she'd ever reach the level she was at without Izuku. It just confirmed how thankful she was for the addition of him into her family. However, it wasn't a completely safe system. One day, about a week until the sports festival, while sparring, Izuku punched Ochako in the face, hard enough to break her nose. Her yelp of pain was more than enough to snap him out of his Radianite-crazed state. Izuku was quick to profusely apologize and heal the wound before deactivating his ultimate. Despite how serious the situation seemed, Ochako tried to brush it off the same way Izuku would brush off her punching him in the face, but she never hit him hard enough to even make him bleed. After that, Izuku decided to call off sparring for the day. Ochako wanted to protest, but knew that Izuku's protectiveness over her wouldn't permit him to go on with any more sparring for at least the rest of the day. So, Ochako just complied with going home hours before when they usually went home. However, about halfway to their apartment, Izuku asked Ochako if she would like to take a walk with him around the park. Having hours to spare and not seeing a reason to decline, Ochako accepted. While walking around the park, Izuku explained to Ochako the dangers of continuing their current sparring agenda. "I think it'd be safer for you if I had my own agenda for training for this festival," Izuku says. "If another incident like this happens, you could end up with an injury much more serious than just a broken nose. Izuku-kun, you don't need to eat up your own time just for the sake of my safety," Ochako says. "Plus, it's only one incident. Just until after the sports festival. Not a chance, Uraraka-san," Izuku says. "Even more so that the sports festival is so close. I can't risk having you injured now of all times. But can't you just do that thing you did to heal my nose before?" Ochako says. "I'm not a professional at it," Izuku says. "If you were to break an arm or a leg, it'd take much longer to repair. Maybe I could heal it up before the festival if you were to break a limb tomorrow, but you'll be losing a lot of time in which you could be training up. Plus, any later than that and you'd probably have to miss out on the festival. Then I'll just improve more," Ochako says. "Train up to the point where you won't have to worry about injuring me." "But how long will that take?" Izuku says. Then, he sighs and sits at a nearby bench, motioning Ochako to sit beside him. "Uraraka-san, it's clear how much you wish to become a hero in the future," Izuku says. "If you were to be forced to pass up on something as consequential as this because of an injury you've gotten from me. Izuku-kun, I know that you'd do anything in your power to prevent that," Ochako says. "I try, but like this time, my own strength might not be enough," Izuku says. "It's very clear to me how much you want to improve for this festival, but if you miss this festival because of me, I don't know how I'll." Ochako cut him off by leaning towards him, using a hand to turn his face to hers, and pressing her lips softly against his. It shocked Izuku, at first, to all of a sudden feel Ochako's soft lips against his. His first instinct, as with the first kiss he and Ochako shared, was to push her away. But, he subconsciously felt himself relax a little. When Ochako pulls away slightly, Izuku finds himself staring into her chocolate brown eyes. "Izuku, hear me out, will you?" Ochako says. "We spend almost all afternoon training together when we come back from school. When are you going to find the time to train on your own? Plus, How guilty do you think you'll feel if you don't win the festival solely because you don't get enough training because of training with me? Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but Ochako put a finger to his lips, shutting him up again. Now, would you rather go home or waste your energy in an argument you know you can't win? Ochako asks, withdrawing her finger. Izuku opens his mouth to say something, but then closes it, realizing that nothing he could say would dissuade Ochako. Instead, he just nodded and offered her his hand. Smiling, Ochako took it and walked with Izuku back to their apartment, her hand in his. On the way to the Uraraka's apartment, Izuku wondered since when he cared so much for someone's well-being. The moment he and Ochako got back to the apartment, Izuku went to Mr. Uraraka and asked whether he had any construction tools. Of course I have construction tools, I run a construction business. Mr. Uraraka says, giving his adoptive son a questioning look. Why, is it something for school? Kind of, Izuku says. There's a toolbox in the cabinet under the sink, Mr. Uraraka says. Just make sure not to break any of the tools and make sure to put the box back under the sink with all the tools inside of it. Yes, father, Izuku says. Dinner's in 30 minutes, Mr. Uraraka says. Whatever you're doing, don't miss out on dinner time. You know how much your mother absolutely hates it when someone misses out on dinner time. Why are you and Ochako home so earlier anyway? Just decided to stop early for today, Izuku says, attempting to sound as casual as possible. Well, your decision, I guess, Mr. Uraraka says, walking away from Izuku. At that, Izuku walks to the kitchen, fishes out the toolbox in the cabinet under the sink, and walks to the living room with it in hand. When he reaches the living room, he sits himself on the couch and sets the toolbox on the ground next to his feet. Activating his ultimate for just a few seconds, Izuku gathered particles into his hand and, in a flash of light, a light gray alarm bot appears in the palm of his hand, laying dormant and deactivated. It wasn't just a normal alarm bot though. One day, just for the hell of it, Breach, with the help of Raze, broke into Killjoy's lab back at Valorant headquarters and nabbed the alarm bot blueprints from right under the German technician's nose with the intention of attempting to find a way to utilize Killjoy's nanites with his own mechanical arms. However, Breach wasn't really the sharpest knife in the drawer. After many failures, he gave up on the idea and the blueprints somehow ended up in Izuku's hands. Using the blueprints and the knowledge of tinkering that Raze had taught him, Izuku created Ida. Ida was capable of many things. Though none of them were really offensive, Izuku found that bringing Ida along on his missions made them a lot easier, especially on ones where Sova or Cypher weren't available for assistance on things like reconnaissance. However, right now, Ida couldn't do any of those things. After several months of abandonment, Izuku needed to fine-tune the small bot back into its original condition. Alright little buddy, maintenance time, Izuku says, fishing a screwdriver out of the toolbox by his feet. I never knew Izuku was one for mechanical work, Mr. Uraraka says, sitting down on one of the chairs around the dining room table as Mrs. Uraraka set plates of food on the table. Well, whatever he's doing, it's dinner time right about now, Mrs. Uraraka says. Can you go tell him to wrap up whatever he's doing and come to the table? I can, but look how attentive he is with whatever he's doing. Mr. Uraraka says, could you give him maybe 5 minutes? If he's passing dinner time for this, it must be important. Mrs. Uraraka sighs. Fine, she says, but 5 minutes only. Now keep quiet and let the boy do whatever he's doing. What is he doing anyway? It looked like he was doing electrical maintenance on a small, light gray thing, Mr. Uraraka says. Maybe a toy. I always thought is Izuku too serious to be playing with toys, but then again, he is still young. Whatever it is, may you go to Ochako's bedroom call her out for dinner. Mrs. Uraraka says. Of course. Mr. Uraraka got up from his chair into the living room to watch Izuku gingerly trying to put two very tiny objects attached to wires together with tweezers from inside of the small drone thing he was doing something with. The man took a second to admire how still his adoptive son's hands were as the boy slowly brought the two tiny things held by tweezers together. After a second, Mr. Uraraka made his way to Ochako's room and knocks on it twice with his finger. Ochako, it's dinner time. Mr. Uraraka says, being careful to not raise his voice as to not startle Izuku from whatever he was doing. Mr. Uraraka then starts walking over to Izuku with the intention of gently tapping his adoptive son's shoulder and bringing him to the table. Suddenly, the door to Ochako's room behind him swings open. Ochako hops out of her room in a light yellow t-shirt and shorts. "It's already dinner time," Ochako asks, in her usual semi-loud, bubbly voice, breaking through the quietness in the apartment. Izuku suddenly jumps from his couch, dropping his tweezer. The object in front of him beeps twice before exploding in a burst of light blue and pink light in a cartoonish. Mr. Uraraka and Ochako both bring their arms to their eyes. Mrs. Uraraka peeks her head out from in the dining room out of curiosity. "Izuku-kun," Ochako shouts, bringing her arm down from her face. In the living room, Izuku was still sat on the couch, little bolts of light blue and pink electricity running up and down his body. Despite the mini explosion that just happened right in front of him, neither he nor anything in the living room seemed damaged. "Izuku, are you all right?" Mr. Uraraka shouts, running to his adoptive son in the living room. "Yeah, I'm fine," Izuku says, his head twitching slightly. "Just a bit stuck." Mr. Uraraka asks, reaching over to poke his son in the shoulder. "Yeah, I kinda can't move," Izuku says. "Also, I advise you don't touch me or..." Too late. The moment Mr. Uraraka's finger makes contact with Izuku's shoulder, a tiny spark flares on Mr. Uraraka's finger, making him quickly withdraw. Bolts of pink and light blue electricity then runs up his arm and throughout his whole body. "Father," Izuku says. "You all right?" "Yeah," Mr. Uraraka says, chuckling slightly. He then finds that he can't will himself to move any of his body parts. "Well, now I feel kinda stuck," Izuku asks. "Yeah," Mr. Uraraka says. "Daddy," Ochako shouts, running over to her father. Both Mr. Uraraka and Izuku shout, "No, don't touch." At the same time before Ochako grabs onto her father's arm. She reflexively withdraws her hand when a small spark goes off between her hand and Mr. Uraraka's arm. Pink and light blue lightning runs up her arm before spreading out to the rest of her body. "Ochako," Mr. Uraraka shouts. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I feel fine at least," Ochako says. "I just can't move." "Izuku, what exactly are you working on?" Mr. Uraraka asks. "A gadget of mine," Izuku says, sighing. "You know, the fact that you would be working on something like this would normally be disturbing, but you do carry guns around with you wherever you go," Mr. Uraraka says, laughing. "So, when can we move again?" "In about half an hour or so, I think," Izuku says. Mrs. Uraraka walks into the living room and puts her hands on her hips. "What in God's name just happened here?" she asks. Mr. Uraraka's and Ochako's eyes move to Izuku. He just sighs. "Mother, may you put in an equipment's form for the festival for me?" Izuku asks, walking up to his mother who was typing away at her laptop on the living room's couch. "Two of them, actually. Well, Mr. Aizawa told me specifically not to allow you to bring guns to the festival, so I'm sorry sweetie, but..." "No, it's not for my guns," Izuku says. "It's not?" Mrs. Uraraka asks, turning to give her son a questioning look. "Then what's it for?" "The first is for just a small piece of light green fabric wrapped around my right arm somewhere around," Izuku says, gesturing to his upper right arm. "The other is a surprise for now. Well, if it holds any potential for hurting any of the other participants in the festival, then I can't sign you an equipment's form," Mrs. Uraraka says. "And, I'm sorry, as someone who brings guns everywhere, I kind of worry that..." "It's not anything dangerous, I promise," Izuku says. "Well, I hope so," Mrs. Uraraka says. "I kind of don't want to answer to Chief Saragame for anything that happens during the festival." Right, the canine chief of police was still in touch with the Urarakas. He wanted the Urarakas to keep quiet about relaying information of Izuku's daily activities, but that didn't sit well with the kind-hearted parents. They trusted Izuku enough to tell him that he was being monitored for the chief. The news didn't really surprise him much, as he expected the police to be keeping an eye on him. Thankfully for them and for the Urarakas, Izuku wasn't really one to do anything that'd put the public in danger without a reason. Plus, the Urarakas treated Izuku with genuine care, as if he were more than just their adoptive child. Why would Izuku ever want to give them any trouble? Well, okay, Mrs. Uraraka says, sighing before smiling at Izuku. I know I can trust you with this, so I'll sign the form. I just need your one last confirmation that this little thing you're bringing along with you won't cause us any trouble. It won't, Izuku says. I promise. Pinky promise. Mrs. Uraraka just laughs and hangs out her pinky, curling it around Izuku's. Since you say it's a surprise, I'll respectful so as to just sign the form and let you fill in the details, Mrs. Uraraka says, getting up from her chair and walking over to the printer in Mr. Uraraka's office. I'll be right back to print the form. It was the day of the festival. Izuku put on the UA athletics uniform he was required to wear to the festival. After putting it on along with the issued athletics pants, Izuku cut a small part of his agent jacket off and wrapped the fabric around his right arm as a makeshift limiter to use during the festival. Going Radianite crazy was not something he wanted to do in an arena full of high schoolers. Izuku-kun, hurry up in there. Ochako shouts, knocking on the bathroom door. Some of us need to use the bathroom as well. I'm coming, Izuku says, opening the door and walking out of the bathroom so that Ochako could walk in with her bag of athletics clothing. Before closing the bathroom door behind, Ochako turns to give Izuku a weird look, then taps the small strip of green wrapped around his arm. This looks like the fabric from your jacket, Ochako says. Why do you have that around your arm? There's a reason why I wear my jacket when fighting with my classmates, Izuku says. Think of it as a limiter of some kind. So I don't go berserk. When surrounded by high schoolers, I'm not allowed to wear my jacket to the festival, so I'm going to have to do with this. Oh, so that jacket is to keep you from going berserk because of your quirk? Ochako asks. Why didn't you do that during our sparring sessions then? Because it also hinders my ability to better condition my body for my quirk, Izuku says. Ochako gives a small, oh, before shutting the bathroom door. Izuku walks to the kitchen where his mother dumps a stack of pancakes on his plate and drowns them with pancakes. Mother, this is a lot of food, Izuku says, staring at the small mountain of pancakes on his plate. Of course, Mrs. Uraraka chirps, making Izuku remember where Ochako got her bubbliness from. You'll need plenty of sustenance for something as big as the UA Sports Festival. But all of this food feels kind of stuffing, Izuku says. You won't know till you have it all, Mrs. Uraraka says. Now eat up. Won't it be too late by then? Izuku asks. Just eat your breakfast. At that moment, Ochako opens the door to the bathroom, dressed in her athletics clothing. The first thing she sees is the mountain of pancakes on Izuku's plate. Whoa, Izuku-kun, Ochako exclaims. That's a lot of food. Since when were you such a big eater? It's against my will, Izuku says, fishing a fork out of a nearby drawer. It'll be against your will too right about now. Ochako asks, tilting her head to the side slightly in question. What do you mean by that? Izuku takes a fork out of the drawer his hand was in and points at Mrs. Uraraka with it. Mrs. Uraraka has a plate with a mini mountain of pancakes of its own on it. Wah, Ochako squeaks. Isn't this a bit too much food? I tried that already, Izuku says, sighing. You'll need plenty of sustenance for the big event today, Mrs. Uraraka says. Now, hurry up and eat your breakfast before it cools. But, if there are still pancakes on this plate by the time it's time to go to school, you're going to have to walk there yourself. Ochako looked like she wanted to protest further, but just obliged when realizing there was no other way to get her out of eating the mount pancakes on her plate. It was an interesting morning to say the least. However, an hour later, Izuku and Ochako were standing in a back room of what Izuku assumed was a stadium. The rest of Class 1A was there as well, all of them standing around in their own issued UA athletics clothing. It was apparent that they were all restless. Mr. Aizawa was at the front of the room, calling out names of each individual 1A student. Greetings, Midoriya, Iida exclaims in his usual loud voice when the class breaks out into quiet chatter. Oh, hello Iida-kun, Izuku says. I just wish you good luck during the festival. Iida says, holding out a hand for a handshake. And I to you, Izuku says, accepting Iida's handshake. Also, what's with that fabric wrapped around your arm? Oh, it's a good luck charm, Izuku lies. He didn't want anyone outside of him and Ochako to know that his quirk could pose a potential danger to everyone around him. Ochako turns to glance at Izuku. Izuku just subtly shakes his head. Iida, somehow, doesn't notice it. Well, I wish you good luck, Iida says, saluting to Izuku before turning to walk away. Alright, everyone settle down, Mr. Aizawa semi-shouts. He waits for everyone to quiet down before speaking again. So, in exactly 10 minutes from now, all of y'all will be going out there to start the festival, Mr. Aizawa says. Everyone, make sure to do your best and don't hold back on anyone. Remember, you're aiming to win. Everyone in the room nods. Prepare yourselves, everyone, Mr. Aizawa says. I've gotta go to the spectators' podium. Someone will be coming by soon to bring you outside into the arena. Last thing, don't let any of the bright lights or cheering make any of y'all nervous. I have confidence that all of you are capable of giving them the show they came to see. At that, Mr. Aizawa leaves the small room. Does he really have that much confidence in us? Suyu asks. I dunno. The nonchalance in his voice isn't exactly encouraging, Shiro says. How long has it been? Ashido asks. It feels like forever. Ashido, it's been less than 30 seconds since Mr. Aizawa left the room, Yaoyorozu says. I know, Ashido exclaims before groaning. Hey Midoriya, where are your guns? Kirishima asks. I'm not allowed to bring them to the festival, Izuku says, folding his arms. Nice, that means we have a half a chance of beating Midoriya. Kaminari exclaims, pumping a fist. Izuku just scoffs. We'll see, he says. He and the rest of the boys, except Bakugo and Todoroki, made small talk for the rest of the time before the festival was scheduled to take place. Izuku knew that, despite the lightheartedness of their conversations, they were, in fact, extremely nervous and were chattering to attempt to relieve the tension in the air. Around 9 minutes later, midnight, a pro hero as well as one of Class 1A's teachers, swings the door open, banging Tokiyami in the back of the head, who was brooding in the corner behind the door. All right, Class 1A. Midnight exclaims. It's show time. At that, Class 1A follows their teacher outside into the bright lights and the large roaring of the crowds. The sports festival was much bigger than anything Ochako had ever seen in her life. She was absolutely blown away by everything around her. The brightness of the lights and the sun, the volume of the cheering from the crowds all around her, the sheer size of the arena she and her classmates were in. The list could go on and on. She was definitely not ready for something like this. Could her teachers have not at least prepared her and her class for something like this? Nervousness was chewing at her. If she made even the tiniest mistake, then she could become the laughingstock of the media. Plus, her quirk wasn't that noticeable to begin with. How could she fare against her much more flashy classmates? She also didn't know any of the quirks of students from the other classes. Before she knew it, the first trial, which turned out to be an obstacle race. A very interesting obstacle race. The first part of the race seemed simple enough. Just a straight dash to the first turn. Before starting the race, Ochako put her hands to her shoes and other clothing to reduce the overall weight of them to increase her speed. When the race started, however, she almost got trampled by the dozens of other students who started running as well. She fell right in the middle of the group of them though, her quirk moderately increasing her speed above average. The three at the way front, noticeably, were Todoroki, Katsuki, and Izuku. Todoroki slid across a path of ice he made under his feet while Katsuki just boosted himself forward with explosions from his hands. Ochako found it hard to believe that she'd catch up to them anytime soon with how fast they were moving. By her left, Izuku sped past her and some other students. His quirk didn't aid his speed, Ochako knew. Izuku was just really fast. He proved that multiple times over the last 2 weeks. He almost seemed military trained, being able to run fast over very long distances without breaking much of a sweat. If this were a normal race, Ochako believed he wouldn't have any trouble at least landing in the top 10. But this was UA after all. Ochako saw the bots towering over the trees long before she reached them. Their dark green, ginormous forms were unmistakable. 0 pointers from the entrance exam. 3 of them. Are these guys crazy? Ochako mutters to herself. How are we supposed to get past these things? At that moment, Todoroki and Katsuki have already reached the 0-pointers. Roaring at the top of his lungs, Katsuki exploded the ground right under him, effectively launching him very high into the sky and over the 0-pointers, just out of their reach. When he makes it past them, he explodes the ground under him again to cushion his fall and continues running. Todoroki, meanwhile, uses Bakugo's distraction for an opportunity to freeze the 0-pointers. He puts his hand onto one of the bot's large, metallic legs and promptly freezes all three of them in place with a large amount of ice. What an idiot, the brown-haired rambler from Class 1B says. He practically cleared the path for us. But Ochako saw it before Todoroki announced it. Wrong, Todoroki says. I froze it in such a way that the robots would tip over, actually making it harder for you all to make it past. Just as he finished that sentence, the bots fell over, walling off the path forward. The rest of the participants of the race just stopped, wondering how they were going to get over the large wall of collapsed mech parts. What a cunning move by one of our young superstars, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike announces from somewhere. Let's see just how the new generation will overcome this obstacle. The only person who didn't seem disturbed by this was Izuku, who didn't stop running. Before the start of the race, Izuku did expect obstacles. Present Mike, who turned out to be the announcer of the festival along with Midnight, another pro hero and one of Izuku's teachers, made that very obvious. Izuku wanted to use his powers as little as possible. Though he technically did have a limiter on, he didn't know how effective a small strip of light green fabric around his right bicep would be. So he decided to play it safe and just rely on his training as an agent. It hasn't failed him so far and he believed it wouldn't fail him now. However, back in his world, Izuku's missions would usually pit him against normal people. Dangerous normal people, but normal nonetheless. He was just one participant in a race full of dozens of kids with powers. Not radiant powers, but powers nonetheless. He should have expected some things to be different. Like Todoroki blocking the path by freezing 3 large mechs and making them topple onto the path. Izuku considered just blasting away the obstacle. But then he remembered promising himself not to use any of his powers. But it wasn't like he could get over the barrier without using his powers. Maybe he had to change his plans from not using powers at all to using his powers at the bare minimum. Izuku then got the idea of just covering the soles of his shoes with slip-resistant particles. That way, he could parkour over the frozen bots without having to worry about slipping. Just enough particles to cover the palms of his hands and the soles of his shoes. Then he proceeded to parkour over the pile of frozen mech parts, grabbing and hopping onto anything big and heavy enough to support his weight. It didn't take him too long to make it up the collapsed mechs. Upon reaching the top, he jumped and rolled once hitting the ground. Then he continued running, not too far behind Katsuki and Todoroki. Meanwhile, a group of competitors decided to make a temporary alliance to bring down the wall of frozen collapsed mech parts. It took them a while, but they managed to take it all down, granting passage to everyone else in the race. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku were all way ahead in the lead though, with Bakugo and Todoroki right beside each other and Izuku not far behind them. And the rest of the competitors of the race have finally made it past the barrier Todoroki had erected on the path. Present Mike shouts. As for Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki, it seems they've reached the second part of this obstacle race, the tightrope walk. The next turn Izuku took gave him full view of what the tightrope walk was. It was basically a large rectangular hole, way too big for anyone to jump over. To the side were walls, ensuring that none of the students could just run around the pit. The depth of the hole was unknowable too. It seemed to be bottomless. Katsuki and Todoroki had simple solutions for this. Todoroki made an ice bridge across the large gap and simply slid over it, destroying the bridge of ice upon reaching the side. Katsuki basically flew over the gap, launching himself into the air with a large explosion and landing safely onto the other side. Izuku didn't really have such resources available to him. However, a resource he did have available was his training. He hopped into the gape of the hole, practically hearing the gasps of the people in the crowd despite being so far away from them. He then grabbed onto one of the 3 strings used for the balancing with both his hands and sideways monkey barred his way across the gap and then, after swinging from side to side to gain some momentum, slung himself up over the hole and onto land. He had just gotten past the tightrope walk area without actually walking on the tightrope. Though it was the fastest possible way Izuku could have gotten past the obstacle, his little stunt put himself some distance away from Katsuki and Todoroki. At the moment, the fact that he was in a hero tournament didn't matter to him. What did matter to him was that he was in a tournament. And he sure as hell didn't plan on losing to a couple of untrained high school kids with quirks. At the pace he was going, he wasn't going to be catching up with Katsuki and Todoroki anytime soon. Plus, if there were more obstacles, that would only put more distance between him and the two classmates in front of him. So he decided to stop pacing himself and broke into an all-out sprint. Not just that, he used just a pinch of his energy, just a pinch, to create a very, very thin particle wall just strong enough to block out wind resistance so he could run a bit faster. Soon, he had caught up with Todoroki and Katsuki, who have both stopped glaring and growling at each other to acknowledge that Izuku was all of a sudden right behind them. Upon coming to what would be discovered to be the last turn in the race, Izuku managed to get right in front of Todoroki, who slid a little against the sandy road while turning, which slowed him down just a bit, also allowing Katsuki to get past him. Before Izuku made the last turn, he listed out possible options for what the last obstacle could be and how to respond accordingly in his brain. Now that he had the lead, he didn't want something as small as just another obstacle in an obstacle race taking that lead away. A minefield was not one of the items in that mental list. And our top three have come to the final obstacle of the race while everyone else is just getting to the tightrope walk. Present Mike shouts, "How impressive how fast these three are, Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Behold, the final obstacle, the minefield. A mud path concealing a plethora of mines under the ground. Let's see what interesting things develop." Again, Katsuki and Todoroki held the advantage here. Todoroki simply created a bridge of ice to slide across the minefield, not really caring much for destroying his bridge of ice behind. He was much too far in the lead to worry about that. Katsuki simply launched himself into the air and propelled himself forward with explosions from his hands, skimming over the ground but not quite touching it. Izuku, meanwhile, needed to find a way to surpass this obstacle. Katsuki and Todoroki were speeding ahead and it wouldn't take them very long to make it to the finish line all the way at the back of the minefield. He went over all his possible options. Just simply trying to run through the minefield was a big no-no. He knew from experience that doing that was not just the one of the slowest but also the most dangerous out of his options. However, his other options didn't look too good either. Maybe he'd have to use his powers again. Actually, even with his powers, could he make it over the minefield in an appropriate amount of time? No, he needed maneuverability from objects he could only acquire from activating his ultimate to catch up with Katsuki and Todoroki. And activating his ultimate is way overstepping the boundaries he set for himself. He didn't need his powers to create items of use. After all, as Sky once said to him, knowing how to always utilize everything at his disposal was a key part of survival. Why not use the landmines to blow him into the air and towards the finish air? Kind of like one very massive blast pack. At that, he entered the minefield and started digging mines out of the ground and tossing them behind him carelessly. As expected, they only activated when coming in contact as heavy as at least the force of a human force stomping onto the ground, which only made Izuku's job easier. Meanwhile, the other competitors in the race were just starting to get past the tightrope walk, having significantly much more trouble dealing with it than Izuku, Todoroki, and Katsuki. Somewhere in the middle of that group of racers was Ochako, who had activated her quirk on her whole body so that she could float over the obstacle. It was slow and she had to re-establish direction a couple of times to avoid drifting off in the wrong direction, but she actually managed to move up to the front. At first, she worried that she'd exhaust herself before making it to the final obstacle and lose her place, which ended up to be higher than she'd ever expect to end up in. But it was at that moment that she felt the effects of the training she and Izuku did since they started working out together. She actually felt strangely exhausted despite how long she had been running. Yes, she was breathing hard and her legs stung slightly, but she still felt that she could run a pretty long distance before collapsing. She was actually the fourth to make the last turn, which meant that at the speed she was going and if nothing unexpected happened, she'd land in 8th place. But this wasn't a normal race. This was an obstacle race. And the final obstacle wasn't too far ahead. The first thing Ochako saw was Izuku, standing behind a pile of landmines that have seemed to be dug up. Why was he standing behind a pile of landmines? He turned his head slightly to see she and the other racers approaching the minefield. Izuku then turned back to the track, spread his arms, and belly flopped onto his pile of landmines. The result was a large, glittery, light pink explosion that also happened to be ear-poppingly loud. Though Izuku coated his whole body with a light layer of particles, he still felt the force of the explosion push all the air out of his lungs. He managed not to pass out immediately thanks to his training. That wouldn't have been good for him since he seemed to get the desired effect. He was shot dozens of meters into the air. Despite the noise behind them, Katsuki and Todoroki didn't seem to notice Izuku, being too focused on the track ahead of them. When they did notice Izuku, however, he was high in the air above him, flying towards the finish line at a much faster speed than the both of them. In response, Katsuki and Todoroki speed themselves up, pouring all their energy into going the fastest they can. Izuku observes that, at the speed he's going, both Katsuki and Todoroki would step over the finish line before he could. In fact, at his current trajectory, he wouldn't even make it to the end of the minefield. He'd get close, but not quite there. He needed to find a way to slow down Todoroki and Katsuki, or at least buy himself some time. Just a little bit of time. Izuku hits the ground just a few feet away from the minefield. As he had predicted, Katsuki and Todoroki sped right by him, completely ignoring him as he rolls and kneels down on one leg, aiming a finger gun with his right hand at the end of the minefield, right in front of the finish line. He knew he promised to use his powers only to the bare minimum, but a situation like this called for breaking that promise. It's not like it was the first time he got himself into a situation like this. His right arm glowed a bright light green as particles gathered at the tip of his pointer finger. Katsuki and Todoroki must have felt a whoosh behind them as they both turned to see Izuku aiming a glowing finger at the finish line. He had really only used his powers a few times during his time at UA, mainly preferring to utilize his own physical expertise, but both boys recognized the stance Izuku was in. It was too late for them though to react accordingly. They were moving way too fast to do anything at a second's notice except keep moving forward. Izuku fired a blast of force at the ground right in front of the finish line, triggering a bunch of landmines that were conveniently placed in a straight horizontal line parallel with the finish line, unlike the rest of the mines which were scattered all over the place. If Izuku had to guess, those mines were placed that way to cause some last-minute drama for the race. It wasn't like he expected those mines to be there. He expected to blow only 2 or 3, which would be enough considering how powerful these mines though. He didn't plan on blowing up so many. As expected, Katsuki and Todoroki sped right into the explosion, their momentum the only thing keeping the two of them from flying backwards. The force of the explosion had concussed the two of them, bringing both of them to a complete standstill. Izuku used that opportunity to dash through the pink smoke caused by the explosion and towards the finish line. Katsuki was the first to come out of his daze, looking up to see Izuku dashing past him and towards the finish line. In a last-minute effort to overtake him, Katsuki produced a massive explosion behind him, shooting off towards the finish line. Todoroki produced an ice bridge all the way to the finish line, sliding towards it just as fast as Katsuki. Izuku's last-minute stunt paid off though. And we have our top 3. Present Mike announces. Though it may seem close, according to the replay slowed down at 100 times slower than normal time, we have Izuku Midoriya landing first place. What an amazing way to take the lead. Just right behind him, Katsuki Bakugo at second and Shoto Todoroki at third. Katsuki nearly shouts a curse, but he was too out of breath to do so. That race had actually ended up consuming more stamina than he had thought. Beside him, Todoroki didn't seem to be in a much better state, breathing hard and releasing little puffs of icy air with each exhale. Izuku, meanwhile, didn't seem to be too exhausted. Honestly, Bakugo wasn't surprised. He wouldn't be surprised if there was a freaking endoskeleton under Izuku's skin. Bakugo was mostly pissed with how the race ended. Like, he could have won that one, hands down, but of course, he should have expected something to happen with Izuku right behind him and Todoroki. Before, he would have been a lot more peeved at not landing first. However, that kind of mentality had led to the suicide of his best friend. At that moment, he learned that it wasn't necessary to always be first. That didn't mean he wouldn't strive for it though. He'd just destroy Izuku in the next festival event. Meanwhile, in an apartment somewhere, Yuru, Jet, and Phoenix all watched Spark win the race on a TV Yuru stole from somewhere he wouldn't disclose. Nice to know his edge is still sharp, Yuru says. Good, Jet says. And he looks barely exhausted, too. Looks like he kept up with his workout. These quirks are interesting though, Yuru says, cupping his chin. They're just knockoff radiant powers in my eyes, Jet says, leaning back into the chair she was sitting in. Which means Spark better not lose this festival, Yuru says. If he loses to a bunch of knockoffs, I'll beat his training into him again. You wouldn't, Jet says, smirking at Yuru. Spark's basically your baby brother. You wouldn't lay a finger on him even if he had a gun pointed at your head. Plus, not even you would want to deal with an angry brimstone. Maybe. Shut up, will ya? Phoenix says. The next event's starting. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark, isolated room, a figure watches the festival on a small monitor. The lettuce-haired boy who won had caught his attention. To anyone, he seemed to just have a power quirk. But to the figure, he knew that this boy's quirk had to be more than just a quirk. Could they have already found him? He might have thought it is impossible, but when it came to this particularly agency, he learned that nothing was impossible for them. The figure takes his mug and sips a little bit of his hot chocolate, leaning back into his chair and waiting in anticipation for the next event to begin. As for them, he'd deal with them later. After a few more sips, he sets his hot chocolate mug on the table in front of him. Right beside the classic he had refused to discard all this time, much to his light blue-haired disciple's confusion. Now, it's time for the second event of this year's sports festival. Present Mike shouts. Who's excited? Deafeningly loud cheering from audience. It had been 20 minutes since the first competition, a very eventful obstacle race, came to an end. At first place was Izuku with Bakugo and Todoroki landing second and third respectively behind him. The rest of Class 1A have all managed to land in the top 42. Ochako had managed to land in 8th place, a placement that she was very proud of achieving. Ochako looked to her side to see Izuku focusing intently on present Mike. When he noticed her looking at him, he turned to her and smiled. She quickly faced away from him, praying that her blush wasn't too bad. The second event is the ever-exciting Ua Chariot Battle. Present Mike shouts. Midnight, if you will. These are the rules, Midnight says, pointing to a TV screen that flashes to light. On the screen is a comical version of the astronaut hero, 13, and present Mike holding up All Might in a sitting position who was pointing forward. All of you will be grouped into groups of at most 4 people, she says. At least one in your group must be the rider. Everyone will be wearing a headband with a number of points according to what placement they made in the obstacle race. The objective is to snag as many headbands as possible while preventing the same happening to your own headbands. Only the top 4 teams will proceed to the next round. Now, the point count for each placement will be displayed on the screen. A list of placing numbers starting from the number 42 appeared on the screen. From 5 points, the points went up by 5 for every placement. The second place holder held 205 points. But then, the points jumped. The first place holder held 10 million points. Izuku didn't need to turn his head from the screen to know that the other competitors have turned to him. You all have 15 minutes to form your teams, Midnight says. Alright everyone, get to it. Izuku-kun. Izuku hears Ochako say, I'm guessing you wanna be part of my team. Izuku asks. Of course, she says. I don't think I'd feel confident with anybody else to be honest. Sure thing, Izuku says, looking around. But I guess you and I'll be a 2-person team. Nobody else seemed to want to partner up with me. Midoriya, he hears someone call just as he says that. Izuku turns around to see Tokiyami. The emo bird head was approaching Izuku, his hands in the pockets of his athletics pants. I've come to ask if you're in need of a teammate, he says. Izuku pulled out all the mental info he had on Tokiyami. Despite his appearance, the emo bird head was a very normal teenager. He didn't appear to have extraordinary strength or speed. He did have some combat experience, but so did everyone else in his grade. His selling factor was his quirk, Dark Shadow. Not only was it a powerful quirk, Tokiyami had some pretty extraordinary control it. Although he wasn't exactly the strongest student in the class, it wasn't like he had many options. Even Iida had chosen to be part of a different team. Plus, there were worse choices. Sure, Izuku says, so looks like it'll just be the three of us. So, who wants to be the rider? Because I think, wait, Izuku, Tokiyami, and Ochako turned to see a girl running towards them and waving wildly. She had light pink, curly hair and was wearing some kind of weird golden-colored goggles. Slung across her shoulder was a closed backpack. Hey, I hear you're in need of a teammate, she says, stopping in front of the three. Sure, Izuku says. And you are Mei Hatsume from the support department, she says, spreading her arms. Soon to be queen of the support department. Nice to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka, Ochako says while Izuku and Tokiyami grunt their own names. Nice to meet you as well. Also, queen of the support department. That's awfully ambitious. Well, it's bound to happen in the future, she says, unslinging her backpack and reaching for the zipper. Just take a look at all my babies. Babies? Ochako asks, cocking her head to the side. Yeah, have a look yourself, Mei says, opening her backpack and showing it to Izuku, Tokiyami, and Ochako. Inside it were a wide variety of gadgets that didn't look like they could all fit in the pack but still did somehow. There were jet boots, high-tech goggles, what looked like a molly, and a bunch of other shiny metal gadgets. You can take what you wish, Mei says. Try them out. Woo, Ochako says, her eyes practically sparkling as she fishes through the backpack. She pulls out a pair of jet boots. Check these out, she says. Don't they look cool? Yeah, they do look pretty cool, Izuku says, folding his arms. So, who wants to be the rider? I believe it will be best if you be the rider, Tokiyami says. Out of the four of us, I believe you to have the best decision-making skill, strength, and instincts as well as reflexes out of the four of us. I believe so as well, Ochako says. Well, maybe, but what about Hatsume? Izuku asks, turning to the pink-haired mechanic. Oh, I'm just a mechanic, she says. I don't actually really do too good in fights, which is why I'm just in the support department. Well, guess that's decided then, Tokiyami says. Midoriya, looks like you're our rider. Okay, guess so then, Izuku says. But one last thing, are you sure you want to be part of my team? Because whoever manages to grab my headband will basically automatically win the competition. Everyone will target us. Are you sure you wanna? Alright, time's up, Midnight announces. I hope you all chose your teams properly. Everyone, get into position. Well, guess there's no time for discussion, Tokiyami says. You're our rider. Despite the odds stacked against us, I believe that you'll help us achieve victory. Ochako says. There is no doubt that you're the best man for the job. Alright then, Izuku says. The trial will start in exactly 60 seconds. Midnight announces. Everyone get into your positions. Let's go, Midoriya, Tokiyami says. After Tokiyami turns to walk towards Ochako and Mei, who's fitting jet boots onto her feet, Izuku reaches to his left shoulder. Before reaching his shoulder, his finger hits cold metal. A small item sitting on his shoulder very briefly and silently flashes purple. Ida, it's time for action, Izuku mutters, before walking over to his teammates and seating himself on their outstretched hands. You have 30 minutes to gather as many points as possible. Present Mike shouts. Now, let the games begin. There's no way we can survive 30 minutes of this, Izuku thinks to himself. It's already been 10 minutes, but it felt way longer than that. Right off the get-go, Izuku's team was receiving attacks from all sides. The ground under Tokiyami's foot softened, rendering him unable to move. Almost immediately, his team was put into the worst possible situation anybody could find themselves in. Seeing no other option, Izuku activates his powers, both of his arms glowing light green. Everyone hold on, Izuku says before pushing both of his palms to the ground. Immediately, a loud boom resounded. Shockwaves rippled under the ground, unleveling the soiled ground. Dirt kicked up, creating dense clouds of it all around his team. Let's move, Izuku shouts. Where? We're surrounded. Mei shouts back. Go left, Izuku shouts. Are you crazy? Ochako exclaims. That's where Bakugo is. No, I'm not crazy, Izuku says. Just do it. By this time, the dirt clouds have already cleared. When Bakugo's team regains their sight, the first thing they see is Tokiyami, Ochako, Mei, and Izuku charging towards them at full speed with determined resolve on their faces. Bakugo doesn't have time to respond before Izuku aims a finger gun at his face and fires a flash right at his face at point-blank range. Shiro-kun, Ashido-kun, throw Bakugo-kun up. Iida, one of the horses on Bakugo's team, shouts. Quickly. Got it, Chief. Shiro and Ashido shout back, lifting Bakugo into the air, who was still practically blind and screaming bloody murder. Right as they do so, Izuku's team rams into them, scattering them. They quickly get back into position and catch Bakugo, who falls back into their hands. Meanwhile, Izuku's team dashes away from the center of the arena. When the other teams realize this, they start throwing more attacks at them, but this time, Tokiyami summons Dark Shadow to block all of them. Todoroki fires a huge wave of ice at them, but Dark Shadow breaks through it. Realizing that Izuku had left their circle, the other competitors turn to him and start attacking again, but their attacks were interfering with each other's since they were no longer surrounding their target. That was when the other teams started fighting each other, deciding that they should start gathering more points for themselves. However, there were two very particular teams who were determined to grab Izuku's headband. Katsuki had a good plan and a good team to implement that plan. Iida for ground mobility, Shiro for mobility off of the horses, and Ashido for. Izuku wasn't really sure why Ashido was there actually. Maybe he thought of using her acid to hinder other teams' movement. Or just Izuku's own team's movement. The only problem with it was that Katsuki was the only person who could go on the offensive. It's like trying to take a site with only one duelist in a 5-man, or in this case, 4-man squad. After a few failed attempts to grab Izuku's headband, another team engaged in combat with Katsuki's, giving Izuku and his team a bit of breathing room. However, they still had to deal with the other team on them. Todoroki's team was much more balanced than Katsuki's. He had Kirishima for defense, Yaoyorozu for utility, and Kaminari and himself for offense. He was, undoubtedly, more dangerous than Katsuki. Tokiyami sent Dark Shadow to attack his team, but Yaoyorozu managed to ward it off with a shield she produced out of her back. Hatsume pulled what looked like Brimstone's Molly launcher and fired a glob of what looked like white sticky substance at Kirishima. In response, Kirishima activates his quirk and puts his arms in an X in front of him. The substance splashes all over his arms, but it doesn't fall off of him. What the? He says, attempting to struggle against the glue. What is this stuff? My super glue launcher, Hatsume exclaims triumphantly. Not only is it filled with the strongest stuff in the market, it can fire it with plenty of firepower. It's a cool gadget, but how does this exactly help us? Izuku asks. Well, Hatsume starts, seeming to be at a loss for words. Maybe I should have fired this at his feet. Yeah, that would have been a better choice. Well, can't you fire it again? Nope, it's single shot, Hatsume says. Well cripes, then, but nobody ever said empty weapons had to go to waste. Hatsume exclaims, chucking the empty glue gun at Yaoyorozu. The creation quirk user just lifts her shield, the glue gun bouncing harmlessly off of it. When she lowers the shield, she just raises an eyebrow at the pink-haired mechanic. So much for that, Tokiyami says. Ochako says. What's Kaminari doing over there? Is he activating his quirk? Izuku, Hatsume, and Tokiyami turn to the orange-haired lightning quirk user. Their eyes widen when they see electricity sparkling all over his body. Oh crap, Izuku manages to say before electricity coats the whole arena. The large output of electricity effectively stuns everyone in place including Izuku's team, giving Todoroki the freedom to do whatever he wanted with them. Fortunately for them, Todoroki didn't want anything to do with any of the teams except Izuku's. Unfortunately for Izuku, Todoroki didn't want anything to do with any of the teams except Izuku's. Right after Kaminari's attack ends, Todoroki immediately attacks Izuku's team with two large waves of ice. Izuku grits his teeth and forces his muscles to move despite the after effects of just having large amounts of lightning coursing through his body. He pushes his hands to the ground, shattering the ice with a large burst of force. Wow, he's so manly, Kirishima says. He doesn't even seem to be affected by Kaminari's electricity. That's not exactly good for us though. Oh, he's very much affected, Todoroki says. And this is an opportunity we'll be taking. Yaoyorozu reaches to her back to pull a thumper out of it. Bro, is that a thumper? Kirishima exclaims. Yo, Todoroki, I know you want to win this and all, but this is just a sports festival. Do not worry, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu says. This isn't loaded with an actual explosive. Instead, it's loaded with something similar to a landmine from the obstacle race in the previous event. If it hits directly, then it'll be strong enough to concuss him. If not, then the smoke will give us a visual advantage we can play off of. Oh, alright then, Kirishima says. As long as nobody dies. But wouldn't Midoriya have time to react with you so blatantly aiming at him with that thing? Fire it now, Yaoyorozu. Todoroki says. No, he should still be stunned from Kaminari's attack. He's just a high schooler, not some kind teenage All Might. Yaoyorozu aims her thumper at Izuku and, after taking a second to aim it, fires it at Izuku. Todoroki watches as the small light gray projectile soars towards Izuku with a bit of nervousness that quells once he sees Izuku and his teammates struggling against the yellow lightning still jarring their nerves. His spirits rise when he sees the projectile clearly hit Izuku in the face before blowing up into light pink smoke. All right, Kirishima exclaims, grinning toothily. We got him. Now let's go get Da. A huge wave of force goes off from within the pink smoke, easily dispersing it. Another large cloud of dirt from the arena kicks up. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima cover their eyes to block the large burst of air from getting dirt into their eyes. When they move their arms, they see Izuku holding out his hands in front of him, his palms facing towards Todoroki and his team. At first, Todoroki wondered if Kaminari's attack hadn't been effective as he thought, but then he saw the tendrils of yellow lightning still running up and down Izuku's body as well as his teammates. I thought you said he wasn't a teenage All Might, Kirishima says. That was a pretty good attack, Izuku says. But I've been hit with harder. A lot harder. What the hell are you, a teenage All Might? Todoroki mutters. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu shouts. Behind you. Todoroki immediately turns his head to see three other teams behind him, firing random projectiles at him with their quirks. Todoroki brings up a wall of ice behind him to block the projectiles. Kaminari's attack has worn out, Yaoyorozu says. We lost our chance at capturing Izuku's points. Todoroki looks to examine the three teams standing behind him. One team consisted of a green-haired student with a mantis head and pincers held up by a very blonde girl with big, light blue eyes. Another one was a rather wolfish-looking boy with spiky light gray hair held up by Aoyama, Shoji, and another boy with smooth, light gray hair. He didn't know what the quirks of the rider and the other gray-haired student, which was a slight problem, but Todoroki didn't doubt that he had a power advantage over them. The third team was Class 1B's President Kendo, support by three of her other classmates. Todoroki couldn't remember their names off the top of his head. We should just play defense, Yaoyorozu says. If we preserve our headbands, we have a good chance of being able to move on to the next event with enough points. Maybe the first place seat won't be necessary this time, Todoroki says, sighing. Meanwhile, while Todoroki's team attempts to defend itself from siege from three opposing teams, Izuku's team was surrounded by every other one of them. The less problematic teams were the more close-range teams who were easy enough to ward off with Dark Shadow. The more long-range teams were what posed a slightly bigger problem. The first of them was Shoji, Mineta, and Asui. Shoji was basically a human fortress for Asui and Mineta, as the two of them attacked with sticky dark grapes and tongue lashes. It wasn't too problematic at first, but the sticky balls from Mineta's quirk was basically creating a mini minefield of dark, sticky balls on the ground all around Izuku's team. There were multiple occasions in which Izuku's team got stuck on the sticky little balls and almost got bombarded with multiple quirk attacks. The second of them was Kendo's team. Although her teammates were mainly for maneuverability, Class 1B's president herself enlargened her hands to put Izuku in some very uncomfortable situations which somehow worked in near-perfect synergy with the sticky minefield Mineta subconsciously created. The other two on his tail weren't as dangerous, but being in a 1v4 situation was never a good thing. But then he made a dangerous mistake. He forgot about Bakugo. Izuku wanted to make an escape after seeing that he and his teammates couldn't take being surrounded and attacked from 4 different directions for too much longer. He activated his powers and prepares to blast another burst of force at the ground. After doing so, he'd use the smoke cloud from the dirt to slip away. That was until he heard Iida shout the words, "Recipro burst." Then saw a blurry mass speed right past him from behind. The next thing he felt was the absence of cloth on his head. When the mass suddenly slowed down, kicking up dust, he saw Bakugo, supported by Iida, Ashido, and Shiro. Bakugo himself was looking behind him at Izuku and grinning toothily while holding Izuku's 10 million point headband and waving it around in the air in between cackling and shouting, "Fuck you." Under him, Shiro and Ashido weren't looking so good. Iida's leg engines had smoke pouring out of them. It didn't occur to Izuku that Iida would have the potential to move at such high speed, even for just a small amount of time. He tried to remember the last time he saw someone moving so fast without the use of teleportation and found that Iida's speed at that moment could be comparable to a party stopper missile's speed. It had shocked Izuku to see something move so fast. It seemed that he wasn't the only one to be shocked at the sudden display of speed. Everyone surrounding Izuku also turned their attentions to look at Bakugo and his team. Izuku was the first to snap out of his shock. "Hey," Izuku says, snapping his finger in front of Tokiyami's face to break the bird-headed boy out of his trance. "Tell the others to prepare to ram into Bakugo's team." Tokiyami nods. He alerts Ochako and Hatsume of Izuku's plan. They both nod and focus on Bakugo. "How do we start?" Tokiyami asks. "On my mark, summon Dark Shadow to attack Bakugo," Izuku says. "We'll build off of what we have from then. How much time do we have left?" "Only a minute and 30 seconds. Ochako squeaks. "With our current points, we might not have enough points to move on to the next trial." "We'll have time," Izuku says. "Prepare to do as I've said." Ochako just nods as she, Tokiyami, and Hatsume get into position. "All right, on 3, Izuku says. 3, 2, 1. When Izuku shouts, 1, Tokiyami lashes out suddenly with Dark Shadow. Bakugo stops cackling and, on pure reflexes alone, launches an explosion at Dark Shadow. "Charge!" Izuku shouts. Tokiyami, Ochako, and Hatsume charge forward and towards Bakugo's team. %, we gotta dodge. Bakugo shouts. "My engines are down for the count." Iida shouts back. "I can't use them for a period of time after Recipro burst." "Damn extras," Bakugo hisses under his breath. "We only have a minute and 20 seconds left. I can handle this myself." Bakugo aims the palm of his hand at Izuku, who's charging straight at Bakugo's team. Izuku aims a finger gun at Bakugo and fires a flash at his face, blinding the explosive blonde. As Izuku had hoped, Bakugo blindly fired his explosion at Izuku. At the speed he was charging at Bakugo, there was no way Izuku could possibly dodge Bakugo's explosion. So what Izuku did was form a translucent, light green wall of particles right in front of his team. It wasn't just a normal particle wall though, it was a wall of flash particles, a wall made to release many tiny bright flashes of light upon shattering. Ability syncretism was something he found very useful in many situations. The wall absorbs all the force from Bakugo's explosion, shattering it into many translucent, light green triangular shards. Bakugo's eyes widen at the realization of what Izuku just did and how open he just made himself. The small, glowing triangular shards all burst into tiny bright flashes of light green. Bakugo instinctively turns his head, but the tiny shards were scattered all around him. He still directly receives a couple of full flashes. The flashes also envelop the rest of the arena in bright light green, blinding everyone else in the arena. Blindly, Bakugo thrusts his arms forward to fire another explosions from the palms of his hands, but Izuku swats his forearms to the side, making his explosions go off to the side. Izuku punches the explosive blonde before snagging both the headband in his hand and the headband around his head. "Teams up. Present Mike announces just as Izuku withdraws his hand, 2 headbands wrapped in his fist. Everybody cease anything that you're doing and riders, you can now get off of your chariots. Immediately, everyone stopped upon Present Mike's announcement, though there wasn't much fighting being done anyway. Bakugo's team as well as the other teams surrounding Izuku's were all still partially blinded, so they weren't able to launch any kind of attack before the end of the cavalry battle. Todoroki and the other 3 teams he was fending against all immediately stopped fighting. Ice and various other projectiles littered the arena's ground. Izuku got off of Hatsume, Ochako, and Tokiyami while the other riders around got off of their chariots around. Did you get the headband? Ochako asks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, Izuku says, holding up the 2 headbands in his hand. I'm pretty sure Present Mike is going to announce the placement winners right about now. In first place, we have Katsuki Bakugo, Mina Ishido, Hontasiro, and Tenya Iida. Present Mike announces. On the TV screens hovering above the announcer's podium, beside, first, written in red digital characters and a dash are Bakugo's, Ishido's, Siro's, and Iida's faces side by side each other in boxes. Their points total counted up to 10,305 points. And in second place, we have Izuku Midoriya, Mei Hatsume, Ochako Uraraka, and Fumikage Tokiyami. Right under Bakugo's teammates are the faces of Izuku's teammates beside, second, written in red digital characters. Their total points added up to only 700 points. Izuku looked at the 2 headbands in his hand. One of them had a large 200 on it and the other had a large 175 on it. What happened to your headband? Ochako asks. No, Kaka, I mean, Bakugo must have switched it off some time before, probably after that first explosion, Izuku says. Crap, I underestimated his intuition. Do not worry, Midoriya, Tokiyami says. It is mainly thanks to you that we scored this high after all. Yeah, and now everyone knows how magnificent my babies are. Hatsume exclaims. We did use these rather well. Izuku just nods and turns back to present Mike as he announces the 2 other teams who qualified to move on to the next event, Team Inu and Team Todoroki who landed 3rd and 4th place respectively. However, Izuku wasn't completely focused on what Mike was saying. Instead, Izuku was reflecting on how he could have not let his headband get so easily snagged. He remembered one of the most crucial lessons, Brimstone pounded into him. The worst mistake one can do is underestimate his opponent. Izuku was starting to realize that he was letting the fact that the people he was up against were all quirk users get to his head. He was starting to underestimate his opponents. Izuku grinned to himself as Present Mike announced the start of the recreational games. Way to relieve all the pent-up pressure, he claimed. Maybe he'll have to start trying a little harder. That would make the festival a bit more fun. I wonder how the Valorant agency's doing, Izuku mutters to himself. Did you say something? Ochako asks as she approaches the agent from behind. Oh, nothing important, Izuku says. What are you doing here? Just coming by to wonder if you'll be staying for the recreational games, Ochako says. We don't really have to stay, so maybe wanna go out real quick for lunch. Doesn't sound like a bad idea, Izuku says, smiling. Ochako grabs his hand and Izuku allows her to drag him towards the arena's locker rooms and towards the exit door. Viper was what some would call weird and what many others would call sadistic. Actually, everybody in the Valorant agency were weird people. Viper was just more so than everyone else. She didn't really like the word weird, but she wouldn't deny that it described her fairly well. She spent more time around poison than water. Almost everything she said had something to do with suffocation through poison. Almost everything she did had something to do with poison. At first, all the agents thought Omen is possibly the darkest in the agency, but that title kind of fell away after they found out about Omen's hobby, sewing and making friendship bracelets out of flowers with Sky. It was Viper who took that title next. Not that she didn't prefer it, but she did have something normal about her. Well, kind of normal at least. Viper was currently sat in Valorant HQ's archives room, boxes full of files all around her. A hobby of hers outside of missions was going through the case files of the past major missions the Valorant agency had undertaken. Although it was a hobby that she alone enjoyed, Viper was completely fine with her loneliness in the archives room. It was nice to be alone and away from the childishness of the rest of the agents when they weren't in a mission. Seriously, even Brimstone still ate donuts. A snack for children. Deciding not to dwell on that, Viper picks up a folder beside her marked, Snipe. The memories of that particular mission washed over her. She welcomed the feeling of nostalgia. Opening it and making sure not to spill the rest of the contents in the folder, Viper reads through the key mission documents. Mission log. Mission name, Operation Sniper. Time 3:42, July 19, 2053. Post-mission status. Mission was a success. After more than 30 minutes of warfare with pro-hero, Snipe, Agents Viper, Yuru, Sky, Breach, and Agent-in-Training Izuku Midoriya were able to eliminate the target and take down his agency. This is Agent-in-Training Izuku Midoriya's first documented mission success. Viper remembered this one. Though she found it a particularly boring mission, basically gassing and shooting at a bunch of amateurs equipped with guns, she also found it to be the most eventful. Although Spark's deliberate efforts to keep his history under wraps, Viper knew what Snipe was to the young agent. She knew that this was the man who had slaughtered Spark's whole family as well as his best friend. All over a few boxes of radionite. What a waste of life. When Spark, Viper, Yuru, Sky, and Breach reached the pro-hero, Spark broke both of his legs, then both of his arms, then shot his throat and left the hero to suffocate on his own blood. It was scary how sadistic someone so young could be. After that particular fiasco, Viper talked to Brimstone of what to do with Spark. The boy's mind was still young and Viper feared for what may become of him when he grew up. She and Brimstone went to Spark one day and attempted to talk him out of being an agent, but the boy was determined to stay on this path he set for himself. Viper closes the folder and sets it aside. Wherever Spark was, she hoped he was doing well. As for Yuru, Jet, and Phoenix, although they were the hardheads of the squad, she knew that they could fend for themselves. Spark had that exact same capability, but she felt the extra need to protect him. Viper opens a box next to her and pulls out a random folder. Upon reading what was written on the cover of the folder, Viper raised an eyebrow. She'd never forget this particular mission. It had to be the biggest mission the Valorant agency had ever partaken. This one took place back when the agency only consisted of 4 people, Brimstone, Omen, Killjoy, and herself. The target was the craziest son of a bitch Viper had ever met in her life, which was saying a lot considering her career. Killjoy's genius wasn't a self-taught thing. It would be impossible to find someone as smart as her who was just born that way. No, Killjoy had a teacher once. A former Valorant agent, but the amount of radionite he had access to got to his head, and with it, he attempted to do the one thing no sane man would even consider doing. Killjoy's teacher, like his protege, wasn't a radiant. He was just someone who was educated in how radionite worked. He was a very, very smart man who made Killjoy seem like a toddler just starting pre-K. With that kind of smartness, he managed to hide the fact that he was trying to turn himself into an artificial radiant for nearly a year. When Viper and the other 3 agents found out, they immediately attempted to detain him, but it turned out that he was halfway complete with his experiment, which was enough to make him a fearsome adversary to go up against. After long hours of battle though, Brimstone, Viper, Omen, and Killjoy managed to detain him. However, he managed to somehow escape imprisonment and just completely disappeared off the face of the earth. After that operation, the 4 agents decided to deliberately seek for radiance in order to strengthen their agency. Viper secretly hoped that he had died somewhere from some completely random reason. In her radionite-corrupted world, he could possibly be just another death amongst the thousands that appeared every day. However, deep in her heart, she knew that wasn't the case. This man was much too smart and powerful for that. Knowing him, his hatred towards the Valorant agency probably hadn't died down yet. And although his absence should have made Viper feel more secure, it just made her dread what he was planning at the moment. Now, the Valorant agency is stronger than it was before, a lot stronger, but Viper for some reason didn't feel any more confident going up against the agency's deadliest enemy. She didn't feel like reading case files anymore. She put the folder back into its box and put the lid over it. She stood up from the chair she was sitting in and made her way to the door, careful not to step on any of the boxes littered across the floor. She flipped off the light before leaving the archives room. Unbeknownst to her, a page had managed to fall out of the folder as she was putting it back into its respective box. On the top of the page, the following words could be read in large, bold letters. Professor Toshinori, Izuku sits on one of the benches in one of the locker rooms in UA's sports festival arena. Beside him is Ochako, kicking her feet back and forth as she twiddles her thumbs. She and Izuku had made it back to the sports festival arena halfway through the recreational games that followed the cavalry battle. Even though he hadn't stayed to watch the whole event, he did admit that the recreational games did their job of relieving all the pent-up pressure in the arena. He wondered if the recreational games were just an excuse to watch a bunch of high school kids do circus tricks on live TV. What concurred was rather hilarious to watch. Right after the recreational games, Present Mike announced what the sport festival's final event would be, one-on-one battles according to a tournament system. Before sending everyone to the locker rooms to prepare for their duels, Present Mike announced the rules and listed out who will be fighting who in the first bracket. "I don't know what to do, Izuku-kun," Ochako grumbles. "I'm up against Bakugo. On my first fight, I'm up against Todoroki, so I guess we're on equal footing here." Izuku says, "Well, I don't have a complete powerhouse of a quirk." Ochako exclaims, "What makes it worse is that it's Bakugo." So, Izuku asks, "You don't need a complete powerhouse of a quirk to defeat someone much more powerful than you. You just gotta use your noggin." "Yeah, on an arena that I doubt will have anything on it except flat ground," Ochako says, scoffing. "Well, you know how destructive Bakugo's quirk is," Izuku says, cupping his chin with his hand. "There aren't a lot of things that can completely absorb explosions without being destroyed, so maybe you can use that to your advantage." "What do you mean by that?" Ochako asks, turning to look at Izuku. "In terms of hand-to-hand combat, you're definitely the more superior," Izuku says. "Which means Bakugo will, without a doubt, result to using his quirk. When that happens, what do you think will happen to the ground?" "Oh, I understand what you're saying now," Ochako says. "I can use the debris from the ground when Bakugo blows it up. But what should I do?" "You're smart," Izuku says, shrugging. "You'll figure it out. Come on, Izuku-kun, help me out a bit." Ochako pouts. "But I did," Izuku says. Ochako stops when she hears the door to the locker room open. Izuku and Ochako turn to the door to watch a tall man with dark red hair and a literally fiery beard enter the room, then shut the door behind him. The man's face was one that anybody would recognize. "Endeavor," Ochako squeaks. "Wow, it's actually Endeavor. What is he doing here?" "I would like to speak with this young man," the top second pro hero says. "Alone?" "Oh, alright," Ochako says, shooting Izuku a concerned glance at Endeavor's dangerously low tone of voice. "I'll be fine, Uraraka-san," Izuku says, smiling at her. Ochako smiles back before getting up from her seat on the bench and leaving the locker room. "So, I hear you're up against my son for the first round," Endeavor says, squinting his eyes down at Izuku. "Your son?" Izuku asks. "Todoroki." "Yes, him," Endeavor says. "What about him?" Izuku asks. "I have a job for you," Endeavor says. Izuku looks up at the pro hero and raises an eyebrow at him. "You see, my son had pledged to never use my quirk," Endeavor says. "He pledged never to use no matter what situation he was in. What I want you to do is do everything in your power to make him use his left." "His left, his flames." Oh, then it clicked. Whenever Todoroki fought, he only fought using large avalanches of ice, which make it hard to believe that he was the son of the top second pro hero whose quirk involved powerful fire. Now, Izuku knew that Todoroki in fact did inherit fire from his father, he just didn't choose to ever use it for some unknown reason. "You're going to try your absolute best to compel my son into using his power," the top second pro hero says. Izuku doesn't respond. Instead, he gets up from the bench he's sitting on and walks towards the door leading outside the locker room. "Hey, whether Todoroki chooses to use his fire or not is his choice," Izuku says. "After all, it's his quirk, not yours. Boy, my battle should be starting right about now," Izuku says. "We can continue talking about this later." Izuku leaves the locker room before he could hear Endeavor's retort. As he stepped out of the locker rooms and onto the duels arena, he couldn't help but wonder whether Todoroki was as lucky as he thought or not. Everybody, it's the start of the long-awaited event, the one-on-one fights. Present Mike announces. Who's excited? Ear-blastingly loud cheers from the crowd, somehow louder than before the cavalry battle and the obstacle race. Looks like everyone's excited for this, Izuku thinks to himself. On one side we have the first place winner of the obstacle race as well as the rider of the second place winning team of the cavalry battle, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku is tempted to cover his ears from the somehow even louder cheers from the crowds around him. But he determined that that wouldn't exactly be something he wanted to be seen doing on live television. Instead, he raised his head, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the arena. And on the other side, we have the second place winner of the obstacle race as well as the rider of the fourth place winning team in the cavalry battle, Shoto Todoroki. As Todoroki steps onto the other side of the arena with his hands in his pockets, Izuku noticed that the boy seemed unperturbed by the cheers from the crowd. Izuku envied that ability of his. Here are the rules. Midnight announces. The duel will end once one of the combatants are incapable of fighting back against their opponent or one of the combatants steps out of bounds. At that point, both combatants will immediately stop all forms of fighting or risk being immediately disqualified. Any questions? Izuku just shakes his head. Todoroki doesn't respond and instead glares a fiery maelstrom at Izuku. Guess I'm just now starting to see the father side of his genes, Izuku thinks to himself. Alright, the duel will commence in 3. Todoroki puts one foot behind the other. Izuku picks up on a subtle chill in the air. 2, 1. Izuku flexes his fingers. Begin. You're boring me, Todoroki, Izuku says. 5 minutes had passed since Midnight announced the start of the duel. Shatters of ice from Todoroki's attacks littered the arena as well as mini craters from some of Izuku's own attacks. Todoroki was crouched on the ground, exhaling small puffs of icy air with each heavy breath he took. A small portion of his right side was coated with frostbite. It was apparent that Todoroki was exhausted. Izuku, however, looked to be in perfect condition. He was barely exhausted despite all the large blasts of energy he fired off. A quick assessment of his radionite levels confirmed that his makeshift limiter on his arm was doing its job splendidly. You showed a lot of determination to win when we started fighting, Izuku points out. You don't seem so hopeful now. Todoroki just growls and points a finger at Izuku. 2 large avalanches of ice launch from behind him and towards Izuku. Izuku just raises a hand and activates his powers. His arm flashes a bright light green as he fires a blast of force at the ice, instantly shattering it and blowing icy air all over the arena. More shatters of ice litter the arena. Todoroki falls onto his hands and knees, facing the ground and breathing heavier than before. You do know that this is getting you absolutely nowhere, right? Izuku asks. Todoroki doesn't respond. It seems I made an error in my initial judgment, Izuku says. I overestimated you. Very heavily overestimated you. At that, Todoroki looks up from the ground to glare at Izuku. I thought you were powerful, but in reality, you're a lot weaker than everybody thought you to be, Izuku says. Like, come on, you barely put up enough of a fight to make me at least sweat a little. Now, tell me Todoroki, why are you so insistent on using only half of your quirk? At that, Todoroki's angry glare turns into a look of surprise. Then back into an even angrier glare. So it was my father who put you up to this? Todoroki asks. Try to get me to use his power. I don't really know what history you have with your father, but whatever it is, it's making you weak, Izuku says. You're only harming yourself by allowing your past to hinder you. You speak as if you know exactly what happened to me in the past, Todoroki growls. Who do you think you are to judge that? You're absolutely right. I don't have the justification to judge you like that, Izuku says. However, are you seriously letting your past hinder your ability to use 100% of your power? That not only makes you weak, but that also makes you a coward. Not exactly redeeming qualities of heroes, I may add. I will be a hero, Todoroki says. And I'll be a more successful hero than my father without using his power if just to spite him. Starting with this festival, Todoroki, do me a favor and replay that thread in your mind, Izuku says. Then take a look at your current state. Do you even know how ridiculous you sound right now? To be honest, I'm kind of afraid to keep attacking you because I'm sure just 2 more large waves of ice and you drop dead because of frostbite. Shut up. I'm not that weak. Izuku raises an eyebrow as ice creeps up Todoroki's right arm. Hopping onto his feet, Todoroki raises his ice-covered arm to summon another large avalanche of ice. Just as the ice approaches him, Izuku charges energy into his arm and slams a fist into the ground. The shockwaves from the slam destroy the ice, sending icy air blowing everywhere. Izuku then aims a finger gun at Todoroki. His arm glows as he charges particles at the tip of his fingertip before firing it with another massive burst of wind. Todoroki gets directly in the stomach with it and just shot backwards and into a cloud of dust. When the dust disappears, Todoroki is seen standing in front of a small wall of ice erected behind him. He's breathing even harder this time and there's more ice coating his right side. He didn't even seem to have the strength to lift his head. "Oh, so you're still holding on," Izuku says. "For what? You still think you can win this? The fact that you can't is clear as day." "Shut up." Todoroki growls again. "You know, Todoroki, answer me honestly on this," Izuku says. "Why did you want to enroll in UA? What do you mean by, why do you want to enroll in UA?" Todoroki asks. "The same reason as everyone else in this school. To become a pro hero. Do you really think you can be a hero the way you are right now?" Izuku says. "I mean, look at yourself. You definitely have the determination for it, but that's pretty much it. I'm sorry, but do you know how pathetic you look right now?" Todoroki doesn't respond. "What's it gonna be, Todoroki?" Izuku says. "Take this as your first true test of courage. Show me what you're like when you use all your power." Todoroki doesn't respond again. Izuku just stands in front of him, his arms folded, awaiting a response. "HMPH, fine then," Izuku says after a few seconds without a response. "Be that way." Izuku then raises both his arms and faces the palms of his hands towards Todoroki. His arms glow with energy as he charges up 2 more blasts from his hands. Soon after, he fires them at Todoroki, kicking up large clouds of dust which hide Todoroki from view. Izuku isn't perturbed by that though. He's confident that his opponent wouldn't have the strength to prevent himself from being pushed past the out-of-bounds line. Instead, something different happens. The dust clouds blow away to make way for bright, orange flames. When all the clouds drift away, Todoroki can be seen on the exact spot. However, this time, all the ice that coated the right half of his body was gone. There were orange flames burning away on the left half of his body as well as ice coating the right half of it. Todoroki's expression of exhaustion had melted into something more like determination. "Well, what a sight to behold," Izuku says, smiling. "You provoked this yourself, Midoriya," Todoroki says. "I just hope you don't regret it." "Oh, I don't regret this at all," Izuku says. "How about you? Doesn't it feel good to finally bring down that dam you put on your own quirk?" Todoroki doesn't respond. Instead, he pulls fire into his hands, orbs of bright, orange flames appearing in his palms. He thrusts his hands forward, firing 2 large blasts of fire at Izuku. Izuku responds by aiming a finger gun at Todoroki, charging up a blast at his fingertips, and firing it at the blasts of fire. He expects his own attack to pierce right through the flames, but to his surprise, Todoroki's fire collides with his blast, setting off a bright explosion and sending heated air everywhere in the arena. "Oh, Phoenix will like this one," Izuku thinks to himself. "Actually, I wonder if Phoenix, Jet, and Yuru are watching me right now." Before he can finish that thought, Todoroki fires 2 more large blasts of flames at Izuku. They hit the ground right in front of his feet in a large fiery explosion. For a second, Todoroki wonders whether he had accidentally killed Izuku or not, but then the flames are dispersed from around Izuku, blown away by a large radial blast of force. Izuku has his arms spread out and looks unaffected. "That was good, Todoroki," Izuku says, small sparks of flame still swirling in the air around him. "Mind showing me more?" Todoroki just grins as the whole left side of his body ignites into bright orange flames. He gets into a position as if to shoot a blast of fire with Izuku. Izuku's arms glow as he activates his powers. "Shoto." Todoroki's smile disappears as he turns his head to see his father smiling manically down at his son as the pro hero walked down the stairs of the bleachers. "It's about time you finally accepted your purpose," Endeavor proudly exclaims. "This is the dawn of a new era for you. This is when you start your journey to realize why I created you, to surpass all might." Todoroki just scowls. "Todoroki, ignore him," Izuku says, right before Todoroki could shoot a retort. The half-and-half boy turns back to Izuku. "We're still fighting a match, remember? Don't let your hatred for your father distract you." Todoroki stares at Izuku for a moment, before nodding and grinning at him. Then, he gets back into position to attack Izuku. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stands over Todoroki, who's on his hands and knees and breathing hard out of exhaustion. It was just a few seconds ago that Present Mic announced Todoroki unable to fight any longer. The arena was in pretty horrible shape. It was heavily unleveled and there were shards of ice all over the arena. Izuku wondered whether the arena would be usable for the next duel, but it was unlikely that the guys who ran this festival didn't anticipate something like this happening. Izuku was breathing hard, allowing his radianite levels to fall back down into a normal level. Fighting off against Todoroki at full power had been a harder task than he expected, but it wasn't the hardest fight he'd been in. The fight would have been a lot quicker if he had the option of using his ultimate. Ever since he and Todoroki started going at it at full power, noise from the audience had died down completely, probably from amazement at the sheer amount of power being used by both combatants. However, right after Present Mic's announcement, cheers from the crowd suddenly blasted into Izuku's ears, making him twitch slightly. Izuku holds out his hand to the half-and-half boy. Todoroki just stares at it for a moment before grinning and grabbed it, pulling himself up onto his feet. "Hey, Midoriya," Todoroki calls. "Yeah," Izuku responds with, "What's up? What was your purpose for what you just did?" Todoroki asks. "It's not just because my father told you to, right? To be honest, I couldn't give two F***s about your father being the top 2 hero in Japan," Izuku says. "It just pisses me off that someone as powerful as you would be so willing to hold yourself back so much because of just one person. In my eyes, I'm sorry, but you didn't deserve to be a hero." "Yeah, guess it was pretty cowardly of me," Todoroki admits. "Before, I was pretty angry with what you were saying to me, but then the more I think about it, the more I realize how right you are. What if someone I loved was killed just because I wasn't willing to use my left just because of my father? How can I be a successful hero like that?" "Well, what do you think of using your left now?" Izuku asks. Todoroki stares at his left hand as he flexes his fingers. "I'll get back to you at that one," Todoroki says, turning back to Izuku and grinning at him. At that moment, Mr. Aizawa approaches Todoroki from behind to help him into the arena's locker rooms. Izuku turns towards the other locker room and makes his way towards it. He didn't really quite understand the sense of accomplishment he felt welling inside of him. He had fought a lot of people, but never had he felt this particular feeling before. Maybe it was because this time, he saved his opponent in this fight instead of killing him. Recovery Girl gave Izuku confirmation to sit himself in the bleachers after a quick assessment to make sure Izuku didn't suffer any injuries from Todoroki's attacks or from his quirk. Although nothing was wrong with his skeletal structure, Recovery Girl did confide to Izuku some irregularities in his bloodstream. Izuku just told her that it was part of his quirk. She must get that response a lot, since she accepted it pretty quickly. Izuku makes his way back to the arena locker rooms and makes his way up the bleachers, where he sees Ochako waving and patting the seat beside hers. Izuku smiles up at her and makes her way up the bleachers to take his seat beside her. "Izuku-kun, that was an amazing fight," Ochako squeaks. "Are you okay after that?" "Completely fine," Izuku says. "Don't worry about me going crazy in the middle of a fight. My armband does a really good job." "That's good to hear," Ochako says. "I mean, both your health and the quirk insanity thing. Not out here, Uraraka-san." Izuku hisses. "I'm sorry," Ochako squeaks. Izuku sighs. "I'm sorry, that was harsh," Izuku says. I'll tell everyone about it later. I just need to find the right time." "Okay," Ochako says, before turning back down to the arena below. On the arena, Kirishima and Tetsu, a boy with metal skin, punched each other consecutively, causing sparks to fly everywhere with each impact. It seemed that the fight wasn't going anywhere, but suddenly, both boys just fell over. Not too long after, Present Mike announces the match as a draw. "Good luck," Izuku says as Ochako gets up from her seat. "Yeah, not like it'll matter," Ochako grumbles. "It won't with that attitude. Cheer up a little." Ochako just smiles at Izuku before descending towards the arena locker rooms. Izuku would like to say that Ochako stood at least half a chance, but to be honest, she really didn't. Following Izuku's advice, Ochako took advantage of the destructiveness of Bakugo's quirk. Multiple times did she manage to get Bakugo into some tough spots through the use of her quirk, but no matter what she did, Bakugo just blew himself out of tough spots. It was clear who the winner was. After that fight, Izuku went to the clinic to visit Ochako, who had, surprisingly enough, suffered from only a sprained ankle from slipping on a piece of debris. Izuku wasn't the only one that found the fact that a piece of debris was the cause for Ochako's only injury, not the multiple massive explosions that Bakugo set off. "Well, should I feel more disappointed than I currently do?" Ochako asks. "Maybe because it was Bakugo who beat me down." "Yeah, I'm sorry, but your situation turned out to be more hopeless than I thought," Izuku says, scratching the back of his head. "I thought you had a chance." Ochako just stares blankly at Izuku. "Okay, maybe half a chance. Izuku-kun. Hey, it's demoralizing to make a fight look hopeless before the actual fight starts," Izuku says, putting his hands up. "Who knows, maybe a bit of spirit would make a difference." "That only happens in movies," Ochako points out. "Okay, yeah, I just didn't want to admit that there was no way you could have won that fight," Izuku says, shrugging. "At least you're straight about it this time," Ochako grumbles. Izuku just laughs and gets up from his seat, setting down his magazine. He walks over to Ochako and leans down to kiss her forehead. The chocolate-haired girl's face takes on a deep shade of red. "The quarterfinals are about to start," Izuku says. "I better go see who I'll be fighting against. I'll be back as soon as I possibly can." "Good luck," Ochako says. "Thanks, but I won't need it," Izuku says, walking out of the clinic. It turned out that Bakugo was Izuku's next match. Fighting Bakugo was easier than fighting Todoroki. It was apparent that, at full power, Todoroki was many times more powerful than Bakugo. It took only around 2 minutes for Izuku to blast Bakugo out of the arena and into the stands. In the next 2 fights, barely anything memorable happened. They weren't even really fights. However, the final match of the quarterfinals was interesting to watch. It was Inu Yukimura versus Kirishima. Izuku didn't really pay much attention to Yukimura in his last fight, so Izuku made sure to pay extra attention to him. In classic Kirishima fashion, Kirishima activated his quirk and charged to Yukimura. Yukimura just smirked and got into a classic martial artist's ready position, his arms glowing light blue. Then, all of a sudden, Yukimura was in a position as if he had just finished dealing out an attack. His legs were bent and the palm of his hand was facing Kirishima. Meanwhile, Kirishima was suddenly blown back by an invisible force. He was shot right past the out-of-bounds line and hits the ground, unconscious. Ochako, who had went back to the bleachers to sit beside Izuku sometime during Tokiyami's fight with Ashido, gasps. What happened?" She squeaks. "I don't know," Izuku says, cupping his chin. "This one's quirk, it'll be dangerous to deal with. Will you be okay?" Ochako asks. "You don't need to worry about me," Izuku says, smiling at Ochako. "There isn't a lot that can hurt me too badly." Right after he finishes that sentence, Izuku was called to go down onto the arena to fight the first match of the semifinals. His opponent was Iida. After apologizing to his friend, Izuku blasted Iida out of the arena not even 30 seconds after Present Mike announced the start of the battle. After making it back to his seat in the bleachers, Izuku carefully inspected how Yukimura dealt against an opponent with a quirk such as Tokiyami's. Yukimura's quirk must have been a close-range one as Yukimura spent a large portion of the fight attempting to get up close to Tokiyami. Tokiyami did take note of this and made it his objective to keep Yukimura at a distance the best he could do. However, Yukimura did manage get up close to Tokiyami and, just like in Kirishima's fight, His arms glowed light blue as his stance suddenly shifted into one as if he had just thrown out an attack. Todoroki then goes flying past the out-of-bounds line. What was his quirk? Was it a speed quirk that allowed Yukimura to throw attacks faster than the eye can see? Izuku didn't have much time to think on it as Present Mic then called Izuku and Yukimura onto the arena. Good luck, Izuku-kun, Ochako says. Also, one more thing. Your well-being is more important than winning this festival, Ochako says. I'm afraid that you'll take a lot of damage from fighting Yukimura. Promise me that you'll forfeit once your injuries become life-threatening. I will, Izuku says, smiling at Ochako. But, again, you don't need to worry about me. Finally, it is time for the long-awaited event. Present Mic announces, it's time for this year's sports festival's finals match. A battle between two of the most promising future heroes of the current generation. The cheers weren't as loud this time. Izuku wondered whether if the cheers were really not as loud or if his hearing was starting to worsen because of the noise. On one side, we have Izuku Midoriya. Present Mic announces, the Cabbage Head who defeated both of Class 1A's most powerful students. Cabbage Head, Izuku thinks to himself. And on the other side, we have Inu Yukimura. Present Mic announces, the boy whose physical strength and speed has proven to be like never seen before. On the other side of the arena, Yukimura smirks at Izuku. Now able to get a better look at him, Izuku examines his opponent. Yukimura most definitely had the build of a martial artist. His muscular arms were folded across his buff chests and he basically radiated confidence. The look he was shooting Izuku was one similar to the one an owl would give a field mouse. Now, you know the rules. Present Mic shouts. The battle shall commence in 3, 2, 1. Yukimura unfolds his arms and crouches with his hands outstretched. Izuku takes a step back and activates his powers, his arms glowing light green with energy. Start. At that, Izuku fires a blast of force at Yukimura. To his surprise, his opponent leaps to the side with a surprising amount of speed, cleanly dodging the blast. Yukimura grins as the distance between him and Izuku rapidly shortens. Izuku puts his arms up in a block, seeing Yukimura's arms glow light blue. Suddenly, Izuku feels the force of 3 very heavy attacks being slammed into his stomach. They were so fast that Izuku didn't even see Yukimura get in position for the attack. Izuku quickly charges energy into his leg and slams it into the ground right, preventing himself from sliding backward any further. He then quickly aims the palm of his hand at a surprised Yukimura and fires a blast of force at him. This time, Yukimura doesn't have enough time to respond before being slammed into the face by a blast of translucent, light green force. He goes flying backward, but quickly gets back onto his feet, stopping himself right before he could slide past the out-of-bounds line on the opposite side of the arena from where Izuku was. "Oh, you're a good one," Yukimura exclaims, wiping blood from his nose. "A really good one. You too," Izuku says, taking his foot out of the ground and spitting blood onto the ground beside his feet. He forces the pain in his guts to die down. "Making this entertaining for me, Midoriya," Yukimura shouts, launching himself at Izuku again. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.